If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description. Additionally, if you would like to request novels and access my Google Drive where I have 200 plus audiobooks, then you can join my Patreon. Link is also provided in the description.
Chapter 66, Here We Go Again. Chaos 825.30m, Segmentum Ultima. Franklin Valorian, the Liberator, Primarch of the Liberty Eagles, strode purposefully through the corpse-strewn corridors of the planetary governor's palace. His footsteps, amplified by his massive frame and the advanced mech suit he wore, echoed ominously through the marble halls, his cape waving each step he took. The sound was a metronome of inevitability, each step marking the end of one era and the beginning of another. Behind him, a trail of destruction told the story of the day's battle. Shattered statues of the planet's former rulers lay in pieces, their faces frozen in expressions of shock and disbelief. Tapestries celebrating the world's long history hung in tatters, swaying gently in the breeze from broken windows. The air was thick with dust, all that remained of those who had stood against the Liberator. Stephen Armstrong, his second captain and left hand, was overseeing the executions. The air crackled with the distinctive sound of disintegration rifles turning flesh and bone to dust in an instant. Clean, Franklin thought, efficient. He approved of the method. No blood, no mess, just the swift justice of the Liberty Eagles. Franklin's hand rested on the hilt of the death sword. As he walked, he conversed mentally with the fragment of the Ildari god within. Another system brought into the fold, Franklin thought, his internal voice tinged with satisfaction. 3,800 worlds and counting. Tell me, Cain, any ideas on where we might find your shards? The voice of Cain resonated in Franklin's mind, a mix of begrudging respect and ancient wisdom. Crone worlds, most likely. Craft worlds too, though you knew that already. Perhaps a random planet or two where fate has scattered my essence. Franklin nodded, his six-eyed helm giving him an otherworldly appearance that sent nearby serfs scurrying away in fear. Crone worlds, you say? It's been a while since I paid Chaos a visit. I wonder what surprises they'll have in store for us this time. Cain's laughter echoed in Franklin's mind, a sound like clashing blades. Speaking of Chaos, I've noticed a pattern in their attempts to corrupt you. If I'm not mistaken, you faced the champions of Kern, Nurgle, and Tzeentch. It seems the man-woman deity whore that is Slaanesh will be next. The disdain in Cain's voice was palpable, reminding Franklin of the ancient enmity between the Ildari god and the chaos power born from his people's excess. Each of the dark gods has made their play. Cain's voice carried a note of dark amusement. Kern offered violence, Nurgle pestilence, Tzeentch schemes. If the pattern holds, expect a visit from Slaanesh's emissaries soon. The Prince of Pleasure doesn't take kindly to being last in line. Franklin chuckled, a sound that made nearby Liberty Eagles stand straighter with pride. If that's the case, I might have to shoot the messenger immediately upon the manifestation of Slaanesh's greater daemon. No time for temptations when there's a galaxy to conquer. A wise precaution, Cain agreed. Though I wonder if even Slaanesh's considerable charms could sway you from your path. Flattery, Cain? That's unlike you, Franklin quipped. But no, not even the Prince of Pleasure could offer me anything I desire more than the future I'm building for humanity. As they conversed, Franklin made his way to the governor's throne room. The opulent chamber was now a scene of organized chaos as Liberty Eagle officers set up a command center. Franklin settled into the ornate throne, its previous occupant now nothing more than scattered atoms. In the grand square below, First Captain Denzel Washington's voice carried clearly as he coordinated the Legion's next moves. His tone was calm and assured, a stark contrast to the chaos of the dying battle around them. Secure the manufactorums in the lower hives. I want those production lines retooled for Liberty pattern equipment within the week. And get me a status report on the spaceport. We'll need it operational for the relief supplies. John Ezra, head of the Honor Guards, shadowed Franklin at a respectful distance. His eyes constantly scanned their surroundings, even as he processed the stream of information from the Secret Service through his Vox link. In the world of shadows and whispers that Ezra inhabited, vigilance was eternal. As Franklin reached the balcony overlooking the city, he paused. As they conversed, the scene below continued to unfold. In the depths of the Underhive, Vladimir Mendeleev, the chief librarian, stood at the center of a psychic maelstrom. His augur staff glowed with ethereal energy as he rewrote the memories of countless citizens, and with a flash of light, erased the old regime and planting the seeds of the imperial truth. Waves of psychic energy pulsed outward, washing over the populace. Men, women, and children paused in their daily routines, their eyes glazing over momentarily as their minds were reshaped. The process was subtle, a masterwork of psychic manipulation that would leave no trace of its passage. Meanwhile, dropships descended from the looming forms of Liberty Eagle's vessels in low orbit. Each craft bore the sigils of various independence sector corporations, bringing with them the architects of the new economic order. "Tell me, Cain," Franklin mused, his tone conversational despite the gravity of their discussion, "in all your millennia of existence, did you ever imagine you'd be partaking in something like this? A grand crusade to reshape the galaxy in the name of liberty and managed democracy." The sword thrummed with Cain's sardonic laughter. "I've seen empires rise and fall, Primarch. I've witnessed the birth and death of stars. But this is a unique experience, a different flavor of conquest, even for me. I'll grant you that. What we're building here, what I'm building is a galaxy not just united, but truly free." "Free?" Cain's tone was skeptical. "Is that what you call this managed democracy of yours?" "Freedom is a double-edged sword, my fragmented friend," Franklin replied, his smirk never wavering. "Give people too much, and they'll tear themselves apart. Too little, and they'll rebel. The key is to make them feel free while guiding them towards a greater purpose. That's the essence of managed democracy." As they spoke, the sounds of construction grew louder. The old structures of the Hive City were being systematically dismantled, making way for new arcologies designed in the Liberty Eagle's image. Massive hollow projectors were being erected, ready to broadcast propaganda and educational materials to the populace. Franklin's gaze fell upon a group of Liberty Guardsmen setting up a public address system in the main square. "Education is the cornerstone of democracy, Cain. You can't expect people to make informed decisions if they're ignorant. Of course, we'll be the ones deciding what information they need to be informed about." Cain's presence in the sword roiled, a mixture of admiration and disgust. "You walk a fine line, Liberator. Your methods are not so different from those you claim to oppose." "The difference, my dear God's hard," Franklin said, his voice taking on a harder edge, "is in the end goal. We don't seek to enslave, but to elevate. To create a humanity that can stand against the darkness of the void and the corruption of the warp. If we have to employ some morally ambiguous methods along the way, so be it." The conversation was interrupted by the approach of Denzel Washington. The first captain saluted sharply, his face a mask of professionalism despite the carnage around them. "My lord," Washington reported, "the last pockets of resistance have been neutralized. The planetary defense forces have surrendered, and we've begun the process of integration." "Your orders?" Franklin nodded, pleased with the efficiency of his legion. "Excellent work, Denzel. Begin Phase 2 of the Liberation Protocol. I want this world producing war materiel for the crusade within a standard month. And make sure our friends from the corporations are given full access to the planet's resources. We have a lot of work ahead of us." As Washington saluted and turned to carry out his orders, Franklin's attention was drawn back to the death sword. Cain's presence had grown quiet, contemplative. "Something on your mind, old friend?" Franklin prodded, his tone mockingly gentle. "I'm simply wondering," Cain replied after a moment, "what the galaxy will look like when you're done with it. Will it truly be the paradise of liberty you envision, or just another empire built on bones and lies?" Franklin's smirk widened into a genuine smile, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. "Why not both? After all, the greatest lies are those wrapped in truth, and the strongest foundations are built on the bones of the fallen, and history was always written by the victors. But enough philosophy for now. We have crone worlds to visit and shards to collect. The crusade marches on, and we, my fragmented friend, have a date with chaos." The void near the Eye of Terror shimmered and tore as Battlefleet Liberty emerged from the warp. The massive vessels, each an image of human engineering and the might of the Imperium, filled the starscape with their imposing silhouettes. On the bridge of Sweet Liberty, Franklin Valorian stood, his perpetual smirk firmly in place as he gazed out at the swirling madness of the Eye of Terror. The death sword at his hip thrummed with energy, and Cain's voice echoed in his mind. "I can feel it, Primarch. A shard of my essence lingers on one of these forsaken worlds." Franklin nodded, his eyes scanning the tactical displays. "Sovereign," he addressed the ship's AI, "begin scanning the nearby systems. Let's find our wayward shard." Days passed as the fleet maintained a vigilant watch, sensors probing the chaos-tainted space around them. Finally, Sovereign's artificial voice broke the tense silence. "My lord, I have located a planet that matches the energy signature we're seeking. However, I'm detecting signs of human habitation, and significant warp activity. Franklin's eyebrow arched. Well, well. What have we here? Give me details, Sovereign. It appears to be a lost human colony, my lord. But they've changed and are doing depraved acts in broad daylight. Scans indicate widespread mutation and warp corruption. The psychic signatures align with known patterns of Slaaneshi worship. A deep chuckle escaped Franklin's throat. Speak of the devil, indeed. It seems our conversation earlier was prophetic, Cain. Shall we pay our respects to the Prince of Pleasure? The sword pulsed with Cain's disdain. Just remember, Primarch, Slaanesh is not to be underestimated. Even for one such as you. Oh, I'm counting on it, Franklin replied, his smirk widening. It wouldn't be fun otherwise. Sovereign, begin deployment of the Liberty Spires. Let's cut off their warp connection before we say hello. Massive drop pods plummeted from the fleet, each containing a Liberty Spire, advanced technology designed to create a localized null field, severing the planet's connection to the warp. As they impacted, the planet shook, tremors rippling across its surface. Franklin watched with satisfaction as flights of voidcraft began their descent, bathing the planet's surface in cleansing promethium. The sky lit up with fire, the screams of demons and cultists alike lost in the roar of flames. Technoseers, you're up, Franklin commanded. Establish the firewall. I want Slaanesh's influence contained. Led by Chief Librarian Vladimir, the psychic elite of the Liberty Eagles deployed. Their combined powers created a shimmering barrier of pure willpower, pushing back against the insidious whispers of the warp. As defenses were established and automated turrets rained death upon any surviving cultists, Franklin boarded a Stormbird for planetfall. The craft touched down near a ruined temple, its open-air design a stark contrast to the chaos around it. Franklin strode from the Stormbird, the death sword in hand. A daemonette, all claws and seductive whispers, lunged at him. With a casual swing, he cleaved it in two, its temptations falling on deaf ears. You know, Cain, Franklin mused as he approached the temple, this reminds me of an ancient Terran game. The hero enters the temple, and suddenly, boss fight. Cain's presence in the sword stirred with curiosity. And then? Franklin chuckled, his voice carrying a hint of anticipation. Well, if I were a betting man, I'd say we're about to have a close encounter with a greater daemon of Slaanesh. Probably another one of Titsnich's convoluted plans. Titsnich. Cain's tone was a mixture of amusement and disdain. My pet name for Tsiank, Franklin explained with a grin. The chaos god of change is as annoying as he is crafty. Cain spoke again, his voice taunting. Are you afraid? Franklin's laughter echoed through the ruined temple. Afraid? My dear Cain, this is what I live for. As Franklin stepped into the temple proper, he was met with an eerie silence. In the center stood a statue, an avatar of Cain, inactive, its presence both majestic and foreboding. Well, that's convenient, Franklin muttered. So, how do we go about collecting your shard? Cain's voice was tight with anticipation. Simply plunge the death sword into the avatar. It will crumble, but I will have reclaimed my shard. With a shrug, Franklin approached the statue. Seems almost too easy, he remarked as he raised the death sword. In one fluid motion, he plunged the blade into the heart of the avatar. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, a maniacal laughter began to echo throughout the temple, growing in volume until it seemed to come from everywhere at once. Franklin's hand met his face in a resounding facepalm. Of course the boss would spawn if I did that. It's always the obvious solution that triggers the trap. The laughter that had echoed through the temple solidified into a tangible form as the greater daemon of Slaanesh materialized before Franklin Valorian. Despite being shorter than the towering Primarch, the daemon's presence was overwhelming, its voice a disconcerting blend of tones that shifted between masculine and feminine. The Dark Prince now knows your goals, Liberator, the daemon's voice purred, a sound both alluring and repulsive. Collecting the shards of a shattered god, how delightfully ambitious. As the daemon continued its monologue, Cain's voice resonated in Franklin's mind, tinged with impatience and ancient hatred. Can you just shoot it? Or cleave it in half? You know I have a great deal of hatred for the whore and its servants, right? Franklin chuckled, his hand already moving. Without hesitation, he drew an archaeotech pistol and fired, the daemon's head disappearing in a burst of otherworldly energy. As the body began to fall, it performed an unnatural backflip, the head regenerating in a display that was as impressive as it was disturbing. Hiding away the pistol, Franklin raised an eyebrow. He had expected the combination of the archaeotech weapon and his psyker abilities to be more final. Well, that's new. You must be quite the favorite of your master. Care to introduce yourself? The daemon, now fully regenerated, made a sound that was part laugh, part moan. I am Shalaxi Hellbane, chosen of the Dark Prince. And you, Franklin Valorian, are a most intriguing prey. Franklin, momentarily distracted by the daemon's bizarre reaction to what should have been a fatal wound, shook his head. Brother, did it just, never mind. Focus, Franklin, he muttered to himself, glancing at the fluid dripping on the daemon's legs. Cain's voice cut through his thoughts. Yes, focus. Kill the daemon already. As if responding to Cain's urgency, Shalaxi lunged forward, its spear a blur of motion. Franklin, caught off guard by the daemon's speed, barely managed to parry the strike with the death sword. You're good, Primarch, Shalaxi purred, its attacks a relentless flurry. But are you good enough? Franklin grimaced, recognizing the truth in the daemon's words. If this was me a year ago, before my 1,000 duels with Eldinesh, I'd be in real trouble here, he thought. Adapting quickly, Franklin employed a new technique. As Shalaxi attempted another thrust, the Primarch executed a sliding motion with his foot, displacing the ground beneath the daemon. The sudden shift in terrain threw Shalaxi off balance, creating an opening that Franklin exploited without mercy. The death sword flashed, nearly taking the daemon's head. A deep wound appeared on Shalaxi's neck, oozing a substance that was decidedly not blood. The daemon's reaction, a mixture of pain and ecstasy, disturbed Franklin deeply. That's it, Franklin muttered, his perpetual smirk faltering for a moment. I'm calling in an orbital bombardment and glassing this entire planet. As he reached for his vox to order a retreat, Cain's voice stopped him. Wait. Look at the walls, Liberator. Do you see those gems? Franklin paused, his eyes scanning the temple walls. Amidst the alien architecture, he noticed a scattering of what looked like precious stones. What, the diamonds? What about them? Those aren't diamonds, you fool, Cain's voice held a mixture of exasperation and excitement. They're spirit stones. If you harvest them, you'd have enough to bargain with that upstart Eldrad. You could potentially buy a craft world, metaphorically speaking, of course. Franklin's eyebrows shot up as he weaved around another of Shalaxi's attacks, landing several lightning-fast blows that left the daemon reeling. A craft world, you say? Now that's interesting. Indeed, Cain continued. But first, we need to deal with our uninvited guest. Franklin sighed, his gaze shifting between the spirit stones and the regenerating form of Shalaxi Hellbane. Fine, we'll kill the stupid daemon. But this better be worth it, Cain. The shard of the Ildari god within the death sword seemed to pulse with anticipation. Haha. Yes. Kill the whore's minion. With renewed determination, Franklin squared off against Shalaxi. The daemon, sensing the shift in the Primarch's demeanor, cocked its head in a mockery of curiosity. Second wind, Liberator? How delightful! Shall we dance again? Franklin's smirk returned in full force. Oh, we'll dance all right. But I'm leading this time, and the music's about to stop. As the two beings clashed once more, the temple shook with the force of their combat. Franklin, now fully focused and driven by the promise of a greater prize, matched Shalaxi blow for blow. The death sword, empowered by Cain's bloodlust, sang through the air, each strike pushing the daemon further on the defensive. You know, Franklin quipped between exchanges, I really should thank you, Shalaxi. You've given me a whole new perspective on this little excursion. The daemon, its form now marred by numerous wounds, hissed in a mixture of pain and pleasure. And what perspective is that, little demigod? Franklin's grin widened as he pressed his advantage. That sometimes, the real treasure isn't the shard you came for, but the spirit stones you find along the way. Chapter 67, Goddamn Bird. The temple, once a silent testament to forgotten glory, now resonated with the clash of titanic forces. Franklin Valorian, the Liberator, stood toe-to-toe with Shalaxi Hellbane, the Dark Prince's most formidable greater daemon. The air crackled with psychic energy as the two beings engaged in combat. Franklin's eyes narrowed as he assessed his opponent. Shalaxi was undoubtedly powerful, its movements a blur of inhuman speed and grace. Yet, as the Primarch parried another lightning-fast thrust from the daemon's spear, he noticed something crucial. Fast, yes. Strong, certainly, Franklin mused aloud, his perpetual smirk never wavering. But technique? That's where you're lacking, my colorful friend. Cain's voice resonated in Franklin's mind, a mixture of amusement and disdain. In the days when I walked the matrium, chaos cowered in the darkest corners of the warp. These pretenders weren't even a footnote in our history. As if to punctuate Cain's words, Franklin executed a series of moves that left Shalaxi momentarily off balance. The Primarch's sword work had evolved beyond mere skill, it was an art form, honed through countless battles, Cain's tutelage, and his recent training with the image of Eldanesh. You know, Franklin quipped as he sidestepped another of Shalaxi's attacks, I'm not sure how old you are. The warp's funny that way, isn't it? Past, present, future all mixed up like a cosmic cocktail. He chuckled, deflecting a blow that would have eviscerated a lesser being. But I can tell you this, you're no Eldanesh. Shalaxi hissed, its voice a discordant melody of pleasure and pain. We are eternal, son of the anathema. Our power transcends your mortal comprehension. Franklin's response was a whirlwind of attacks, his form almost impossible to track as he moved with blinding speed. It was as though multiple warriors fought in unison, each strike precise and deadly, overwhelming his opponent from every angle. Unlike mere feints or illusions, every blow landed with lethal intent, each an evidence to his unmatched skill and power. The temple floor suddenly turned to jelly beneath Shalaxi's feet, a casual display of Franklin's reality-warping powers, a trick he picked up from his strongest foe to date. As the daemon struggled to regain its footing, Franklin wove in a series of precise shots from his Archaeotech pistol, each round screaming with destructive potential. Fireball! Franklin called out almost playfully, a massive sphere of psychic flame materializing between him and Shalaxi. The greater daemon braced for the impact, only to find that the fireball was a feint, a screen for Franklin's true attack. The Primarch burst through the flames, the death sword singing through the air. Shalaxi, caught off guard by the maneuver, barely managed to deflect the blow, but not before the blade carved a deep furrow across its chest. As they continued their deadly waltz, Franklin began to exert his will upon reality itself. With each passing moment, he imposed his indomitable psyche upon Shalaxi, attempting to slow the daemon's movements. It wasn't enough to stop the greater daemon entirely, but even a microsecond's delay could mean the difference between victory and defeat. You feel that, don't you? Franklin taunted, pressing his advantage. That little hesitation in your steps? That's me, saying hello to your synapses. Shalaxi snarled, its features contorting in a mixture of rage and ecstasy. Your parlor tricks won't save you, liberator. I am the favored of Slaanesh, I have felled the blood god's finest, Skarbrand. I am the undefeated champion of the Dark Prince. Franklin's laughter echoed through the temple. Undefeated? Well, there's a first time for everything, isn't there? With that, Franklin unleashed a flurry of attacks that defied mortal comprehension. He seemed to be everywhere at once, the death sword striking from impossible angles. Shalaxi found itself on the defensive, struggling to keep up with the Primarch's onslaught. You beat Skarbrand, Franklin remarked, his tone casual despite the relentless assault he delivered. Impressive, I'll give you that. But here's the thing, I'm not Skarbrand. I'm something far more. As if to demonstrate his point, Franklin executed a move that shouldn't have been possible. He feinted left, then right, then seemingly split into multiple versions of himself, each striking at Shalaxi from a different angle. The greater daemon, confused and overwhelmed, couldn't defend against them all. The death sword found its mark, biting deep into Shalaxi's flesh. The daemon howled, a sound that was equal parts agony and rapture. That's the difference between us, Franklin said, his voice calm despite the furious pace of the battle. You fight for the thrill, for the sensations. I fight with purpose, with technique honed through countless battles and the wisdom of ages. Cain's voice chimed in, a note respect and pride in his tone. Perhaps you're not entirely hopeless, Primarch. Now, finish this pretender and claim our prize. As Shalaxi staggered back, its form wavering between material existence and the stuff of the warp, Franklin raised the death sword for the final blow. The blade glowed with the combined will of the Primarch and the shard of Cain within it. It's been fun, Shalaxi hellbane, Franklin said, his smirk widening into a genuine smile. But I'm afraid this dance is over. Give my regards to your master, and tell them they'll have to do better next time. With that, Franklin brought the death sword down in a devastating arc. The air crackled with dissipating energy as the last echoes of the greater daemon's banishment faded into nothingness. Franklin began directing the automatons in their clean-up protocols, his captains gathered around him, each exuding their unique presence. Stephen Armstrong, the burly second captain, was the first to break the silence. "Father," he called out, gesturing towards a pile of glittering objects on the ground, "what's the deal with these diamonds?" "Spoils of war." Franklin's lips quirked into a half-smile, his eyes twinkling with that characteristic mix of mischief and gravity that his sons had come to both love and fear. He ran a hand through his brown hair, a gesture that usually preceded a revelation of cosmic proportions. "Stephen, my swole son," Franklin began, his tone light despite the weight of his words, "these aren't just any shiny trinkets. These little beauties are our ticket to saving the Ildari from an eternity of daemon-flavored torment." Denzel stepped forward. "Spirit stones," he said softly, nodding as the pieces fell into place. "A safeguard against the warp's hunger." Franklin clapped Denzel on the shoulder, nearly staggering the first captain with his Primarch strength. "Bingo! Our pointy-eared drama queens now have a get-out-of-hell-free card, courtesy of yours truly and a rather chatty god of war." John Ezra remained silent, his eyes darting between the diamonds and the surrounding battlefield. His mind was calculating the strategic implications of this discovery and the potential security risks it posed. Vladimir stood slightly apart from the group, his presence imposing and silent like a looming thundercloud. He raised his ever-present flask to his lips, taking a long, deliberate swig of whatever potent brew he favored. "I can feel the potential in them," he began, his deep, gravelly voice tinged with the thick accent of old Earth's long-forgotten lands, each word measured like the man himself. His eyes narrowed as if scrutinizing some invisible force only he could sense. "It is, how you say, able to isolate the soul from warp's stormy sea. Strange, yet fascinating." As the team began to harvest the spirit stones, distant explosions suddenly rocked the ground beneath their feet. Franklin's head snapped up, his playful demeanor instantly replaced by the razor-sharp focus of a supreme commander. "Looks like our daemon friends didn't get the memo about their extended vacation," he growled, his eyes scanning the horizon. "Pack it up, boys. We're leaving." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a cataclysmic warp storm began to form. The sky tore open, revealing the swirling madness of the immaterium. The Liberty spires, those bastions of stability in the tumultuous sea of the warp, began to crack and shatter under the onslaught. "Well, shit," Stephen eloquently summarized, already moving to secure their haul of spirit stones. "By my father's gleaming ABS," Franklin cursed, his eyes widening at the sight. "This is no ordinary temper tantrum. Move it, double time." They scrambled towards the waiting storm birds, the very fabric of reality warping around them. Franklin's keen eyes caught sight of a squad of Astartes, seemingly cornered by a towering lord of change. "Denzel, Stephen, cover fire. We're not leaving our boys behind," Franklin bellowed, raising his weapon. As they opened fire, the erratic nature of the warp-saturated environment became apparent. Shots went wide, trajectories bending impossibly. Only Franklin's shots, guided by his innate abilities, found their mark, staggering the demonic entity. The Lord of Change, reeling from Franklin's assault, unleashed a spell that seemed to slow time itself. Franklin was immune to it, but his sons and their ships weren't forcing him to fight. "Throne damnit," Franklin growled. "I hate these fucking birds." "Hey, Chicken Little," Franklin taunted as he engaged the Lord of Change. "Didn't your mama ever tell you it's rude to crash a party uninvited?" A quick slash here, a deft parry there, and the daemon's head rolled, separated from its body. But even as it fell, its laughter echoed across the battlefield, chilling in its implications. "Son of anathema," it cackled, its voice reverberating even as its form dissipated. "We knew you would save your sons. Ha ha." In that moment, Franklin's blood ran cold. The Astartes he had sought to rescue shimmered and changed, revealing themselves as heralds of Psianch. Fucking Titsnich and his manipulations, Franklin thought, the realization hitting him like a bane blade to the face. Before he could react further, Franklin felt the fabric of reality tear around him. The warp itself seemed to reach out, grasping at him with tendrils of raw chaos. As he was pulled inexorably towards the growing rift, Franklin's sons watched in horror from their transports. "Well, shit," Franklin managed to say, his usual bravado tinged with genuine concern. "This is gonna be one hell of a trip." Even in this dire moment, Franklin's indomitable spirit shone through. He shouted to his sons, his voice filled with a mixture of command and his irrepressible humor. "Don't do anything I wouldn't do, boys. And keep your hands off my Amisex dash." As the warp began to envelop him, Franklin's defiance never wavered. He grabbed a couple of lesser demons that were trying to latch onto him, his face a mask of annoyance rather than fear. "Get your fucking hands off me!" he roared, launching the demons away from him with his superhuman strength, and cleaving some with his death sword. Denzel, his face a mask of determination, tried to maneuver his stormbird closer, but the warp energies were too intense. "Frank!" he shouted, his usually calm voice cracking with emotion. Stephen, his massive fists clenched in frustration, bellowed orders to the gunners, trying in vain to disperse the warp energies with concentrated fire. "Keep blastin'! We can't lose father!" John was already on the Vox, coordinating with the fleet in orbit, his measured voice belying the urgency of the situation. "This is Ezra. Primarch extraction required. I repeat, Primarch extraction required." Vladimir, his psychic senses overwhelmed by the raging warp energies, staggered under the onslaught. His brow furrowed deeply as his techno-seers scrambled, their machinery whirring in vain attempts to open a portal. Every effort was met with failure as the warp roared back with a fury unlike anything they'd faced before. Through gritted teeth, Vladimir gasped, "The warp is like nothing I have ever felt." He clenched his fist, forcing himself to stay upright leaning on his augur staff, his words laced with grim determination. "It's alive, and it wants him. Like hungry beast, and we are just prey." As Franklin disappeared into the swirling maelstrom of the warp, his last words echoed across the Vox net, a mixture of defiance and his characteristic humor. "Tell Dad I might be late for dinner. And someone feed my fish." With that, the rift closed, leaving behind a stunned silence broken only by the distant sounds of battle and the crumbling crone world. I can still sense him," he muttered, eyes narrowing, as if peering into some far-off place. "He's alive in there. Fighting. Always fighting, like good Russian bear, stubborn, never give up." He took another swig from his ever-present canister, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand before adding, "Bah, the warp thinks it can break him? Is like trying to break Siberian winter unyielding." He gave a gruff chuckle before straightening up, his expression hard as iron. John Ezra, breaking his usual silence, spoke up. "We need to inform the Emperor immediately. This changes everything." The loss of their Primarch hung heavy in the air, but so did his final orders and his indomitable spirit. As they left the crone world behind, each son of Franklin Valorian silently vowed to do whatever it took to bring their father home and to leave his Amisex dash untouched until his return. Chapter 68, A Yonder into the Warp. The sensation of being dragged into the warp was unlike anything Franklin Valorian had experienced before. It wasn't the controlled insertion of void travel or even the calculated risks of combat teleportation. No, this was like being caught in a celestial riptide, pulled by ethereal currents that defied mortal comprehension. "Well," Franklin quipped as he tumbled through reality's membrane, "this is one way to skip leg day." The azure-tinged Psiancian demons that had initially yanked him into this realm suddenly found themselves caught in an entirely different kind of chaos. Like sharks drawn to blood, hordes of competing demons materialized from the shifting nothing. Key ornate bloodletters carved through the air with brass axes while daemonettes of Slaanesh danced through reality with deadly grace. "I'm flattered, really," Franklin called out as he watched a bloodthirster and keeper of secrets literally tear into each other over who would claim him. "But I'm not that kind of Primarch. I don't do the whole corruption thing on a first date." The Nurglite and Psiancian forces began retreating, their respective masters apparently deciding this particular game wasn't worth the price of admission. But the servants of Kern and Slaanesh? They fought with increasing ferocity, turning the local warp space into a slaughterhouse of competing desires. "Your humor, even now, is remarkable," came Cain's voice from the Death Sword, somehow managing to sound both amused and annoyed. "Someone's got to keep things light," Franklin responded, right before crashing into what passed for ground in this realm. The impact created a crater in soil that seemed to breathe, surrounded by trees made of ossified nightmares and rivers of liquid darkness. Rising to his feet, Franklin took in the impossibly twisted landscape. "You know, the interior decorating here really needs work. I'm thinking maybe some throw pillows, a nice area rug." His witty observation was cut short as a swarm of furies descended from the crimson sky. Franklin's bullets found their marks with supernatural accuracy, while the death sword carved elegant arcs through the air, leaving trails of golden fire. Is it just me, Franklin grunted as he bisected 3 Furies with a single swing, or am I feeling a bit more juiced up than usual? Your inner divine essence feeds on the raw warp energy here, Cain explained. Like a parched man discovering an oasis. Fantastic, Franklin replied, gunning down more demons. Always wanted to know what it felt like to be a living battery HRNG. The pain that shot through his back was sudden and intense. Franklin fell to one knee but kept firing, even as he felt something pushing its way out of his flesh. There was a sound of rending metal and tearing meat, followed by the emergence of massive, metallic wings. They spread wide, each feather a razor-sharp blade glowing with molten energy. Okay, that's new, Franklin observed, watching as his wings instinctively sliced through an approaching pack of bloodletters. Pretty cool though. Very Angel of Death meets Tech Priest's fever dream. This is merely the beginning, Cain informed him as Franklin's gauntlets began to transform, molten blood dripping from them as they reformed into vicious talons. Your true form emerges. Oh, so these are your famous bloody hands, hey? Franklin joked, flexing his new claws. You know, we really need to work on your aesthetic choices. Everything's always blood this, death that. The transformation continued, Franklin's swarm lord helmet morphing into something far more terrifying, a skull-like visage that burned with internal fire, its eye sockets blazing with what could only be described as pure war light. But beneath the helm, something primal took shape. From the molten shadows, a sharp, predatory beak emerged, obsidian black and gleaming with the sheen of freshly tempered steel. How do I look? Franklin's voice resonated, no longer tied to the mortal plane, but reverberating with the ethereal might of a god. As he spoke, his newly manifested wings cleaved clean through the head of a keeper of secrets, while his talons, dripping with molten power, impaled a bloodthirster in a single, devastating motion. Whoa! I sound awesome. Like bird death incarnate, Cain replied dryly. Ah, you say the sweetest things. Around them, the battle between the Kiernate and Slaaneshi demons reached new heights of violence. Greater demons clashed in spectacular displays of violence and grace, each trying to eliminate the competition for Franklin's soul. You know, Franklin mused, casually backhanding a daemonette through several of her sisters, I'm starting to think Gurn and Slaanesh might have a thing for me. Should I be worried about getting stalker shrines? They sense your potential, Cain explained. Gurn desires your martial prowess and indomitable will. Slaanesh craves your passion for freedom and your ability to inspire devotion. Well, they're both going to be disappointed, Franklin declared, his new form moving with impossible grace as he carved through the demonic hordes. I'm already in a committed relationship with liberty. The battle continued, with Franklin testing his new abilities. The wings moved like extensions of his own thoughts, blocking attacks and striking enemies with deadly precision. His transformed armor, now a seamless blend of organic and mechanical components, adapted to his every movement. Got to admit though, Franklin added, unleashing a blast of pure warp energy from his transformed helm that incinerated a wave of approaching demons, this new look is growing on me. Very intimidating. Think it'll help me win Best Dressed Primarch at the next family reunion. Your levity in the face of chaos is either madness or genius, Cain observed. Why not both? Franklin laughed, the sound carrying an otherworldly resonance through his transformed helm. Besides, someone's got to lighten the mood in literal hell. A particularly large bloodthirster landed before them, its wings spanning the impossible distance of the churning landscape. Blood for the blood god! It roared. Franklin sighed dramatically. You know, you guys really need some new material. How about cookies for the cookie monster instead? The greater daemon's moment of confused pause was all Franklin needed to demonstrate his new capabilities, his wings slicing through reality itself to appear behind the monster, talons already deep in its spine. This form suits you, godling, the bloodthirster managed to growl even as it dissolved back into the warp. You cannot deny your nature forever. Watch me, Franklin replied cheerfully, already moving to engage the next wave of enemies. Besides, I already have a god living in my sword. My dance card's full. I am not living in your sword, Cain protested. We are synchronized through the artifact of my power. Potato, potato, Franklin shrugged, his wings creating a tornado of bladed death around him. Same difference. Hey, do you think this transformation comes with any other cool features? Maybe laser eyes? I've always wanted laser eyes. As if in response to his question, the warlight in his helm's eye sockets intensified, burning away a group of approaching daemonettes. Nice. Though I was kind of joking about the laser eyes. Not complaining though. The battle continued, with Franklin adapting to his new form with remarkable speed. The transformation seemed to have enhanced not just his physical capabilities but his natural affinity for combat. Every movement was perfect, every strike precise, yet he maintained his characteristic humor throughout. You know what this reminds me of? Franklin asked as he danced through the impossible architecture of the warp, his wings leaving trails of molten light in their wake. That time Lemon and I had that drinking contest on Fenris. Same kind of spinning sensation, just with more demons and less mead. Your ability to find humor in transformation and battle is unique, Cain commented. I'll take that as a compliment, Franklin replied, using his wings to shield himself from a barrage of warp fire before returning fire with his own energy blast. Besides, what's the point of getting cool new powers if you can't have fun with them? The war between Gern's and Slaanesch's forces showed no signs of abating, but Franklin had already adapted to fighting in this new reality. His transformed state, a perfect fusion of technological sophistication and divine power, proved more than capable of handling whatever the warp threw at him. So, Franklin said as he dispatched another wave of demons, on a scale of 1 to definitely not going in the family Christmas card, how dramatic is this new look? Focus on survival rather than aesthetics, Cain advised. Can't I do both? I'm a multitasking kind of guy. Franklin took to the skies. His metallic wings cutting through reality itself as he soared through impossible geometries. Each wing beat left trails of molten light, creating an ethereal pattern that seemed to burn itself into the fabric of unreality. The transformed Primarch moved with a grace, banking and diving through the chaos with the precision of a bird of prey. Now this is what I call air superiority. Franklin shouted gleefully as he barrel-rolled through a flock of furies, his wings shredding them to pieces. The metallic feathers, each sharp as a power sword and glowing with molten energy, scattered the lesser demons like leaves in a hurricane. Your affinity for aerial combat is impressive, Cain admitted, the death sword humming with approval as Franklin carved through another wave of airborne threats. From his vantage point high above, Franklin's transformed helm gazed down at the demonic hordes below. The warlight in his skull-like visage intensified, and suddenly dozens of demons found themselves frozen in place, paralyzed by the mere weight of his predatory stare. Check this out, Franklin called out as he tucked his wings and dove, I call this one the Eagle's Justice. He plummeted like a meteor of burning vengeance, his arsenal unleashing a storm of missiles and energy beams that turned the paralyzed demons into a carpet of explosions. As he pulled up from his dive, his talons raked through the survivors, molten blood dripping from his claws as he carved through their ranks. Someone should really tell these guys that anti-air defense is important, Franklin quipped, banking hard to avoid a volley of warp fire. Basic military doctrine, really. But then the air itself seemed to split apart, and a roar of pure hatred echoed across the impossible landscape. A massive figure burst through the tier in reality, axes burning with infernal fire and wings spread wide in challenge. Franklin Valorian. The name was bellowed with such fury that it caused the very fabric of the warp to ripple. Skarbrand, the exiled one, most deadly of Kern's greater demons, flying high speed to the transformed Primarch. The daemon's wings beat against reality itself, each movement leaving tears in space-time, while his twin axes, slaughter and carnage, burned with the memories of billions of murders. Your skull for Kern! Skarbrand roared, his voice carrying the weight of endless rage. My exile ends with your death. Franklin adjusted his flight path, circling the massive daemon while maintaining a combat-ready position. His metallic wings caught the light of nearby floating fires, creating a corona of deadly radiance around his transformed form. Skarbrand, buddy! Franklin called out cheerfully, though his weapons remained trained on the greater daemon. Long time no see. Still angry about that hole getting blasted from orbit. The exiled one's response was another reality-shaking roar as he charged through the air, axes carving burning paths through the warp itself. The sheer violence of his approach scattered the lesser demons, creating a clear arena in the crimson sky. I'll take that as a yes, Franklin muttered, his wings flaring wide as he prepared to engage one of the deadliest entities in existence. The warlight in his transformed helm burned brighter, matching the infernal glow of Skarbrand's weapons. The collision between Primarch and Greater Daemon sent shockwaves through the warp itself. But instead of being overwhelmed by Skarbrand's massive bulk, Franklin's transformed body moved with predatory precision. His metallic talons sank deep into the bloodthirster's flesh, transforming the charge into a devastating aerial grapple. "Let me give you the grand tour!" Franklin shouted, his wings spreading wide as he twisted in mid-air, maintaining his grip on the struggling daemon. Like a raptor with particularly large and angry prey, he drove Scarbrand downward, using the greater daemon's own momentum against him. They plowed through ranks of charismatic demons, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Bloodletters and flesh hounds were scattered like bowling pins, their bodies bursting into clouds of blood and ichor as Scarbrand's massive form was used as a battering ram. "Consider this an express trip to ground level," Franklin quipped, right before smashing Scarbrand into the writhing earth with enough force to create a crater in the ever-shifting landscape. The impact barely slowed the exiled one. One of Scarbrand's massive axes, slaughter or carnage, it was hard to tell which, swept out in a burning arc that caught Franklin square in the chest, sending him hurtling through the air. Franklin crashed through a mass of Slaaneshi demons, his metallic wings carving through their ranks. The sounds that emerged from the dying daemonettes were disturbing, to say the least. "Okay, that's just wrong," Franklin muttered, quickly launching himself back into the air. "I'm filing that under things I never wanted to hear and moving on." "Focus." Cain's voice rang through their bond as Scarbrand emerged from the crater, his wings beating with fury as he launched himself skyward. The two met again in mid-air, the death sword clashing against Scarbrand's axe with a sound that shattered reality around them. The impact created a sphere of pure force, vaporizing lesser demons unfortunate enough to be nearby. Blood. Skull. Throne. Scarbrand roared incoherently, his second axe sweeping in from the side in a blow that could have split a titan. But Franklin's transformed wings moved with impossible speed, the metallic feathers interlocking to form a shield that caught the burning weapon. Sparks of molten energy scattered through the air as axe met wing, neither yielding. "You know," Franklin grunted, holding the block while his free hand reached for his Archaeotech pistol, "your vocabulary really needs work. Have you considered taking a creative writing class?" The ancient weapon, now transformed like the rest of Franklin's gear, pressed against Scarbrand's face and fired. A beam of pure destruction punched through the greater daemon's head, leaving a smoking, plate-sized hole that would have instantly killed any lesser being. Scarbrand didn't even flinch. "Harder to kill." The daemon bellowed through its ruined face, pressing its attack with even greater fury. "Exile ends. Skull takes." "Seriously?" Franklin exclaimed, disengaging to create some distance. "That was a headshot. That's just not playing fair." The greater daemon pursued relentlessly, its axes leaving trails of fire through the air as it pressed its attack. Each blow carried the weight of countless murders, each swing backed by rage that had once challenged Kern himself. Franklin's transformed body moved with fluid grace, his wings alternating between shield and weapon as he matched Scarbrand's fury with precision. The death sword sang as it parried blows that could have split planets, while his talons sought any opening in the daemon's guard. "I've got to admit," Franklin called out as he deflected another world-ending blow, "you're pretty spry for someone with a hole in their head. Is that a daemon thing, or do you just have really good healthcare?" Scarbrand's response was another reality-shattering charge, axes blazing with infernal light as the duel continued. Around them, the wars between charismatic and Slaaneshi demons faded into background noise, mere spectators to the clash between the transformed Primarch and the exiled one. In his sanctum atop the highest spire of Tiska, the City of Light, Magnus the Red sat in meditation, his consciousness expanding into the great ocean as he had done countless times before. The giant, skin the color of fresh blood and hair aflame like mane, sought new knowledge as he always did, pushing the boundaries of his understanding. But this day would be different. The first tremor in the ether caught his attention like a discordant note in a familiar symphony. Magnus' astral form turned toward the disturbance, drawn by both scholarly curiosity and an inexplicable sense of recognition. "Fascinating," he murmured, his words echoing both in his physical chamber and across the immaterial realm. "The very fabric of the great ocean ripples with violence beyond anything I've witnessed." As his consciousness drew closer to the source, Magnus encountered something that challenged his considerable intellect. The realm he discovered was not the familiar sea of possibilities he had navigated countless times before. This was something else, a domain of madness and wonder, of horror and impossible beauty. By all the knowledge of Prospero. Magnus watched as reality twisted itself into impossible shapes, as rivers of emotions made manifest flowed through landscapes born of dreams and nightmares. His keen mind began categorizing, analyzing, attempting to make sense of what he witnessed. And then he saw them. Two beings locked in combat that defied mortal comprehension. One, a massive creature of rage incarnate, wielding axes that burned with the weight of endless slaughter. The other, something that stirred a strange familiarity in Magnus' soul. The winged warrior, transformed by powers Magnus had never encountered, moved with a deadly grace that seemed to mock the very laws of reality. His metallic wings caught the light of impossible fires, while his skull-like helm burned with internal power. Such mastery over the etheric forces, Magnus observed, his scholarly interest piqued despite the violence before him. Yet there's something more, something familiar about his essence. The battle between these titans sent ripples through the great ocean that Magnus could feel even on distant Prospero. Each clash of their weapons tore holes in reality itself, each movement left trails of power that would have blinded lesser minds. But it was the realm itself that truly captured Magnus' attention. His powerful intellect began to perceive patterns in the madness, structures within the chaos. This was no random portion of the great ocean, this was a domain with purpose, with will. These entities. Magnus' astral form shifted as he observed the lesser demons warring below the main combatants. They're not mere manifestations of psychic energy. They're conscious, organized. This suggests an entire hierarchy of immaterial beings. The revelation both thrilled and disturbed him. Here was knowledge beyond anything contained in the great libraries of Tisca. Here were answers to questions he hadn't even known to ask. Yet there was something else, a darkness that his powerful mind couldn't quite grasp. Even in his astral form, Magnus felt a subtle pull, an alluring whisper of secrets and power that promised answers to every question he'd ever had. There are patterns within patterns, he mused, watching as the winged warrior executed an impossible maneuver that scattered dozens of lesser entities. But why does his essence resonate with my own? Could he be? Magnus' speculation was interrupted as a particularly violent clash between the combatants sent a shockwave through the warp powerful enough to make even his astral form flinch. The raw power on display was staggering, beyond anything he had thought possible. This requires further study, Magnus decided, his scholarly mind already formulating questions and theories. These realms, these entities, they change everything we thought we knew about the great ocean. As he prepared to withdraw his consciousness back to Prospero, Magnus cast one last look at the transformed warrior. Something about him nagged at Magnus' mind, a connection he couldn't quite grasp yet. The battle's fury reached new heights as Franklin executed another impossible maneuver, his metallic wings leaving trails of molten light through the impossible space. For the briefest moment, in the midst of dodging one of Scarbrand's devastating attacks, Franklin's transformed skull helm turned directly toward Magnus' astral form. Time seemed to slow in that impossible realm. The warlight in Franklin's eyes met Magnus' crimson gaze across the dimensions of unreality. Recognition flashed between them, a connection that transcended the madness of the warp around them. In that split second, both Primarches felt the undeniable pull of brotherhood, a resonance of gene-forged destiny. Well, Franklin's thoughts echoed across the warp, somehow maintaining his characteristic humor even in this moment of profound connection. Looks like I've got an audience. Nice hair, by the way. The moment shattered as Scarbrand's axe came crashing through the space between them, forcing Franklin to twist away in a shower of sparks and molten energy. The greater daemon's blow carried enough force to rupture reality itself, creating a tear in the warp that briefly distorted Magnus' astral vision. Skull. Blood. Death. Scarbrand's roar echoed through dimensions, though his target had already moved to counterattack. Magnus watched as Franklin re-engaged the greater daemon, but something had changed. The brief connection had left both Primarches with an indelible impression of each other, a memory that would resurface in future encounters. Brother," Magnus whispered, his vast intellect racing with implications. "So there are others, and they too walk the paths of power I seek to understand." With that revelation, Magnus began his withdrawal to Prospero, knowing that this encounter would shape his understanding of both the great ocean and his own nature for years to come. Behind him, the battle raged on, Franklin's voice carrying across the warp one last time. "Catch you later, brother. Kind of busy right now with anger management issues here." Chapter 69, Noise. Amidst the carnage of the warp, where key-ornate demons clashed violently with the grotesque legions of Slaanesh, Franklin Valorian and Scarbrand continued their titanic duel. The ground beneath them cracked and burned, their every strike shaking the very fabric of reality. "You know," Franklin called out, his transformed helm gleaming with warlight, "most folks would have called it quits after losing their face. But you're really committed to this whole undying rage thing." Rage eternal. Scarbrand roared, bringing down one of his massive axes. Skull for the skull throne. Still with the limited vocabulary, Franklin sighed, raising one of his molten wings to block the strike. Sparks exploded as blade met wing. Have you considered audiobooks? Great for building word power. The force of the impact reverberating across the battlefield only seemed to fuel Franklin's banter. In a single fluid motion, he spun and slashed with the death sword, severing Scarbrand's arm at the shoulder in a shower of dark blood and molten ichor. A solid strike, Cain commented through their bond. Thanks. Though I think we just made him angrier, Franklin replied as Scarbrand, undeterred, roared in defiance and grabbed his own severed limb. Blood! Blood! More blood! The bloodthirster bellowed, using his detached arm as a makeshift weapon. Okay, that's just unsanitary, Franklin quipped, dodging the grotesque improvised club. And probably against several health codes. Each blow from Scarbrand shook the air with the force of a storm, but the Primarch stood resolute. With only one arm remaining, Scarbrand was less precise, his rage making him more brutal but predictable. Here's a thought, Franklin called out as he unleashed a barrage of searing energy blasts from his disintegration pistol, maybe this exile thing is a blessing in disguise? Perfect time for self-improvement, maybe take up pottery. Exile ends with your death. Scarbrand charged forward, a living embodiment of Kern's bloodlust. Sorry to disappoint, Franklin replied, extending his wing to catch Scarbrand's final axe swing, but I've got prior commitments. Can't die today, promised my sons I'd review their marksmanship scores. The clash of weapon and molten wing created a burst of light as energy crackled around them. When Scarbrand lunged forward for a desperate headbutt, Franklin's warlike eyes flared with deadly purpose. You know what your problem is, Scarbrand? Franklin asked, positioning the death sword. You're all rage, no strategy. Now, Primarch. Cain's voice rang through their bond. The death sword thrust upward, its blade empowered by Cain's essence, piercing through Scarbrand's skull. As the molten metal erupted through the back of the daemon's head, Franklin couldn't resist one final quip. Consider this a lesson in anger management. Scarbrand's mighty roar became a choked growl as his massive form began to dissolve back into dust, his essence banished to the blood god's realm. Well, Franklin said, straightening up and rolling his shoulders, his metallic wings adjusting themselves, that was a work incoming. His wings snapped up just in time to parry a strike that would have taken his head off. The new attacker moved with impossible grace, their blade leaving trails of poisoned light through the air. Franklin's transformed helm tilted slightly as he recognized his assailant. Shalaxi Hellbane. Long time no see. Love what you've done with your hair, very murder with style. The Keeper of Secrets laughed, a sound that would have driven mortals mad with desire. Oh, sweet Franklin. Poor, stupid Scarbrand. Even with Kern restoring his wit, repairing that broken mind. Shalaxi gestured dismissively. Such a one-dimensional approach. Charge, swing, roar. No finesse. I don't know, Franklin responded, keeping his guard up. He had a certain straightforward charm. Very consistent brand messaging. The Dark Prince has such plans for you now, Shalaxi purred, circling the transformed Primarch. Before, you were just another of the anathema's stolen prizes. But now. The daemon's eyes gleamed. Now you've proven yourself worthy of true attention. As if summoned by these words, a figure emerged from the twisted shadows of the warp. She was beauty incarnate, every step a dance that spoke to desires buried in the deepest parts of the soul. Her presence made the very air sing with promise and possibility. Shalaxi Hellbane immediately prostrated itself before the newcomer, showing a submission that spoke volumes about their relative status. Franklin Valorian, the woman's voice was honey and poison, silk and steel. Such potential you have shown. Such power you have claimed. She moved closer, each step making the immaterium ripple. You could have so much more. Be wary, Cain warned, though the tension in his voice suggested the war god prepared for the being before them. The gifts I could give you, the woman continued, her form shifting subtly, always becoming whatever would most appeal to the viewer. The pleasures I could show you. Freedom beyond your wildest. The Archaeotech pistol's beam took her head clean off. Sorry, Franklin said cheerfully, weapon still raised. I have a strict no solicitors policy. The woman's form reconstructed itself, her laugh echoing through reality. Oh, you are delicious. Such spirit. And you're clingy, Franklin retorted. Not to mention the whole futanari thing you've got going on. I prefer my dating life less complicated. The being that was Slaanesh smiled, the expression containing infinite promise and endless doom. Your resistance only makes you more appealing, little eagle. Your transformation has opened such possibilities. Yet, about that, Franklin's wings spread wide, their metallic feathers catching the light. I'm kind of in an exclusive relationship with liberty. Very committed. No room for side pieces, especially ones with identity issues. Slaanesh's form rippled again, power radiating from her like heat from a sun. You think your clever words and steadfast heart will save you? I am patient. I am eternal. And you? Her smile widened impossibly. You are already changing. Into something awesome, yes, Franklin agreed, his transformed helm gleaming. But let's be clear, this is a me thing, not a you thing. I'm not interested in your only God's subscription. The Dark Prince's laughter echoed through the impossible landscape. Such wit! Such defiance! It will make your eventual submission all the sweeter. Sorry to disappoint, but I'm more of a democracy guy myself. Not big on submission in general. Shalaxi Hellbane rose gracefully, moving to stand beside its master. The Prince of Pleasure does not accept rejection, little eagle. Then the Prince of Pleasure should work on their personal growth, Franklin replied. Healthy relationships are built on respect and boundaries. Boundaries. Slaanesh's voice was amused darkness. In the warp? Look at yourself, Franklin Valorian. Your very form speaks of transformation. Of change. Of becoming. True, Franklin admitted, his wings creating a defensive wall of metallic feathers around him. But here's the thing, I choose what I become. Not you, not Kern, not anyone else. That's kind of my whole thing, you know? Liberty, freedom, choice, it's right there in the branding. The Dark Prince's smile was a promise of exquisite torment. We shall see, little eagle. We shall see. After all. The being's form began to fade. You still have such a long way to fly. And I hear the weather forecast is perfect for staying the hell away from your general direction, Franklin called out as the manifestation of Slaanesh dissolved into the warp. Shalaxi Hellbane lingered for a moment longer. The prince's attention is a gift, Franklin Valorian. So is herpes, but I'm not interested in that either. The Keeper of Secrets vanished with a final laugh, leaving Franklin alone in the twisted landscape. Your mouth will get you killed one day, Cain observed dryly. Maybe, Franklin agreed. But at least I'll die with good material. The departure of Slaanesh and their legions left a curious quiet in the warp, or at least as quiet as the realm of chaos could ever be. Lesser demons still attacked periodically, but to Franklin's transformed state, they were little more than nuisances. You know, Franklin said, casually backhanding a pink horror into non-existence while his wings shredded a group of furies, this is getting kind of routine. Like swatting flies, if flies were made of nightmare fuel and bad decisions. Do not grow complacent, Cain warned, though there was a hint of amusement in his tone. The warp is treacherous even in its calmest moments. Speaking of which, Franklin pivoted, his talons briefly emerging to tear through a charging bloodletter before shifting back to armored feet. Any idea where we're heading? Because all this twisted landscape is starting to look the same. Very heavy on the halls of madness aesthetic. We seek the webway, Cain responded. But first, there is somewhere you should see. The realm of the Eldar Pantheon. Franklin's transformed helm tilted curiously as he took flight, hovering above the ever-shifting ground. I thought that was destroyed during the fall. You know, when everything went sideways with the whole Slaanesh situation. The physical manifestations were destroyed, yes. But the realm itself? No. Like the domains of the Chaos Gods, our Pantheon's realm is a permanent fixture in the warp. Though. There was a note of pride in Cain's voice. Ours is considerably more artistic. Well, that's not exactly a high bar to clear, Franklin observed, gesturing at the nightmarish landscape around them. I mean, look at this place. It's like someone threw a haunted house, an abattoir, and an MC. Escher painting into a blender. As they talked, Cain began directing Franklin through specific paths in the warp. The directions were precise and sometimes counterintuitive. Step exactly 3 paces to your left, no, your other left. You know, for immortal beings, you gods sure make things needlessly complicated, Franklin commented, following the instructions while absently swatting away a swarm of nurglings with his wings. Blame Seguruk, Cain grumbled. That cosmic jester and his endless tricks. To this day, I question Asuryan's wisdom in giving him dominion over these paths. The laughing god? Let me guess, he's the one who put up all these metaphysical one-way signs. Make one mistake in these paths, and you could find yourself on the other side of the warp. Seguruk always did have an unusual sense of humor. As they traveled, Franklin took the opportunity to examine his transformed state more closely. His wings spread wide, the dark metallic silver catching impossible lights like the hull of a void ship, leaving trails of flames as it moved. Got to admit, these are pretty impressive, he said, flexing the wings and watching the metallic feathers shift and realign. Very on brand for the whole Liberty Eagles thing. He looked down at his feet, consciously shifting them between armored boots and vicious talons. And this transformation thing is handy. Though I notice everything still has that blood and death theme you're so fond of. His gauntlets morphed back into hands, though molten blood still dripped from them continuously. Speaking of which, what's with the constant bleeding? Not that I'm complaining, it looks pretty metal, but it's got to be hell on the upholstery. A side effect of our bond, my bloody hand Kala Mensha Cain explained. When we first met, when you took up the death sword, a connection was formed. Now that you've awakened your inner divinity, that connection manifests physically. So basically, you're saying this is your fault, Franklin chuckled. How's that working out for you, by the way? Being bound to the galaxy's most charming Primarch. There was a long pause before Cain responded, and when he did, there was definite amusement in his voice. Entertaining. Though your constant jokes in the face of cosmic horror are an acquired taste. Ah, you're growing fond of me, Franklin grinned behind his transformed helm. Don't worry, I won't tell the other Eldar gods you're going soft. Left here, Cain directed, pointedly ignoring the comment. And be precise. Seguruk once redirected an entire legion of enslavers into the heart of a quasar because they missed this turn. Remind me never to play practical jokes on that guy, Franklin muttered, following the instruction exactly. Though I have to admire his commitment to the bit. They continued their journey through the impossible geometries of the warp, Franklin casually eliminating any demons foolish enough to attack while maintaining his running commentary. The bond between Primarch and War God had grown into something almost companionable, despite their vastly different natures. You take to godhood with remarkable ease, Cain observed as Franklin executed a particularly elaborate aerial maneuver to dispose of a group of attackers. Well, you know what they say, if you can't beat 'em, become an aspect of divine war and freedom while making bad puns. Nobody says that. They do now. I'm starting a trend. The banter continued as they made their way deeper into the warp, following paths invisible to any being less than divine. Franklin's transformed state drew attention from the denizens of the warp, but none dared to mount a serious challenge, not after word of Scarbrown's defeat had spread, none except for fellow bloodthirsters and Kier night demons, constantly following the Primarch like a shark to blood. So, Franklin asked as they navigated another impossible turn, this Pantheon realm of yours, does it have better decor than this place? Maybe some nice throw pillows, artwork that doesn't scream in agony. You jest, but you will see. The realm of the Eldar gods reflects the height of our civilization's artistry. Even in its current state. Can't wait, Franklin replied sincerely. Though fair warning, if Seguruk tries to play any pranks, I'm blaming you for bringing me there. Just keep walking, Primarch, Cain sighed. Just keep walking. Next he found himself standing before a massive, shattered gateway that seemed to pierce the very fabric of the warp itself. The architecture was unlike anything he'd seen before, elegant yet powerful, beautiful even in its broken state. So, did I just hit the cosmic emergency exit or what? Franklin asked, examining the blown open gates. This was once the entrance to the Eldar Pantheon's realm, Cain explained, his voice carrying a weight of memory. Slaanish's birth changed things. That's putting it mildly, Franklin muttered as he stepped through. The realm beyond was a masterpiece of devastation. Imagine the greatest palace ever built, then imagine it being hit by a psychic nuclear bomb. Fractured spires of impossible materials reached into a sky that couldn't decide what color it wanted to be. Following Cain's directions, Franklin made his way through the ruins until he reached what appeared to be a coliseum of cosmic proportions. The structure would have made the greatest arenas of ancient Terra look like children's playgrounds. My domain, Cain said simply. The arena where gods once trained for war. Nice place you got here. Very stabby, Franklin commented, noting the various weapon motifs worked into the architecture. Though it could use some renovations. Maybe a fresh coat of paint. Place the death sword in the heart of the arena, Cain instructed, ignoring Franklin's interior decorating suggestions. There is power here that should not go to waste. You sure about this? Franklin asked, walking to the center. I mean, this is basically your divine man cave we're talking about. The Eldar pantheon is virtually extinct. Leaving such power here serves no purpose. Better it serve our cause. Franklin plunged the death sword into the red soil at the arena's heart. The effect was immediate, the entire Colosseum began to collapse, but rather than creating debris, it seemed to dissolve into pure energy that flowed into the sword. Well, that's neat, Franklin observed as the last of the structure disappeared, leaving only crimson earth behind. Though I feel like we should have taken some pictures for the scrapbook. We are done here, Cain stated, the death sword practically humming with its new power. Right, time to find the webway, Franklin said, then paused. By the way, how long do you think has passed in real space? I've got reports to file, and I really don't want to explain to HR why I'm 10,000 years late. Time flows differently here, especially now that the ruinous powers dominate the immaterium. It could be seconds, hours, or millennia. Great. Just great. Guess I'll have to wing it, oh come on. The last exclamation came as Franklin found himself suddenly teleported into what appeared to be a maze designed by someone who'd never heard of Euclidean geometry. Impossible staircases led to doorways that opened onto their own tops, while knowledge literally whispered from the walls. Let me guess, Titsnich's realm. Franklin sighed, hearing the promises of forbidden knowledge being whispered from every direction. Indeed. The architect of Fate's labyrinth. Yet, no. I didn't sign up for an escape room from hell, Franklin declared, turning away from the maze's entrance. I've seen this movie, and I'm not playing that game. As he walked away, cutting through the waves of lesser demons that tried to bar his path, and making the occasional quip about how they really needed to work on their coordination, Franklin spotted a familiar figure ahead, massive, red-skinned, with flowing hair. Hey there, brother. Nice hair. Franklin called out cheerfully, his wings spreading in greeting. Love what you've done with it. Using a new conditioner. The red-skinned giant raised an eyebrow, studying Franklin's transformed appearance with obvious fascination. Your essence, it's similar to mine, yet different. Are you perhaps? Franklin Valorian, Primarch of the Liberty Eagles, currently rocking this new metal angel of death look, Franklin introduced himself with a theatrical bow, his wings spreading for effect. Though I usually look less stabby. And you are? Magnus, the scholar replied, his eyes practically glowing with excitement. I've been studying the metaphysical nature of the warp for years, but I've never encountered another being quite like myself. Your transformation is particularly intriguing, a perfect fusion of technological and warp-based enhancement. Oh great, another brother. And this one's big on talking instead of punching nice. Franklin's skull-like helm somehow managed to convey enthusiasm. Though I've got to say, your timing is impeccable. I just finished redecorating Scarbrown's face. Care to join? It's a fun family activity. Magnus barely seemed to register the joke, already circling Franklin with scholarly interest. Fascinating. Your wings appear to be a manifestation of your innate connection to the warp, yet they maintain technological properties. And that sword, the energies it emanates are unlike anything I've encountered. Another son of the Emperor, Cain's voice echoed through the death sword. Though this one courts dangerous knowledge. Hey, easy on the personal space there, brother, Franklin chuckled as Magnus peered at his transformed armor. I usually require dinner first before letting someone study me this closely. Magnus looked up, momentarily confused by the humor. Oh, my apologies. It's just, there are so many questions. Your presence here seems to be stabilizing local warp currents, and your transformation appears to be a unique example of controlled warp mutation. How did you achieve this state? Would you believe me if I said extensive workout routine and a balanced diet? Franklin quipped. Though honestly, it mostly involved getting dragged into the warp by some very persistent demons and intensive training by dying 1,000 times. Speaking of which, how are you just hanging out here? The warp is a realm of infinite knowledge. Magnus declared, his enthusiasm evident. I've spent years exploring its depths, learning its secrets. Though I must admit, your method of manifesting power is quite different from my own approach. Let me guess, lots of books, scrolls, and late-night study sessions. Magnus nodded eagerly. Exactly. The theoretical foundations of warp manipulation are fascinating. I've compiled several volumes on the subject. Would you be interested in? Incoming daemon at 4 o'clock, Franklin interrupted, his wings snapping up to block a stray warp bolt. Rain check on the book club. Oh, of course, Magnus said, almost disappointed at the interruption. Though I do have so many more questions. Your weapon, for instance, I sense an ancient consciousness within it. And your armor's adaptation to the warp energies is remarkable. Tell you what, Franklin offered, his talons flexing as more demons approached, how about we schedule a proper family reunion once we're both back in real space? I'll bring snacks, you bring less daemon-infested surroundings. Magnus smiled, a gesture that somehow made him look younger despite his imposing presence. I would like that. Though I do hope you'll allow me to document your transformation. The theoretical implications alone. Already starting with the familial awkwardness, you're definitely a brother. Franklin laughed. But seriously, you might want to step back. These guys aren't big fans of civil conversation. As if to prove his point, another wave of demons burst into view, forcing the brothers' first meeting to a premature end. Until next time then, Magnus said, already beginning to fade from view. And Franklin? Do try to survive. I have at least several hundred more questions for you. No promises on the survival, but I'll do my best. Franklin called out as his brother disappeared. After all, someone has to keep things interesting in this family. Your brother seeks dangerous knowledge, Cain commented as Franklin readied himself for more combat. Yet, well, every family has one, Franklin replied cheerfully. At least he seems nice. Now, where were we with our finding an entrance to the webway? In the midst of the demonic onslaught, Cain's voice resonated through their bond with what could only be described as an excited teacher's tone. Franklin, I believe you are ready to access more of my power, Cain announced as Franklin beheaded 3 bloodletters with a single wing sweep. Oh! Franklin replied, punting a smaller daemon into its larger brethren. Is this like a level-up situation? Do I get skill points? This is serious, Cain grumbled. The Sundalia, the Wailing Doom, is one of my most potent weapons. It can transform between sword, spear, and axe forms at will. Franklin ducked under a daemon's claws while processing this information. So it's basically a Swiss Army knife of death. It can cut through virtually anything, Cain continued, choosing to ignore the comparison. Given our training together, you should be able to wield it effectively in any form. Alright, how do we do this? Is there a special pose? Magic words? Do I need to shout by the power of Cain or something? Simply will the death sword to change, Cain explained with divine patience. Franklin concentrated, and the death sword elongated into a gleaming spear. Oh neat! He exclaimed, promptly impaling a line of lesser demons like a demonic shish kebab. Very efficient. The weapon shifted again, becoming a mighty axe that bisected a larger daemon in one sweep. The customer service department is really working overtime today. Your technique is acceptable, Cain admitted reluctantly. Then Franklin got that look in his eye, the one that usually preceded something either brilliant or horrifying. The kind of look that made even a god of war nervous. What are you? The Wailing Doom twisted and reformed, its shape changing into something completely unexpected, a massive, ornate revolver. What? Cain's shock echoed through their bond. That's not possible. The Wailing Doom was never designed to become a firearm. In all my millennia of existence. If it makes you feel better, Franklin said, plucking one of his wing feathers and loading it into the chamber, I'm improvising. Asurian damn it all. Cain exploded as Franklin fired the weaponized feather, which pierced through multiple demons like a divine bullet. It's always another gun with you. Can't you stick to the traditional forms? The proper forms. Franklin grinned behind his transformed helm as he loaded another feather. Hey, you're the one who said will it to change. You didn't specify what it could change into. In all my years, in all the battles, not once did any of my avatars think outside the box. Franklin suggested cheerfully, firing another shot. Innovate? Bring war god weapons into the 30th millennium. This is sacrilege. I prefer to think of it as tactical adaptation, Franklin countered, returning the weapon to its sword form. Besides, I won't do it too often. Don't want to strain our lovely death stick here. Death stick. If it was possible for a god's essence bound to a sword to have an aneurysm, Cain was getting close. This is an ancient and holy weapon of incredibly sophisticated design. That can now shoot things. Franklin finished brightly. Talk about weapons development. We should patent this. I don't even know how to respond to this, Cain muttered. Eons of martial tradition. Being improved upon. Franklin insisted, the weapon shifting back to spear form as he carved through another wave of demons. Besides, did you see how effective it was? Sometimes the old ways could use a little updating. When we collect my other shards, Cain said with what sounded suspiciously like resignation, please at least try to show some respect for traditional combat forms. No promises. Franklin sang out, wielding the wailing doom with deadly efficiency despite his irreverent attitude. But hey, look on the bright side, at least I didn't try to turn it into a rocket launcher. There was a long pause in their bond. Don't you dare. I mean, now that you mention it. No. Franklin laughed as he continued his battle against the daemon hordes, the wailing doom shifting between its traditional forms with fluid grace. But Cain couldn't help noticing that his host kept eyeing the weapon speculatively, probably calculating the logistics of various projectile weapon configurations. The god of war and murder had a feeling this was going to be a very long partnership. A/N, 69. Chapter 70, October. In the labyrinthine passages of the webway, a god laughed. Seguruk, the laughing god of the Ildari, observed the ripples in the great ocean of the warp with growing amusement. Through his ineffable awareness, he watched as a transformed being carved through the armies of chaos, not an Ildari warrior, not one of the ancient race who had served as Cain's chosen for millennia, but a human. Not just any human, but a Primarch, one of the Emperor's own sons. The irony was exquisite. The greatest champion of the bloody-handed god was a transhuman warrior from a species the Ildari once considered little more than talking monkeys. The cosmic joke was so perfect it demanded appreciation. Seguruk's laughter echoed through the black library, causing ancient tomes to flutter their pages in response. His harlequins, ever attentive to their master's will, gathered before him in a swirl of color and motion. With a flourish that spoke volumes to his servants, he dispatched them on their mission. As his gaze fell upon the endangered craft world altar-sar, his chuckling took on a different tone. The pieces were falling into place in a performance worthy of the greatest cosmic drama. Meanwhile, in a momentarily quiet corner of the warp, Franklin Valorian was taking what he called a tactical pause, which was really just a fancy military term for catching his breath. I've got to say, Franklin mused, his transformed armor still smoking slightly from recent combat, the property values here are terrible, but the workout is amazing. Your capacity for frivolous commentary remains undiminished, Cain observed dryly. Before Franklin could retort, the air before them shimmered with prismatic light. A troop of harlequins materialized, their masks and costumes a riot of colors that somehow managed to be both beautiful and unsettling. Without preamble, they began to dance. Franklin watched as the harlequins performed increasingly elaborate acrobatic movements. Is this normal? Should I be taking notes? Maybe applauding. It's Seguruk's emissaries, Cain growled, his tone suggesting an old and complicated relationship. The laughing god has noticed you. Cool, cool, Franklin nodded, still watching the performance. Quick question, should I join in? Because I know this great routine from. No. Cain's horror at the suggestion was palpable. By all that is violent and bloody, do not attempt to dance with the harlequins. Spoil sport, Franklin muttered. I'll have you know I did very well in the Imperium's Got Talent show. Lemon still talks about my moonwalk. The damnable clown is trying to tell us something, Cain explained with divine exasperation. Though as always, he and his servants insist on being cryptic and irritating. The harlequin's dance grew more complex, telling a story through motion and gesture that seemed to involve a bird of prey, a sword of fire, and a craft world in peril. You know, Franklin commented, a simple astropathic message would have worked too. Maybe a quick vox call? Just saying. Seguruk has always had a flair for the dramatic, Cain grumbled. In the old days, he once spent a century telling me about a battle plan through interpretive dance. A century. Sounds rough, Franklin sympathized. Did you at least get good seats for the performance? This is serious, Cain insisted, though there was a hint of amusement in his tone. The laughing god doesn't send his harlequins lightly. I'm being serious. Franklin protested as the dancers continued their elaborate performance. Look at my serious face. He paused. Wait, can you actually see my face in here? Unfortunately, I am aware of your expressions, Cain sighed. Including that insufferable grin you're wearing right now, although I do not know how, I am able to know you are grinning with a beak right now, but I know. The Harlequin's dance reached its crescendo, ending in a tableau that seemed to point in a specific direction through the warp. Well, Franklin said brightly, I guess we know which way we're going next. Though I have to say, interpretive dance is a pretty inefficient GPS system. Just follow the direction they indicated, Cain muttered. And please don't try to show them any of your dance moves. No promises. Franklin called out cheerfully as the Harlequins began to fade away. Hey, before you go, does anyone know the electric slide? The last thing they heard was what sounded suspiciously like muffled laughter from behind the Harlequins' masks. In the heart of craft world altar-sar, where the psychic crystals pulsed with fading light and the air still hummed with the echoes of battle, a sudden arrival took the weary defenders by surprise. The Harlequins had come, unannounced and unexpected, yet their timing was impeccable as always. Even Magnus paused to observe their enigmatic entrance. The Harlequins helped them stave off the tides of demons flooding in. The performance space transformed through a masterful combination of holofields and psychic projections. The very air seemed to ripple and tear, revealing glimpses of the warp beyond. Shadows danced and writhed, taking on demonic forms before dissolving into mist. The lighting shifted between deep, oppressive darkness and sudden bursts of bloody red, each transition perfectly timed to the movements of the dancers. Witness, called the lead shadow seer, her voice echoing with otherworldly resonance, the tale of shattered divinity and renewed purpose. A blood-red hue bathed the stage, and a single harlequin emerged, wearing the mask of Cain, his face twisted in a horrific expression of divine wrath and eternal conflict. His every movement radiated violence and destruction, as though Cain himself stalked the battlefield. Younger Ildari instinctively shrank back, feeling the raw power of their war god being invoked before their very eyes. Dancers clothed in shimmering lights and illusory flames emerged next, representing the ancient foes of Cain chaos gods and their demonic minions. The dance became a war, with the Cain dancers' fierce strikes leaving trails of psychic fire in the air. The audience watched as the god dancer fought with primal fury until, at the climax, Cain was shattered. His form broke apart into splintering shards of light, each fragment representing a part of the fractured god, scattered across the battlefield of time. The stage changed, becoming a swirling nightmare of the warp, a place of impossible shapes and violent energies. Amid this, a new figure emerged, tall, proud, and distinctly non-Ildari. His mask was a blend of mortal features and godly majesty, a warrior stepping into his own legend. The audience recognized that this figure was no Ildari hero, yet his movements echoed the strength and grace of one. The dancer fought his way through demons, the twisted dancers lunging with wild abandon. His early movements were hesitant, but with every foe defeated, his strikes grew stronger and more assured. As the dance continued, his actions took on avian qualities, his arms spread like wings, his strikes diving from above with the sharpness of an eagle's talons. The dancer faced 4 daemon lords in turn, each more fearsome than the last, their masks distorted into horrendous forms. 4 elite death jesters took the stage, each representing one of the greater demons. The first, Skarbrand, moved with berserker fury, axes whirling, only to be outmaneuvered and struck down. Kairos Fate Weaver, portrayed by a performer wielding staff and scrolls, fell next, his futures shattered by unyielding might. Skabiathrax brought plague and corruption, but could not withstand the purifying flame. Finally, Shalaxi Hellbane's graceful deadliness proved insufficient against superior skill. Each battle was a mini-performance within the greater whole, showing how the dancer, standing as the symbol of human and divine fusion, overcame the ruinous powers itself. The performance reached new heights as the dancer's figure underwent a metamorphosis. Through clever use of holofields and psychic illusion, great wings of molten metal seemed to burst from the performer's back. Each movement left trails of fire in the air, creating patterns that lingered like burning afterimages. The performer soared above the stage, suspended by techniques known only to the Harlequins, diving and striking with eagle-like precision. Every swoop ended in a killing blow, every ascension carried the weight of divine purpose. Wherever he strode, reality bent and burned, yielding to his mastery over both the physical and the immaterial. He soared above the stage, wings cutting through the air, striking down enemies as he became something far more than mortal. The Cain dancer returned, though now ghostly and transparent. The two figures Cain and the Primarch moved in perfect synchronization, their motions a reflection of each other. They became indistinguishable, the line between god and mortal blurred as they exchanged a sword, a weapon that seemed to consume the light around it. The human figure emerged transformed, wielding a weapon that shifted between sword, spear, and axe, the wailing doom made manifest through artistry. His hands appeared to drip with molten blood, an echo of Cain's own mark, while his wings spread wide enough to cast shadows across the entire gathering. The stage erupted in a maelstrom of color and sound, depicting a war-torn battlefield where demons fell by the thousands before the transformed warrior. The performer moved with impossible speed, each gesture bringing down scores of enemies, while wings of burning metal smote foes. As the dance reached its conclusion, the figure stood triumphant atop a mountain of fallen demons, wings spread wide, the wailing doom raised high. The lighting caught him in a moment of perfect clarity, neither fully human nor fully divine, but something new altogether. The Shadow Seer stepped forward, her mask shifting between expressions of hope and warning as she addressed the audience. The threads of fate weave strange patterns. Where human strength and Ildari art combine, the hand of Cain rises anew. Neither fully god nor fully man, but perhaps, precisely what both require. The harlequins held their final positions, forming a living tableau of prophecy. Then, in unison, their voices rang out, echoing from both past and future. Through the crucible of stars, wings of molten light shall soar. What was scattered shall be gathered. When liberty's sun bears murder's sword, the eagle of 5 wounds shall rise. Where even gods fear to tread, the hand of Cain returns at last, to wake the god from sleeping death. The performance ended with characteristic harlequin mystery. The dancers seemed to fade like smoke, their forms becoming indistinct until only their masks remained visible, floating in the darkness. Then these two vanished, leaving the gathered Ildari in contemplative silence. The implications were clear to all present. The prophesied hand of Cain was not just another human, but a being of significant power who had earned the blessing of their god of war. This revelation would send ripples through altar-sar's population, sparking debate and discussion about the role this transformed Primarch might play in their fate. Franklin perched atop what appeared to be a mountain made of screaming faces, standard warp decoration, really, as he caught his breath after dispatching another wave of demons. You know, he said to Cain, wiping Daemon Ichor from his talons, this is getting a bit repetitive. Slice, dice, repeat. Could use some entertainment. The Immaterium, ever accommodating, promptly answered his request by beginning to shake violently. Two massive green figures burst through reality itself, locked in what could only be described as the universe's most violent brotherly wrestling match. Oi! Use Bane cunning but not brutal, shouted one. Nah. Use Bane brutal but not cunning, responded the other. Holy Throne, Franklin muttered, are those who I think they are? The orc gods, Cain confirmed, somehow managing to sound both disgusted and impressed. Gork and Mork. The divine scuffle carried the two massive green deities straight through several layers of reality and directly into Kern's domain. Their trajectory ended with Gork hurling Mork in a perfect arc that sent him crashing into the brass throne, and more importantly, its occupant. Oh shit! Franklin exclaimed, his wings instinctively spreading in preparation for a quick escape if needed. This is about to get good. The blood god rose from his throne, radiating fury that would have driven entire systems insane. Kern, in all his apocalyptic glory, looked down at the two orc gods who had just interrupted his brooding. Blood for the OOF. Kern's traditional battle cry was cut short as Mork delivered what in any other context would be called a sucker punch. Now that's proper cunnin', Mork declared proudly. Gork, not to be outdone, charged straight at Kern with all the subtlety of an orc waik. And this is proper brutal. The blood god recovered quickly, grabbing his massive axe and meeting Gork's charge head-on. The clash sent shockwaves through the warp that probably created several new colors in real space. Franklin, still watching from his perch, this is better than movie night at the Imperial Palace. The divine wrestling match escalated as Mork snuck up behind Kern. How something that large could sneak was a mystery, and kicked him in what would have been a very unsportsmanlike location, if any of them had been bound by mortal anatomy. Dat zyiz to Kunin 1. Mork declared. Kern roared in rage, more than usual, and spun around, his axe describing an arc that would have bisected several planets. Gork took advantage of the distraction to deliver a headbutt that probably registered on psychic sensors across the galaxy. And dat zyiz a brutal one. Gork added. The Blood God, demonstrating why he held his position in the pantheon of chaos, responded by grabbing Mork and using him as an improvised weapon against Gork. The sight of one orc god being used to bludgeon the other caused Franklin to cackle in delight. This is undignified, Cain commented. Are you kidding? This is amazing. Franklin replied. We need to start selling tickets to this. The divine brawl reached new heights when Mork, showing surprising tactical acumen for an embodiment of brutal cunning, or was it cunning brutality, managed to get behind Kern's throne. By the Emperor, Mork's got a brass chair. Franklin shouted, his helm's eyes blazing with excitement. The brass throne, ancient symbol of Kern's authority, was lifted high above Mork's head while Gork had the Blood God distracted with what appeared to be a combination of a bear hug and an attempt to headbutt him into next Tuesday. Dis is gonna be dead killy. Mork declared, charging forward with his improvised weapon. Kern, locked in Gork's grip, managed a split second of realization as the throne came crashing down with the force of a collapsing star. Crunch! The throne exploded into 1,000 splintering shards, flying in all directions. Reality itself quivered from the impact. Even the usually bloodthirsty demons watching from the sidelines winced as Kern took the full brunt of Mork's makeshift weapon. Franklin nearly fell off his perch, laughing, popcorn scattering everywhere. Did you see that? He smashed him with his own throne. Mork stood triumphantly in the debris, fist raised in celebration. Dat zie how ya do it, Gork. Cunning and brutal. But Gork, never one to let his brother steal the spotlight, headbutted Kern one more time for good measure. The Blood God stumbled back, massive horns dented from the repeated assaults. His rage was palpable now in apocalyptic fury that sent waves of psychic terror rippling through the immaterium. Entire demonic legions cowered, several collapsing into puddles of ichor. Kern, recovering from the onslaught, let out a deafening roar that shook the very fabric of the warp. His hand clenched around his massive axe, the blade crackling with the bloodlust of countless slain souls. With a mighty swing, he freed himself from Gork's grasp, sending the brutal god staggering backward. Enough! Kern bellowed, his voice like thunder on a planet-wide scale. You think this is a game? Oi, you z just mad cause we z winnin'. Mork taunted, hopping around in a way that would have been ridiculous if not for his titanic size. Kern, with his fury reaching an inferno-level intensity, grabbed Mork by the ankle before Mork could react. With a massive heave, he hurled Mork straight at Gork, sending the two green gods crashing together in a heap of flailing limbs. Oh, this is priceless. They're like squabbling Grok's cubs. Undignified, Cain muttered. Typical behavior for those barbarians. SHH, you're ruining it. Franklin hissed back. Gork charged. Kern was ready this time. With godly speed, he sidestepped Mork's charge, grabbed the hulking god by the neck, and with a roar that reverberated through the very fabric of the immaterium, hurled him through the air. Oi! Gork, got me good! Mork shouted as he soared through reality like an oversized, green comet. Can't let ya ave all the fun. Gork charged Kern again, but the Blood God was having none of it. With a powerful swing of his mighty axe, Kern brought the flat side crashing into Gork's skull, sending the other god flying in the same direction as Mork. The force of the strike was so immense that it ripped through the barriers of reality, sending the orc gods tumbling toward a gaping portal shimmering in the air. What's that? Franklin asked, leaning forward to get a better look at the portal. Cain tilted his head, a hint of interest creeping into his normally detached tone. That, he said, is the entrance to the remnants of the Ildari Pantheon. A place that could, theoretically, teleport the two of them to the farthest edges of the warp, the one I told you to be precise lest you get teleported. You can't be brutal and cunning if you're on the other side of the warp. Kern bellowed, and with a final mighty kick, he sent both Gork and Mork hurtling directly into the glowing portal. Franklin shook his head in disbelief. So, the solution to Gork and Mork is just teleporting them. Teleport to the other side of the warp, Cain corrected, brushing some imaginary dust from his armor. It's an old trick. They'll find their way back eventually, but it'll take them some time. Kern stood victorious, the remnants of the brass throne crumbling around him. He looked about ready to launch into his next bloodthirsty proclamation when he caught sight of Franklin still perched on his mountain of screaming faces, casually watching the entire spectacle. The blood god's fiery gaze locked onto Franklin. You. Franklin's wings spread instantly, ready for a hasty exit. Well, would you look at the time, Cain? I think it's about time for us to exit stage left, yet. Before Kern could charge, Franklin took off with a powerful beat of his wings, his laughter echoing as he vanished into the warp, leaving the blood god standing amidst the remains of his domain. As Franklin disappeared. Hey, that was entertainment. Franklin said, his voice fading as he flew away. Next time, I'm selling tickets for sure. Behind them, Kern stood among the debris, his fury still burning, but for now he had his victory. The orc gods would be back, as they always were, but until then, Kern would relish in this small moment of peace, if it could ever be called that in the warp. Chapter 71, The Target for Termination. A/N, so no chap tomorrow I'll go somewhere hee. So here's a chapter. It consists of 2 chapters for tomorrow. 5.4k words. A/N, would you let me cook once more? Franklin strode through the impossible landscape of the warp, casually spinning the wailing doom like a drum major's baton. The ancient weapon shifted forms with each rotation: spear, glaive, halberd, axe, Warhammer, each transformation accompanied by a subtle keen that gave the weapon its name. You know, Franklin said to Cain, this thing's pretty versatile. Like a Swiss Army knife, but more screamy. That weapon has existed since before your species learned to make fire, Cain replied dryly. Please stop treating it like a toy. Hey, I'm just appreciating its features. Besides, incoming. A wave of demons burst from the writhing ground, only to meet Franklin's transformed form in full fury. His metallic wings whirled around him in deadly arcs, while the wailing doom lived up to its name, each strike accompanied by a banshee's cry that made even demons flinch. You've got to admit, Franklin continued, decapitating a bloodletter while his wings impaled 3 more, I'm getting pretty good with it. Their progress toward the destination the harlequins had indicated was interrupted by something even Franklin had to admit was weird for the warp, and that was saying something. A ship, bearing imperial markings but of unfamiliar design, came crashing through reality itself. Well, that's not something you see every day, Franklin mused, taking to the air. Even in literal hell. Landing near the crash site, Franklin's arrival was announced by the satisfying sound of demons being crushed under his feet, followed by a spectacular display of firepower as his weapons systems engaged multiple targets. Smart missiles and what Franklin privately called good old-fashioned Daka cleared the immediate area. This warrior. Cain began. Yeah, I see it, Franklin replied. The Marine who emerged from the ship was interesting. The Liberty Eagle's colors were unmistakable, but the equipment? That was something else entirely. The exosuit looked like what the Independence Cluster's engineers might design if you gave them a couple centuries and unlimited resources. Before he could ponder further, the mysterious Marine leveled a disintegration rifle at him, one that made their current models look like flashlights in comparison. He's from the future, Cain stated matter-of-factly. Such things happen when your faster-than-light travel involves literally going through hell. Really? You're going to be snarky about this now? Franklin took a step forward, then suddenly remembered his current appearance, transformed into a winged, skull-faced entity of war and death, complete with bloody talons and metallic feathers that occasionally snapped out to slice nearby objects. Oh right, the whole looks like a daemon thing. The disintegration rifle fired, forcing Franklin to perform an elaborate dodge that involved both his wings and a bit of creative aerial acrobatics. Hey now! Is that any way to whoa? Another dodge. Look, can we talk about seriously? Yet another near miss. This is getting ridiculous. Franklin raised his hands in what he hoped was a universal gesture of peace, his wings spread wide but non-threateningly. Look, I can explain. Well, actually, I probably can't explain because this whole situation is ridiculous, but I can at least prove I'm not a daemon. Most of the time. Currently. It's complicated. The Marine paused his assault, possibly more due to confusion than conviction. Franklin took the opportunity to remove his transformed helm, revealing his familiar features. The Marine's reaction was not what he expected. Father. Franklin blinked, looked at the wailing doom where Cain's presence resided, and then back at the Marine. Well, he said slowly, this is awkward. I don't remember having any kids yet. Unless there's something you're not telling me about that one weekend on Nova Libertas. He's your gene son, you absolute buffoon, Cain interjected with what could only be described as an ethereal face palm. A space marine. From your legion. From the future. Oh, Franklin nodded sagely. That makes much more sense. Though I have to say, time travel seems a bit excessive just to avoid writing home. The Marine lowered his weapon, though his stance suggested he was still processing the situation. Given that he'd just crashed through time into literal hell only to find his gene-father looking like he'd raided a daemon's wardrobe, that was probably fair. So, Franklin said brightly, come here often. Really? Cain sighed. That's your opening line. Hey, you try coming up with appropriate small talk for meeting your future son from another timeline while standing in actual hell. It's harder than it looks. The future son seemed to shake himself out of his shock, raising his weapon once more, this time to aim past Franklin at the approaching threats. Just like the stories, the Marine muttered, almost to himself. You really do joke in the face of anything. Stories. Franklin perked up. Oh, you have to tell me about these. Are they flattering? Do they mention how dashingly handsome I am? Focus, Cain interrupted. Demons first, family bonding later. Father and future son turned to face the oncoming horde, ready to fight side by side in the impossible realm of the warp. So, Franklin called out as his wings spread for battle, do I at least end up being a cool dad? The response was lost in the sound of disintegration fire and the wail of an ancient god weapon. 000.41 M. Independence Sector. The Library of Congress held many secrets, but none more precious than its heart. Deep within the fortress's adamantine walls lay a chamber unlike any other in the Imperium, a fusion of technology and reverence that even the Mechanikus would find remarkable, if they were ever allowed to see it. Denzel Washington, the last captain of the first generation, stood before the stasis coffin of his Primarch. His exosuit, a masterwork of Primaris engineering, bore the weathering of 10 millennia of warfare, yet maintained its pristine functionality. The navy blue and crimson red of the Liberty Eagles still shone as bright as the day Franklin had first approved the colors. Another day, old friend, Denzel spoke to the ornate coffin that held Franklin Valorian. The Primarch lay in state, eternally young, the legendary death sword still clutched in his hands. The weapon that had channeled the power of a god now rested as dormant as its master, refusing all attempts to separate it from Franklin's grip. Around the chamber, crystalline structures held the ghostly images of fallen heroes. Stephen Armstrong, the Liberator's executioner whose boisterous laughter had once echoed through the halls of their fortress. John Ezra, the ever-vigilant head of the Secret Service whose networks had saved countless lives. Vladimir Mendeleev, whose psychic might had rivaled that of the greatest librarians. You should see what your sons have become, old friend, Denzel spoke, his voice carrying the weight of ages. The Primaris Project, you'd be proud of what your gene seed has achieved. Though none quite match that first batch you helped perfect. Remember that time on Nova Libertas. Denzel continued, a rare smile crossing his features. When Stephen convinced you to participate in that drinking contest with the guardsmen. Armstrong always did know how to get you into trouble. His smile faded as memories of Istvan surfaced. They died well, brother. Stephen, John, Vladimir, they took hundreds of traitors with them. The first generation stood true. The farcers came again today, Denzel continued, watching as ethereal light played across Franklin's features. Still seeking Cain's blessing. Still receiving it, though you and he slumber. He shook his head with a slight smile. Never thought I'd see the day when Eldar would pray at a human's coffin. His hand unconsciously traced the enhanced physiology that had saved his life. Sometimes I wonder if you knew, brother. If you knew that making me the first Primaris would mean I'd have to watch all our brothers fall. Armstrong at Istvan, Ezra in the Webway War, Vladimir defending Terra. The chamber's ambient lighting shifted subtly, indicating an incoming priority message. The hololithic projection of Aegis, the Independence Sector's master AI, materialized nearby. A soft blue light manifested beside him as Aegis, the Independence Sector's governing AI, projected its avatar. Chapter Master, the AI's voice was unusually urgent. A vessel has emerged from the warp at the system's edge, the Spirit of Eternity. Its signature matches Golden Age archives. The revelations from the Spirit of Eternity's AI reverberated not only through the Independence Sector but also through the highest echelons of Imperial power. The knowledge of humanity's dark and inevitable future, the final victory of chaos, spread like wildfire, igniting a grim sense of urgency among the Imperium's leaders. But no one felt the weight of this revelation more acutely than Sanguinius, the Angel of Baal. Sanguinius, the angelic Primarch who had once been the embodiment of hope and nobility for the Imperium, now bore the weight of countless sacrifices made for humanity's survival. His ascension to the mantle of Lord Regent had come in the darkest of times after so many of his brothers had fallen, disappeared, or were consumed by the same madness that had shattered their father, the Emperor. With the Emperor entombed upon the Golden Throne, it had been Sanguinius who shouldered the burden of leadership, a beacon amidst the ever-encroaching darkness. Standing aboard the Imperator Somnium, Sanguinius faced his brother Robert Guillemon. The Lord of Ultramar's analytical mind had already processed the implications of what they had learned, and for once, his strategic thinking aligned perfectly with his brother's burning desire for action. "This is not a war of reunification," Sanguinius declared, his wings spread wide in a display of martial glory. "This is a crusade of extermination. Every fortress of chaos, every cultist haven, every dark temple in the Matrium must burn." Guillemon nodded, his mind already calculating logistics and deployment patterns. "We cannot defeat chaos in its own realm, but we can deny it anchors in reality. Starve the cancer before it metastasizes." The Imperial war machine began a systematic purge of known chaos strongholds throughout the galaxy. Everything outside the Eye of Terror was marked for destruction. World after world was scoured clean, with a thoroughness that would have made even the most dedicated Inquisitor of the future proud. The Pyrrhus Reach system became one of the most contested battlegrounds of this new crusade. Once a prosperous collection of worlds on the fringes of the Imperium, it had become a festering wound of chaos influence. Now it burned under the combined fury of Imperial retribution. Drop pods rained from the skies like metal meteors, while stormbirds and thunderhawks blackened the atmosphere with their numbers. The numerous Astartes chapters began their attack. Terminators teleport directly into corruption-tainted temples, while assault marines descended on wings of flame to engage the enemy. In the midst of a maelstrom of violence and chaos, where the skies burned with the fires of war and the earth trembled beneath the boots of titanic warriors, Captain Henry Cavill of the Liberty Eagle's first company clashed with Erebus, the first chaplain of the Word-bearers. The battlefield around them was a hellscape of death, Imperial forces locked in a brutal struggle with the heretical zealots of chaos. But amid the carnage, the focus was on these two giants, their duel the centerpiece of the storm. Captain Cavill's hyperphase sword meeting Erebus's Crozius in a shower of sparks. The first company captain of the Liberty Eagles fought with all the skill earned through millennia of warfare, but Erebus, curse his black soul, was no novice himself. "Is that all the vaunted Liberty Eagles can muster?" Erebus taunted, his scarred face twisted in a mocking smile. "I expected more from Valorian's sons." Henry's response was a lightning-fast combination that would have decapitated a lesser opponent. But Erebus had been playing this game since before the heresy itself, and he slithered away from the killing blow like the snake he was. The Dark Apostle had already wounded several of Henry's battle brothers, his accursed Crozius leaving wounds that refused to heal. "Your kind has always fascinated me," Erebus called out, his voice carrying easily over the din of battle. "The Liberty Eagles, so steadfast, so pure. Did you know we tried to corrupt your gene seed? Multiple times, in fact." Henry's response was a burst of disintegration fire. Erebus moved with supernatural speed, avoiding most shots while deflecting others with his Crozius. "The experiments always failed," Erebus continued, almost conversational as he struck. His weapon caught Henry in the side, cracking tyranimite and drawing blood. "Something about your Primarch's gene seed. Too willful." A particularly vicious blow sent Henry crashing into one of the chapel's fallen columns. His armor's system screamed warnings as multiple ruptures were detected. Blood flowed freely from several wounds. Erebus stood over him, his corrupted armor a masterwork of horrific imagery. "Such a shame about your Primarch, you know. Franklin Valorian, the great eagle of liberty, dead for nothing." Despite his injuries, Henry attempted to rise. "He died, protecting humanity, something you wouldn't understand, traitor." Erebus laughed, and the sound made the very air feel unclean. "Oh, but I am so much more than just a traitor, young one. Would you like to know a secret? One that has burned in my black heart for 10,000 years." Despite the pain, despite knowing better, Henry found himself listening. There was something in Erebus's tone, a sort of gleeful malice that promised horrible truth. The air shimmered, and suddenly they were surrounded by visions, memories of betrayal made manifest. Henry watched in horror as scenes played out around them. Small gatherings in the shadows of mighty vessels, Erebus whispering to battle brothers, planting seeds of doubt. The subtle corruption of loyalty into suspicion, faith into fear. Then the fateful moment, Erebus on Davin, the cursed blade sliding between Horus's armor plates, carrying damnation into the War Master's blood. I orchestrated it all, Erebus gloated. The fall of Horus, the corruption of the word-bearers. The vision shifted to Garviel Loken, stalwart and true, cut down by betrayal. Then to Lorgar, kneeling in the ashes of Monarchia, Erebus's poisoned words turning grief to hatred. You. Henry struggled to rise, rage giving him strength. You damned humanity. Indeed. I am the architect of the heresy. The hand that toppled the first domino. And now, I'll add your skull to the collection that began with. Please, a new voice rang out, terrible in its beauty, magnificent in its fury. Do continue. The color drained from Erebus's face as massive wings cast their shadow over him. He turned, slowly, to face the source of that voice. Sanguinius, the great angel, Lord Regent of the Imperium of Man, stood in all his terrible majesty. His wings, spanning wider than a thunderhawk's, were spread to their full extent. The blade and carmine gleamed in his grip, and his perfect features were twisted into an expression of pure, angelic fury. Lord Sanguinius, Erebus managed, his previous bravado evaporating like morning dew. You were just explaining, Sanguinius said, his voice carrying the weight of 10 millennia of pain, how you orchestrated my brother's fall. How you planted the seeds of humanity's near destruction. How you corrupted Horus, my beloved brother. Please, don't stop on my account. My lord, Henry called out, trying to warn of Erebus's tricks, but it wasn't necessary. Erebus attempted to teleport away, his favorite escape trick. But Sanguinius's psychic might had already closed that avenue of retreat. The angel's power pressed down on reality itself, trapping the architect of the heresy in place. No escape, Sanguinius declared, advancing with the inevitability of divine judgment. No more running. No more manipulation. Just you, your sins, and my judgment. The gods protect, Erebus began, raising his weapon. Sanguinius moved faster than even Henry's enhanced senses could follow. The blade and carmine took Erebus's sword hand at the wrist. Before the severed appendage hit the ground, the angel's free hand had grabbed the word-bearer by the throat. My brother died believing he had failed humanity, Sanguinius said, his voice trembling with rage. Franklin sacrificed himself thinking he could save what Horus would destroy. Countless billions died. And you orchestrated it all. What followed would be spoken of in whispers for centuries to come. The great angel's vengeance was terrible to behold. Piece by piece, limb by limb, he dismantled the architect of the heresy. Each break, each tear was measured, deliberate, and executed with the precision of an artist creating a masterpiece of revenge. And through it all, Henry watched, his enhanced healing finally closing his wounds. He watched justice being delivered, and knew deep in his soul that it wasn't enough. Not nearly enough. In the stratagem of the Liberty Eagle's Library of Congress, hololithic displays flickered with 10,000 years of history. Denzel Washington, his ancient face bearing the weight of millennia, stood before the tactical array while Aegis processed countless data streams. Cross-reference, Monarchia incident with subsequent word-bearer activities, Denzel commanded, his voice carrying the gravitas of one who had witnessed the death of an age. Overlay with known Erebus movements. The AI's response was immediate, analyzing. Primary catalyst identified, Monarchia's destruction. Secondary wave, word-bearer's apparent compliance. Tertiary phase, Erebus's increased interaction with other legions. I knew Horus, Denzel said quietly, his augmented hand clenching. Before everything went wrong. Franklin and I both did. The rivalry between our legions was different then. Professional. Almost friendly. The displays shifted, showing a timeline of events. Monarchia's destruction. Word-bearer's supposed redemption, Erebus's rise to influence. The Davin incident, Horus's fall. Istvan drop site massacre. Look at the pattern, Aegis highlighted specific nodes. Erebus's movements precede each major deterioration in legion relations. His presence is the common factor in multiple pivotal moments. Denzel's eyes narrowed. We were all watching the Primarches. Looking for signs of discontent among the sons of the Emperor. But Erebus, he was beneath our notice. A space marine influencing a Primarch? It seemed impossible. Yet he did more than influence, Aegis continued. Statistical analysis shows his actions were precisely calculated. The powder keg was already there. Angren's pain and rage. Perturabo's bitterness. Lorgar's crisis of faith. Magnus' pursuit of knowledge. Kur's instability. Mortarian's hypocritical nature. Fulgrim's obsession with perfection. Alfarius/Omegan's secretive nature. Franklin tried, Denzel remembered, his voice heavy with old grief. Emperor knows he tried. The nails in Angren's head, Franklin actually found a way to remove them. But by then, the damage was done, Aegis completed. Psychological analysis indicates removal of the nails could not undo the decades of conditioning and trauma. Similar patterns emerge with other attempted interventions. Perturabo's recognition came too late. Magnus' warnings were already tainted by pride. Kur's paranoia had become self-fulfilling. The displays showed Franklin's various attempts at intervention. Medical procedures for Angren. Diplomatic missions to Olympia. Technological exchanges with Prospero. Support operations for the Night Lords. Erebus used each failure to reinforce his narrative, Aegis concluded. Each thwarted attempt at healing became another crack in the foundation of brotherhood. Denzel activated a specific memory capture, showing Horus before the heresy. The Primarch's face was proud, noble, untainted by what was to come. We were looking for a grand conspiracy. Some massive, obvious threat. Instead, it was a single pebble that started the avalanche, Aegis finished. Erebus identified the stress points and applied precise pressure. Analysis shows a 94% probability that without his specific influence, the various Legion grievances would have remained manageable. The tactical display shifted again, showing Erebus's movements like a poison spreading through the Imperium. His whispers to Lorgar. His counsel to Horus. His manipulation of the lodge system. His corruption of the warrior lodges. His orchestration of the Davin incident. The perfect cover, Denzel mused. A mere space marine, when everyone was watching the demigods among us. Who would suspect that one of Lorgar's sons could corrupt Horus himself? This also explains the timing, Aegis added. The Emperor's departure for Terra. The creation of the Council of Nicaea. The censure of Magnus. Erebus didn't create these events, but analysis shows he maximized their divisive potential. Denzel turned to a final display, a picked capture of the Liberty Eagles and Luna Wolves during better days. Franklin and Horus stood together, their rivalry then still brotherly. One man. One single space marine managed to tear it all apart. Not just tear it apart, Aegis corrected. He engineered the greatest civil war humanity has ever known. And he did it by understanding something fundamental: even demigods can be manipulated if you understand their doubts and fears. The weight of this revelation hung in the air of the stratagem. 10,000 years of war, trillions upon trillions dead, an Imperium forever scarred, all traceable back to the calculated actions of one corrupted space marine. Now we know, Denzel said quietly. But knowing the cause doesn't undo the damage. No, Aegis agreed. But it does present a singular point of failure. A specific moment in time where everything could have been different. He meets with the Lord Regent and the Imperial Chancellor. Three legendary figures stood around a hololithic display showing the grim darkness of their present, a wounded Imperium, slowly healing but bearing scars that should never have been. Denzel, his ancient face bearing the wisdom of 10,000 years, looked up at the towering forms of Sanguinius and Rabut Guilliman. The Lord Regent's wings cast golden shadows across the chamber, while the Imperial Chancellor's presence filled the room with an aura of calculated purpose. Aegis confirms it's possible, Denzel began, his voice carrying the weight of centuries. The spirit of eternity's temporal engine can be pushed beyond its limits. One shot, one chance to make it right. Sanguinius's wings shifted slightly, golden feathers catching the light. At the cost of destroying the engine itself. Yes, my Lord Regent, Denzel confirmed. But Aegis believes the destruction would create a temporal ripple through the warp. The Chaos Gods wouldn't be able to undo whatever changes our agent makes. Guilliman stepped forward, his armor's power field casting blue reflections across the tactical displays. The obvious choice would be for one of us to go, he said, gesturing between himself and Sanguinius. But that's not possible, is it? No, Lord Chancellor, Denzel shook his head. The temporal mathematics are clear. Meeting your past self would create paradoxes we can't afford. The timeline is fragile enough as it is. And you can't go either, old friend, Sanguinius added, placing a hand on Denzel's shoulder. Your presence would raise too many questions in that era. Guilliman's tactical mind was already working through possibilities. What about Captain Titus? He's proven himself against chaos time and again. My lord, Denzel interjected respectfully, if I may, it needs to be a Liberty Eagle. Both Primarches fell silent, understanding immediately. The hololith shifted to show images of Istvan V, where the Liberty Eagles had paid such a terrible price. Horus knew, Sanguinius said softly. He knew your legion's power had to be broken first. Denzel nodded grimly. Our overwhelming firepower, our technology, our bonds with our mortal allies, Horus saw us as the biggest threat to his rebellion. That's why the Istvan massacre happened. That's why we lost John, Stephen, and Vladimir. The traitors made sure to target your officers first, Guilliman recalled, his perfect memory bringing back the reports. They knew taking out your command structure would cripple your legion's effectiveness. Which is why it must be one of ours, Denzel continued. Someone who knows our legion's soul, who can interact with Franklin and our past brothers without raising suspicion. Sanguinius's wings spread slightly, his psychic aura brightening. You have someone in mind. Henry Cavill, captain of my first company, Denzel confirmed. 400 years of service as a Primaris Marine. He's faced down greater demons, led campaigns across the Nihilus, and just witnessed Erebus's confession firsthand. The one who fought Erebus? Guilliman asked, though he already knew the answer. His perfect memory recalled the reports of that battle, and Sanguinius's subsequent justice. Yes. He has the motivation, the skill, and most importantly, the wisdom to handle such a delicate mission. Denzel's eyes showed pride as he spoke of his captain. He understands our legion's spirit but isn't bound by the limitations of our original gene seed. He's the perfect bridge between past and future. The two Primarches exchanged glances, centuries of brotherhood allowing them to communicate volumes in a single look. Both remembered Franklin's sacrifice, the weight of choices made and unmade, the long years of rebuilding what should never have been broken. Time travel, Guilliman mused, breaking the silence. In all my tactical treatises, I never considered writing protocols for this. A small smile crossed Sanguinius's face. Perhaps in the next edition, brother. The moment of levity passed quickly, replaced by the gravity of their decision. Three heroes of the Imperium, considering the unthinkable, changing history itself. Bring him in, Sanguinius finally commanded. Let's meet the man who might save the past to preserve our future. Denzel bowed and turned to leave, but paused at the threshold. My lords. Franklin once told me that liberty isn't just about freedom from tyranny. It's about the freedom to make things right. Both Primarches nodded solemnly as Denzel left to summon Henry Cavill, the man who would carry the weight of history itself on his shoulders. I stand at the observation deck of the Imperator Somnium, my father's flagship, now mine to command as Lord Regent. The stars beyond the armored glass seem different somehow, as if they too know that this is not how things were meant to be. Franklin should be here, not I. His sacrifice, his choice to take my place that day haunts me still. The data slate in my hand shows reports from across the Imperium. The Independence sector's latest technological marvels, robots continuing Indomitus crusade, and intelligence about Abaddon's forces regrouping after their limited success at Cadia. A smile crosses my lips as I read Denzel Washington's latest report from the Liberty Eagles. That one, he carries Franklin's legacy well. My wings shift slightly as I sense a presence behind me, Dante the chapter master of my legion, know my chapter. My Lord Regent, Dante begins, but I raise a hand to stop him. Brother, I correct him gently. Some habits of leadership I learned from Franklin, the importance of brotherhood over hierarchy. The Liberty Eagles taught us all that lesson. The report is about Henry Cavill, the first captain of the Liberty Eagles. His encounter with Erebus troubles me deeply. The rage I felt upon hearing that worm's confession. I have never lost control like that before. Not since the day Horus, no, best not to dwell on what might have been. I turn my gaze back to the stars. The Imperium is different from what my visions once showed me. Not perfect, nothing involving humanity ever is, but better. The Independence sector balancing Mars's influence with innovation. The Primaris project, completed during the heresy's final days, gave us warriors like Denzel, a living bridge between Astartes and Primarch. And now, this plan with the spirit of eternity. Time travel. The very concept seems like tech heresy, yet here we are, contemplating sending a warrior back to prevent it all. Henry's determination reminds me of Franklin. That same fire, that same unwavering dedication to duty. Would you have approved, brother? I wonder, thinking of Franklin. Is this the right path? The weight of the decision bears down on my shoulders. As Lord Regent, my word will authorize this desperate gambit. One chance to prevent the heresy, to save trillions of lives, and possibly erase this better, if still imperfect, present we've built. I remember the day Franklin took my place. He knew, somehow he knew, what would happen on the vengeful spirit. I close my eyes, remembering his last words to me, the Imperium needs its angel more than its eagle. Such hubris, such nobility, such... Franklin. My reflection in the armored glass shows a face unmarred by the ravages of the heresy, as it might have been. Sanguinius chuckled softly, a rare sound that echoed in the quiet chamber as he recalled the feeble attempts of Gauge van Dyer and the ecclesiarchy to seize power. Did they truly believe they could challenge the authority of a Primarch? Let alone the angel, who stood not only as the Lord Regent of the Imperium but also as its living symbol of unity and strength. Fools, he murmured, his voice barely a whisper. Van Dyer's arrogance had been amusing, his misguided ambition laughable. The High Lords, the ecclesiarchy, they all had forgotten what true power looked like. They thought bureaucracy and superstition could overcome the will of the Emperor's chosen son, but they were wrong. In their ignorance, they had dared to dream of overthrowing him, yet they had never stood a chance. A more stable Imperium despite its divisions. All because one brother chose to change fate. And now we contemplate changing it again. The data slate chimes with another update. The spirit of eternity's calculations are complete. They can send Henry back, but only once. One chance to prevent Erebus from setting the galaxy ablaze. My wings spread unconsciously as I consider the implications. The scientific minds of the independence sector assure me they can do it, that they can send Henry back to the precise moment needed. But what then? How many changes can the timeline endure before it becomes unrecognizable? Will Franklin's sacrifice be undone? Will this better future we've built dissolve like morning mist? These are the thoughts that plague an angel when he should be sleeping. Robert would tell me to analyze it logically, to weigh the probabilities. But this is beyond probability. This is about faith not in the Emperor as a god, but in humanity's ability to make better choices given the chance. I activate my personal vox, connecting to the Liberty Eagle's Library of Congress. Captain Cavil, I say, it's time. As I issue the order, I feel the weight of two futures, the one we've built from Franklin's sacrifice, and the one we might create through Captain Cavil's mission. The Imperium marks time by my father's will in the year 42,000 by the Emperor's grace. But I measure it differently. I count from the day Franklin chose to die so I might live, so the Imperium might have its angel to guide it through the darkness. Now we seek to prevent that darkness altogether. The irony would make Franklin laugh. My reflection shows a smile at that thought. Even now, millennia later, my brother's spirit influences us all. The Liberty Eagle's culture of brotherhood over blind obedience, their balance of duty and humanity, these are his true legacies. Whatever comes of the mission, that legacy will endure. Of that, at least, I am certain. The stars beyond the glass offer no answers, but they bear witness to my choice. As they once watched Franklin make his, they now watch me set in motion another change that will echo through time itself. For the Emperor. For humanity. For a brother's sacrifice. For hope. Henry stood before the spirit of eternity. The ancient vessel's temporal engine hummed with power that predated the Imperium of man. Around him stood the architects of this desperate gambit. Denzel Washington, his armor bearing the weight of centuries, looked at his successor with pride and sadness. It has to be you, Henry. I'm too old, and seeing myself. He shook his head. The temporal implications would be catastrophic. Robert Guillemon stood with Sanguinius, both Primarches bearing the gravity of what they were about to attempt. The voice of Aegis, the sector's ancient AI guardian, echoed through the chamber. The temporal engine will function once, Captain Cavil. One journey, one chance. After this, the technology will be forever burned out. Henry checked his weapons one last time. On his torso the double-headed eagle spread its wings proudly. Your target is Erebus, Sanguinius stated, before he can poison my brothers, before he can corrupt Lorgar, before he can wound Horus. End him, and you may save trillions. For humanity, Guillemon added. For the Imperium, Denzel echoed. Henry stepped onto the temporal platform, his resolve absolute. The last words he spoke before the light took him were clear and firm. For Valorian. The light flared, reality bent, and Captain Henry Cavill, greatest of Franklin's sons in the dark future, began his journey to save humanity from its darkest hour. Chapter 72, Horde? What horde? Reality fractured around the captain as the ship entered the time stream. The warp, that hellish dimension of chaos and madness, reached out with ethereal tendrils. Whispers began to seep through the vessel's ancient wards, the voices of the chaos gods themselves, each carrying their own flavor of malice and despair. Never, hissed Synch, the sound like breaking glass and burning libraries. You cannot, growled Kern, blood dripping from each syllable. You will fail, purred Slaanesh, their voice a discordant symphony. Return to dust, moaned Nurgle, words heavy with decay. The whispers grew to a crescendo, threatening to overwhelm even Cavill's transhuman mind. But just as darkness seemed to close in, a brilliant golden light burst through the ship. It was warm, familiar, the light of the Emperor himself. A voice, vast as the cosmos yet intimate as a father's whisper, reached out to him. Go, son of Valorian. Humanity has one last chance to prosper. Back in the timeline they'd left behind, 3 legendary figures stood witness: Sanguinius, his wings spread wide, Robert Gilliman, his tactical mind already calculating possibilities, and Denzel Washington, chapter master of the Liberty Eagles, watched as the Astronomicon itself seemed to respond to their mission, sending forth a pillar of pure psychic energy to shield the temporal trajectory. But even the Emperor's power couldn't completely deny the Chaos Gods their due. Synch, the schemer, managed to slip through a tendril of change just enough to alter the spirit of eternity's course. The mighty vessel, perhaps the last of its kind, shuddered and crashed through the barriers between real space and the warp. The impact threw Cavill against the command throne. Emergency systems flared, as reality itself seemed to tear around him. When the vessel finally came to rest, he knew immediately that something had gone wrong. The air itself felt wrong, charged with malevolent energy. Forcing open the main hatch, Cavill emerged into a nightmare. The warp stretched endlessly around him, its impossible geography defying mortal comprehension. In the distance, shapes moved, demons, drawn to this unexpected morsel in their realm. His hand tightened on his disintegration rifle, knowing that even his transhuman abilities might not be enough here. Then came the sound, the screech of metal wings and the roar of ancient engines. A figure descended from the impossible skies, each wing beat leaving trails of fire in its wake. It was massive, easily twice as Cavill's height, its face hidden behind a mask reminiscent of a bird of prey. Missiles streaked from its form, turning approaching demons into clouds of ichor and warp stuff. Training took over. Cavill's rifle came up, its disintegration beam lancing out toward the unknown entity. But the being moved with impossible grace, its metallic wings carrying it through elaborate aerial maneuvers that seemed to mock physics itself. Hey now! The figure called out, dodging another shot. Is that any way to woe? Another near miss. Look, can we talk about seriously? The voice was familiar. Impossibly familiar. The figure landed, raising its hands in a peaceful gesture while keeping its wings spread wide, not threateningly, but almost protectively. Look, I can explain. Well, actually, I probably can't explain because this whole situation is ridiculous, but I can at least prove I'm not a daemon. Most of the time. Currently. It's complicated. Cavill's finger hesitated on the trigger. The figure took advantage of the pause to remove its helm, revealing features that sent a shock through Cavill's enhanced system. Features he'd seen in countless statues, paintings, and historical records. Features that had been genetically imprinted into his very being. Father. The word escaped before he could stop it. Standing before him was Franklin Valorian himself, the Liberator, Primarch of the Liberty Eagles, genetic father to millions of space marines including Cavill himself. The wings were exactly as described in the ancient texts, and something in Cavill's enhanced genetics sang in recognition. Well, Franklin said, his familiar grin somehow both reassuring and slightly manic, this is either the strangest family reunion ever, or the warp is being particularly creative with its illusions today. Either way, he gestured at the swirling chaos around them, this isn't exactly the safest place for a chat. Even space marines don't last long in the raw warp. Care to follow me? Cavill hesitated only for a moment. His mission was paramount, the very future of humanity depended on it. But this was his Primarch, his gene father, and every fiber of his enhanced being told him this was no illusion. Besides, he needed a guide in this realm of madness. Walking through the twisted landscape of the warp, Franklin Valorian and Henry Cavill made an odd pair, the winged Primarch in his mech suit and the time-traveling space marine from the 41st millennium. Despite the surreal circumstances, they fell into an easy conversation, with Franklin's casual demeanor helping to ease the tension. So, Franklin began, his wings occasionally twitching to disperse any warp energies that got too close. Tell me about this future of yours. I'm guessing things got pretty interesting if you're pulling time travel shenanigans. Henry's deep voice, remarkably similar to his ancient namesakes, carried a weight of centuries as he spoke. The Imperium changed significantly. The legions were broken down into chapters of 1,000 Marines each, following something called the Codex Astartes, and the one leading us is Chapter Master Denzel Washington. Franklin's face scrunched up in disapproval. Spacebook? Sounds like something my brother would come up with. Makes for decent toilet paper, I'd imagine. A slight smile crossed Henry's face. We found ways around it. The Liberty Eagles maintained our numbers by remaining in a constant state of war, much like the Black Templars. Our primary target became the Necrons. And the Independence sector. It became the technological pillar of the Imperium. Mars and the Adeptus Mechanicus came second in terms of production and innovation. Franklin's eyebrow raised. Adeptus Mechanicus? You mean the Mechanicum of Mars? When Henry nodded, a smirk spread across Franklin's face. Ha! Even in the far future, Mars comes in second. Some things never change. As they continued walking, Henry detailed the War of the Beast, describing how it took the combined might of Sanguinius, Robert Guilliman, and Fukin to combat the orcs led by a prime orc. Franklin didn't recognize the names, but his expression grew serious at the mention of Crux. The Necrons gave us trouble initially, Henry continued, but when Lord Regent Sanguinius authorized the deployment of the Independence Sector's Men of Iron, the tide turned. We even managed to capture and study a damaged world engine. The Eldari became close allies, particularly with the Independence Sector. You'd see them everywhere, even praying at your coffin. Franklin stopped abruptly. My what now? Henry's voice grew solemn. You fell fighting Horus. Horus. Franklin's expression flickered between disbelief and understanding. I wouldn't lose to Horus unless, the Chaos Gods juiced him up, didn't they? Must be some sort of really good juice being able to take me down. Henry's nod confirmed his suspicion. Franklin's eyes narrowed as he processed this information. So Horus betrays us, but why? That's actually related to my mission, Henry began, but Franklin raised a hand to silence him. They had been walking for what seemed like days in the timeless warp. And the Tyranids? Franklin asked, changing the subject. I trust they've been keeping things interesting. Henry's expression brightened slightly. They actually keep searching for a big gold and shining god to fight again. Our psychers intercepted the message. Franklin's laughter echoed through the warp. Oh, that's rich. Those bugs from the Harlequin sector want a rematch with the Emperor. Now that's determination. As Henry opened his mouth to elaborate on his mission, Franklin subtly pointed upward. 8 Xiantian daemon circled overhead, its multiple eyes fixed on their conversation. Henry immediately tensed, realizing how his father's easygoing presence had affected him. He understood firsthand now why the Blood Angels and Ultramarines always seemed so energized when fighting alongside their Primarches. Franklin shot the daemon, making it explode. To change the subject, Franklin asked with a hint of mischief, "Tell me, son, what's the Liberty Eagles doctrine?" "Overwhelming firepower," Henry answered without hesitation. "And how do you picture overwhelming firepower?" "A wall of firepower that prevents the opponent from finding any window of opportunity." Franklin's chuckle carried an edge of amusement. Seems Denzel toned down the overwhelming firepower doctrine in the future. Toned down? Henry's brow furrowed, his chiseled features expressing genuine confusion. Even with his enhanced physique and rugged good looks, he couldn't quite hide his bewilderment. "Father, with all due respect, our doctrine has laid waste to entire armies. How could that be considered toned down?" Franklin's response was to point downward, toward a valley in the impossible landscape. "Tell me, son, what do you see down there?" Henry looked. Below them, a massive horde of demons writhed and twisted, thousands strong at least. "I see a daemon horde, perhaps 3,000 strong, various aspects represented but primarily." He never finished the sentence. In the span of a single second, Franklin's mech suit unleashed what could only be described as apocalypse incarnate. Every weapon system activated simultaneously: missiles, energy weapons, gravitic ordnance, and things Henry couldn't even identify. The valley didn't just explode, it ceased to exist in any meaningful sense of the word. Where thousands of demons had been, there was now only a smoking crater that seemed to bend reality around its edges. Franklin turned to Henry, his grin now positively radiant. What horde? Henry stared at the devastation, his mind working to process what he'd just witnessed. His father had eliminated a threat he hadn't even finished analyzing, with such overwhelming force that the very concept of resistance became meaningless. It wasn't just about preventing the enemy from finding an opportunity, it was about removing the very possibility that such an opportunity could exist. I see, Henry managed, his deep voice tinged with awe. I believe I understand now why the historical texts always mentioned your intervention as decisive. Franklin laughed, the sound echoing through the warp in defiance of all the horror around them. Historical texts, he says. Son, I hope you're not spending too much time reading about your old man instead of making some history of your own. Well, Henry replied, a slight smirk tugging at his lips, I would say my current situation is rather historical in nature. Fair point. Franklin conceded. Though I have to ask, of all the Space Marines in the future, they sent Superman. Henry's eyebrows shot up in surprise. You know about that? Son, I'm from a civilization advanced enough to make most of the Imperium's technology look like sticks and stones. Of course I know about Superman. They shared a laugh, the sound carrying through the impossible space around them, a moment of pure joy in the midst of madness. Henry then stared back at the destruction, his genetically enhanced mind processing what he'd just witnessed. This was truly overwhelming firepower, not just enough to win, but enough to make the very concept of resistance meaningless. He thought about the Liberty Eagle's doctrine in his time and realized that while still formidable, it had indeed been somewhat diluted over the millennia. As if reading his thoughts, Franklin placed a hand on his son's shoulder. Remember, son, when we say overwhelming firepower, we mean overwhelming. If the enemy can still fight back, you haven't brought enough guns. His voice carried the weight of experience despite its humorous tone. Though I suppose I should be glad my legion still remembers the basics, even after all those millennia. Henry nodded, a new understanding dawning in his eyes. This was the Primarch of Liberty in his prime, a being who combined tactical genius with an almost excessive approach to warfare, all while maintaining a sense of humor that made him both approachable and unpredictable. It was one thing to read about it in the historical records, it was another to witness it firsthand. Now then, Franklin said, his wings flexing as he scanned the horizon, we should keep moving. The warp isn't kind to travelers, and we've already attracted enough attention. He glanced meaningfully at the sky where the Tsianchan daemon had been. Though I suspect you've got quite a story to tell when we find a more private venue. As they continued their journey through the twisted landscape of the warp, Henry couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. The histories had recorded Franklin Valorian as a legendary figure, but they hadn't captured everything. They hadn't mentioned how his presence could lift spirits even in the depths of the warp, or how his humor masked a tactical mind that was always analyzing, always planning. Most importantly, they hadn't mentioned how he could make even a space marine from the far future feel like he was exactly where he needed to be. Through the ever-shifting maze of the warp, Franklin spotted their destination, a massive crystalline structure that seemed to defy the chaos around it, the webway. What caught their attention wasn't the ancient construction itself, but rather a gaping wound in its surface, through which poured an endless stream of demonic entities. Franklin tilted his head slightly, as if listening to an unseen companion. Cain, you sure about this? The voice that responded seemed to emanate from the death sword at Franklin's hip, carrying an ancient and deadly authority. It's the only breach in this section of the webway. Unless you'd prefer wandering the warp for a few more centuries. Franklin's characteristic grin spread across his face. Through that horde of demons down there. Yes, we'll need to. Before Cain could finish, Franklin's mech suit blazed to life. Every weapon system activated simultaneously, turning the gathering daemon horde into a spectacular light show of destruction. The barrage was so intense that reality itself seemed to ripple under the assault. What horde? Franklin asked proudly. The voice of Cain carried a note of resigned amusement. I should have known you'd do that. However, the warp wasn't so easily denied. Even as the echoes of Franklin's barrage faded, new demons began materializing from the twisted ether. They poured from impossible angles, their numbers growing exponentially with each passing moment. Right then, time for Plan B, Franklin announced. He reached out and grabbed Henry, who had been methodically analyzing their tactical situation. "Hang on tight, son." Henry found himself secured in his father's grip as Franklin's wings began to pulse with energy. The sword at Franklin's hip seemed to sing, a sound that bordered on the edge of Henry's enhanced hearing, more felt than heard. It was a war song, ancient and terrible, speaking of blood and battle and glory. As they took to the air, Henry watched his father's free hand remain firmly on the death sword. Franklin's expressions continued to shift, now determined, now amused, now focused, as they soared toward the breach. It was like watching someone carry on an animated conversation while performing complex aerial maneuvers through a daemon-infested hellscape. The sword's presence seemed to affect their very trajectory through the warp. Where daemon stuff reached for them, it recoiled. Where warp energies tried to twist their path, they found straight lines. It was as if the blade itself was cutting a path through reality, guided by the combined will of Primarch and God Shard. As they approached the breach, Henry realized he was witnessing something few in history had seen, the true partnership between Franklin Valorian and the fragment of Cain he carried. Not just a warrior wielding a weapon, but a symbiosis between demigod and God Shard, each complementing the other's strength. The historical texts had hinted at this relationship, but seeing it in action was something else entirely. Franklin's final grin before they plunged into the breach was triumphant, his hand giving the sword hilt one last confident pat. Whatever Cain had said in that moment clearly amused him, though Henry could only guess at the exchange. Then they were through, leaving the hordes of demons behind as they entered the relative safety of the webway's twisted corridors. This, Henry realized, was why the Ildari called his father the Hand of Cain, not just because he wielded the god's sword, but because he had formed a partnership with the god of war itself, turning what should have been an impossibly dangerous artifact into a trusted ally. It was just like Franklin to befriend a god of war and somehow make it work. Chapter 73, When a God Loses Its Patience. The silence of Cain's shrine wrapped around Magnus like a familiar cloak as he performed his duties. Not yet the Phoenix Lord he would become, but already bearing the weight of leadership as head of the Dark Reaper's aspect shrine, he moved through the ancient rituals with practiced precision. The great hall of craft world altar-sar echoed with the distant sounds of training exarchs teaching young aspect warriors the ancient paths of war. Outside, he knew, demons clawed at their reality. The webway gate stood sealed, a temporary barrier against the horrors that sought entry. But here, within the shrine, time seemed to flow differently, each moment stretched into contemplation of bloodshed and battle. The air changed. The shrine's eternal flames, usually burning with controlled intensity, suddenly roared to life. The ancient walls themselves seemed to pulse with energy, and the drums of war drums that had been silent for millennia began to beat with a rhythm that spoke of coming bloodshed. Each beat resonated with something primal, something that spoke to the warrior soul within every Ildari. Magnus' hands stilled in their ritual movements. His mind flashed back to the harlequin's performance days earlier, their dance of prophecy that had left the craft world's leadership in turmoil. Their words echoed in his memory with newfound urgency. The threads of fate weave strange patterns. Where human strength and Ildari art combine, the hand of Cain rises anew, neither fully god nor fully man. But perhaps, precisely what both require. The second verse had seemed even more specific. Through the crucible of stars, wings of molten light shall soar. What was scattered shall be gathered. When liberty's sun bears murder's sword, the eagle of 5 wounds shall rise. Where even gods fear to tread, the hand of Cain returns at last, to wake the god from sleeping death. The prophecy had already caused significant discord within altar-sar. Below, he could see the division physically manifested. Farcers gathered in one section of the training grounds, their disapproval evident in their rigid postures, while the exarchs continued their training with increased intensity, energized by the prophecy's implications. The Farcers saw it as heresy. How dare a monkey be chosen as the champion of Cain? It went against everything they believed about their gods, about the separation between their species. Their arguments were full of historical precedent and cultural tradition, speaking of the sanctity of Ildari gods and the impossibility of human comprehension of their divine aspects. The exarchs, however, saw only the potential for glorious warfare. To them, the hand that wielded Cain's power mattered less than the blood that would be spilled in his name. They recognized something in the prophecy that the Farcers seemed to miss, a chance for renewal, for awakening something that had long slumbered in their race's warrior heart. As the shrine's fires cast his shadow long across the floor, Magnus found his own thoughts crystallizing. The siege outside their walls was only the beginning, he had seen enough of fate's weaving to know that altar-sar faced a darker future still. If this hand of Cain, this human champion, could prevent the damnation he occasionally glimpsed in his dreams, then what did it matter that he wasn't Ildari? The drums of Cain beat louder, and Magnus felt something shift in the air, a presence approaching, powerful enough to make the wraithbone sing. The flames of the shrine writhed and formed shapes, wings of metal and fire, an eagle's cry in the language of war, a sword that sang with the voice of a god. So, Magnus whispered to the empty shrine, his voice mixing with the drum beats, the hand of Cain comes at last. He adjusted his grip on his weapon, not out of threat but readiness. Whatever was about to step through that portal would change everything, for altar-sar, for the Ildari, perhaps for all of creation. And Magnus, not yet the Phoenix Lord but already wise in the ways of fate, knew that sometimes salvation came in forms that tradition never predicted. The drums of Cain spoke of war, yes, but also of change, and change, however uncomfortable, was sometimes the only path to survival. The daemon-infested corridors of the webway echoed with the sounds of battle and destruction, though battle might have been too generous a term for what was happening. Franklin Valorian moved like a force of nature, each swing of the wailing doom leaving trails of fire in its wake. Where he passed, demons simply ceased to exist, returning to the warp in screaming fountains of dissipating energy. Henry Cavill, for all his enhanced transhuman abilities, could barely track his gene-father's movements. The Primarch was a blur of metal wings and burning light, leaving only fiery contrails to mark his path. As he watched this display of martial prowess, a question nagged at the back of Henry's mind: how had such a being fallen to Horus? The historical records spoke of an epic duel aboard the Vengeful Spirit, but seeing Franklin in action made such an outcome seem impossible. "There's our exit," Cain's voice resonated in Franklin's mind as they spotted the daemon-besieged portal. "Though perhaps we could approach with a bit more tact." "Tactical solution incoming," Franklin declared mentally, channeling power into the wailing doom. The sword flared with divine energy, its edge burning with the fury of a dying sun. "That's not what I..." The slash that followed could have split a titan in half, carving through the daemon horde like a hot knife through particularly unfortunate butter. Franklin's wings spread wide as he charged forward, Henry in tow. "Oh yeah!" Franklin burst through the weakened portal with all the subtlety of the Kool-Aid Man, trailing fire and destruction. Did you just quote an ancient beverage mascot while wielding a god weapon?" Cain's mental tone carried the weight of eons of exasperation. "Tradition is important," Franklin replied cheerfully, already charging up another blast. "Speaking of which..." The wailing doom erupted again, sending a wave of purifying fire back through the portal they'd just entered, incinerating any demons trying to follow. The psychic shockwave rattled the very structure of the webway around them. "So, quick question, how do we seal this thing?" Franklin asked, examining the damaged portal. "You know, before more uninvited guests show up." There was a moment of profound silence in Franklin's mind. Did you not remember the sealing runes I taught you?" Cain's voice carried a dangerous edge. "You taught me combat runes. Lots and lots of combat runes. Runes for explosions, runes for fire, runes for making things very dead very quickly." Franklin counted off mentally. "Don't recall any about sealing portals." "I absolutely taught you protective runes." "Nope, pretty sure you got excited about all the combat applications and forgot the boring defensive stuff." "I did not." Cain paused, mentally reviewing their previous training sessions. "I may have gotten slightly carried away with the offensive capabilities." "Ha! Called it." Franklin's mental voice was triumphant. "The god of war forgot to teach defense." "Your mind must have slipped during that lesson," Cain attempted to recover dignity. "I distinctly recall mentioning protective runes at some point." "Bullshit!" Franklin's mental laugh echoed. "You got so excited about teaching me how to make things explode that you completely forgot about the practical stuff." "I am an ancient god of war and murder, I do not forget things," Cain insisted, though there was a distinct lack of conviction in his tone. "But perhaps we should focus on the current situation." "Oh no, we're definitely coming back to this later. This is going in the Times I Was Right and Cain Was Wrong collection. It's a growing anthology. Focus, you impossible human." Cain's mental voice carried both irritation and, though he'd never admit it, a hint of amusement. "The runes are as follows." The god shard began teaching Franklin the proper sealing runes, his instructions precise and detailed, perhaps a bit more detailed than strictly necessary, as if to compensate for the earlier oversight. You're totally embarrassed about forgetting this, aren't you? Franklin thought as he traced the runes in the air. I am the god of war and murder. I do not get embarrassed. Your divine grumpiness says otherwise. Just draw the runes correctly. And stop grinning like that, it's unbecoming of one wielding a god weapon. Can't help it. This is going to be such a great story later. You will tell no one of this. Oh, I'm telling everyone. The day Cain forgot basic defense, it'll be a hit at parties. I will flood your dreams with endless combat drills. Worth it. As Henry watched, his father seemed to be having an animated conversation with thin air while drawing complex runes around the portal. The Primarch's expressions shifted from focused concentration to barely suppressed laughter and back again, all while perfectly executing what appeared to be ancient Ildari runes. The portal sealed with a final flash of energy, and Franklin gave the sword at his hip a friendly pat. See? All sealed up, nice and proper. Though if you'd remembered to teach me this earlier. We are never speaking of this again. Oh, we are absolutely speaking of this again. Repeatedly. At length. Possibly with diagrams. The sword pulsed with what could only be described as divine annoyance, and Franklin's laughter echoed through the webway corridors. The relative peace of craft world altar-sar shattered as Franklin Valorian burst through the webway gate in a display of fire and barely contained destruction. His wings left trails of molten light in the air, each movement accompanied by echoes of ancient war drums. Henry stood at ready, his transhuman senses alert to the growing crowd of Ildari surrounding them while his father worked on the damaged portal. The effect on the craft world's inhabitants was immediate and profound. The farceurs, who moments ago had been debating the heresy of a monkey wielding their god's power, found themselves overwhelmed by an assault of divine presence. Cain's psychic might crashed through their carefully maintained mental barriers like a tidal wave of blood and fire. Visions forced themselves into their minds, ancient battlefields stretching across stars, the clash of godly weapons that could shatter worlds, and through it all, the unmistakable signature of their god of war and murder, somehow intertwined with this impossible human. Their usual composure cracked as they staggered under the psychic onslaught. Several clutched their heads, their witch sight burning with the intensity of what they witnessed. The presence of Cain was undeniable, his essence woven so thoroughly with the Primarch that it was impossible to tell where God ended and demigod began. The aspect warriors showed why they were considered the elite of their kind. Despite the call of battle singing in their blood, despite every warrior aspect of their being crying out to answer Cain's presence, they maintained their discipline. Their movements were precise as they formed a perfect circle around Franklin and Henry, weapons held at ready positions, not quite threatening, but prepared for any possibility. Other Ildari were not so fortunate. The warhost and young warriors in training fell to their knees, overwhelmed by visions of glorious combat. Artisans dropped their tools as their hands itched for weapons. The very wraithbone of the craft world seemed to resonate with Cain's presence, ancient war songs echoing through its crystalline structure. Magnus stood apart, but ready as he observed the scene. Wings of molten light, he murmured, watching Franklin's casual display of power as he traced sealing runes in the air. Neither fully man nor god. The prophecy was taking shape before his eyes, more literal than even he had imagined. The shrine of Cain behind him continued to blaze, its fires forming shapes that mirrored Franklin's movements. Each rune the Primarch traced to seal the portal was echoed in flames within the shrine, ancient knowledge flowing both ways between god and champion. Henry maintained his guard stance, his enhanced senses picking up every subtle movement of the Ildari warriors surrounding them. His training told him they were in a potentially hostile situation, but something else, perhaps the same gene-crafted instincts that recognized Franklin as his gene father, suggested this was more complex than simple threat assessment. Franklin, for his part, seemed entirely unconcerned with the growing tension around him. His focus remained on the portal, fingers tracing complex patterns in the air as he sealed the breach. Each movement was precise, despite the casual grin on his face suggesting he was having yet another internal conversation with his divine passenger. Magnus took a step forward, his movement causing ripples of tension through the gathered Ildari. The hand of Cain returns at last, he spoke, to wake the god from sleeping death. His words carried across the chamber acknowledgement and challenge both. The gathered Ildari watched, weapons ready but held in check, as their prophecy took flesh before them. The human demigod who wielded their god's power with casual ease, the transhuman warrior who stood guard within human stillness, the blazing wings that spoke of both human innovation and divine power, it was everything the harlequins had foretold, yet nothing like what any had truly expected. Franklin finished the last sealing rune just as Henry's warning reached his ears. Turning around, he found himself and his son surrounded by an impressive array of Yildari weaponry, all pointed directly at them. "Shit," Franklin muttered under his breath. "Gee," Cain's sardonic voice echoed in his mind, "whoever would have thought that by going through a webway gate, we'd find ourselves in an Yildari craft world? Who could have possibly predicted this? Oh wait. Not helping," Franklin thought back through gritted teeth. A tall figure stepped forward from the assembled Yildari, his armor adorned with symbols of death and more ornate armor than the rest. "I am Magnus, head of the Dark Reaper's Aspect Shrine," he announced in flawless ancient Ildar. He gestured to the elaborately robed figures to his left, the seer council of altar-sar, then to the martial figure on his right, an altar-sar. "We welcome you, Hand of Cain, though your arrival is, rather more dramatic than anticipated." Franklin's mental conversation screeched to a halt. "Hand of what now?" he thought at Cain. "Where did you keep your hand? Is there something you're not telling me about our arrangement here? This has Segurika's fingerprints all over it," Cain grumbled. "Still, this could work to our advantage." Taking his cue from the god shard, Franklin straightened to his full height, wings spreading magnificently. "I am Franklin Valorian, Primarch of the Liberty Eagles, and this is my son, Captain Henry Cavill." He gestured to the still combat-ready Space Marine. "Though I must admit, this Hand of Cain business is news to me." Magnus began explaining the prophecy, his melodic voice carrying across the chamber as he recited the harlequin's words. However, before he could finish, one of the farcers stepped forward, his elaborate robes swirling with barely contained psychic energy. "How are we to believe this Monday key is truly chosen by Cain?" he demanded, seemingly having already forgotten the psychic assault he'd experienced moments ago. "Even if he wields some fragment of our god's power, that hardly makes him." "Oh, for the love of Asurian Franklin!" Cain's voice carried a note of divine irritation. "Yet, I'll borrow a significant portion of your power for a moment, these children need a reminder of who they're dealing with." Franklin's mental grin was audible. "Go for it." The transformation that followed would be spoken of in altar-sar's histories for millennia to come. Franklin's blazing form suddenly dimmed as his mech suit returned to its normal state, but that was merely the prelude. The fires from Cain's shrine erupted outward, coalescing behind Franklin in a towering inferno that reached toward the craft world's artificial sky. The war drums that had been beating since Franklin's arrival became a deafening crescendo. The very wraithbone of the craft world sang with divine power as a figure emerged from the flames, a giant wreathed in fire and fury, so massive it made even the towering wraith lords look like children's toys in comparison. This was no avatar, no mere vessel of divine power. This was Cain himself, the Yildari god of war and murder in all his terrible glory. His armor was forged from the death of stars, his sword blazed with the fires that had birthed the universe, and his presence was so overwhelming that several of the younger Yildari fell to their knees, blood trickling from their eyes and ears. The doubting farcer had just enough time to register his mistake before Cain's hand swept down, divine power searing through his carefully constructed mental defenses like tissue paper. He collapsed, his mind overwhelmed by visions of every battle ever fought, every death dealt in Cain's name, every drop of blood spilled in the name of war since the first being raised a weapon against another. The god's voice thundered through the craft world, each word carrying the weight of ancient battles. "Are there any other questions about my choice of champion?" The silence that followed was profound. Even the aspect warriors, trained to maintain discipline in the face of any threat, found themselves kneeling before the manifest presence of their god. Magnus alone remained standing, though he too bowed his head in recognition of Cain's power. Franklin, still standing at the god's feet, couldn't resist adding, "I think that's a no on the questions." That should make diplomacy easier without the naysayers. Cain's voice had returned to its normal volume in Franklin's head as the massive manifestation began to fade, divine power flowing back into the Primarch. "Thanks," Franklin agreed cheerfully as his blazing form returned. "But you have to admit, their faces were priceless." "I am an ancient god of war and murder. I do not admit to finding anything priceless." The giant flaming manifestation suggests otherwise. That was a necessary demonstration of divine authority. It was showing off and you know it. Perhaps a little. As the flames subsided and Franklin's power returned to normal, the assembled Yildari remained kneeling, their earlier skepticism thoroughly crushed under the weight of divine demonstration. Magnus stepped forward once again, this time with a decidedly more respectful tone. "Perhaps," he suggested diplomatically, "we should discuss why the Hand of Cain and his son have honored craft world altar-sar with their presence." "Henry," who had maintained his guard position throughout the entire display, finally allowed himself to relax slightly. He'd read historical accounts of his father's ability to turn tense situations around, but nothing had prepared him for watching his Primarch casually banter with a manifested god while surrounded by potentially hostile Eldari. Franklin grinned, his wings settling into a more relaxed position. Well, funny story about that. Chapter 74, an AI and a Necron walked into a vault. The crystalline corridors of altar-sar echoed with whispered conversations. The imposing figure of Franklin Valorian drew countless stares from the resident Eldari as he followed altar-sar through the winding passages. The manifestation of Akin had sent ripples through the entire craft world. None had expected the war god to acknowledge a Monday key. Yet here stood Franklin Valorian, his massive frame making even the vaulted ceilings seem modest. As they approached his assigned quarters near the shrine of Akin, Franklin noticed Captain Henry Cavill, his gene son from the far future, already waiting. The captain's presence was both comforting and concerning, a reminder of the temporal complications that had led to this moment. "My quarters are secured?" Franklin asked, his usually jovial tone replaced with careful consideration. Altar-sar nodded, his elaborate helm catching the ethereal light. "None shall disturb you, Lord Valorian. The wards are set, and your privacy is assured." Once inside, Franklin turned to his companion. The space, though generous by Eldari standards, barely contained his towering frame. Captain Cavill stood at attention, while ghostly wraithbone walls seemed to pulse with distant energies. "The shrine calls," Franklin said, feeling the pull of Akin's presence. The ancient shrine thrummed with divine energy, its walls weeping with the echoes of millennia of bloodshed. Franklin's imposing figure cast long shadows across the crimson-stained floor as he approached the central altar where the mask of Akin rested, its empty eyes seeming to follow his movement. "The faith stored here, it belongs to me," Akin's voice resonated within Franklin's mind, a sound like clashing blades and dying stars. "The devotion of my children, their sacrifice and fury, it will aid in my restoration." Franklin's characteristic grin played across his face. "No problem, spicy buddy. It's all yours." Without ceremony, he thrust the death sword into the center of the mask. Power surged and crackled, ancient energies flowing into the blade like a river finding its course. Henry Cavill stepped forward from the shadows, his armor bearing the weathered marks of countless battles yet to come. "It's secure now, Father." Franklin nodded, studying his son from the future. "All right, Henry. Let's hear the whole story. What drives you to mess with the timeline?" Henry's face darkened. "It begins with Erebus, the first chaplain of the Word-bearers, the architect of humanity's near downfall." He paused, collecting his thoughts. "But in my timeline, you save us all, at the cost of your own life." Franklin's eyebrow raised. "Oh? Do tell." "During the siege of Terra, you took the place of Sanguinius. You knew somehow our noble-winged uncle would die aboard the Vengeful Spirit, becoming the first casualty in the Emperor's final confrontation with Horus." Henry's voice cracked slightly. "You couldn't let it happen. You took his place." "A noble sacrifice," Akin commented in Franklin's mind. "Worthy of song." Henry continued. "You fought Horus with everything you had, buying time for the Emperor to arrive. Your sacrifice saved not only Sanguinius but changed everything that followed." Franklin leaned against a pillar, his casual posture at odds with the gravity of the conversation. "And how exactly did that play out?" "With Sanguinius alive with Guilliman, the Imperium had two of its greatest sons to lead it forward. Sanguinius became Lord Regent, his nobility and vision helping to preserve the Emperor's dream. Guilliman took the role of Imperial Chancellor, managing the bureaucracy and logistics of rebuilding." Henry's eyes shone with pride. "Together, the Imperial truth remained." "But you're still here to change things," Franklin observed. "So it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows." "No," Henry admitted. "The cost was too high. Losing you, it left a void that could never be filled. The Liberty Eagles were never the same. And despite all the improvements, the fundamental wounds inflicted by chaos during the heresy remained. We need to stop it before it begins. We need to eliminate Erebus. The threads of fate are not easily rewoven," Akin warned in Franklin's mind. "Change one strand, and the entire tapestry may unravel." Franklin straightened up. "Maybe that's exactly what we need, a complete unraveling. Tell me everything, the situation and all that." Franklin watched as Henry withdrew a device no larger than a playing card from a compartment in his armor. The data slate was impossibly thin, its surface seeming to shift with holographic depth. Even to Franklin's tech-savvy eyes, it was clearly millennia ahead of current imperial technology. This, Henry said, handling the device with reverence, contains 10,000 years of technological advancement from the independence sector. Chapter Master Denzel Washington, yes, he's still leading us in my time, ordered me to bring this back. He said, and I quote, "If we're gonna change history, might as well give ourselves a proper head start." Franklin's eyebrows shot up. Denzel's still kicking? That magnificent bastard. He leaned forward, examining the data slate. So what exactly are we looking at here? Henry activated the device, and a cascade of holographic displays filled the air between them. Star charts, technical schematics, and research data swirled in an intricate dance of light. These are the imperial charts, every major solar system, every viable colony world, every resource-rich asteroid field that we and Mars would discover over the next 10 millennia. But more importantly, Henry's fingers danced across the controls, bringing up a new set of displays. These are the systems they missed. Worlds rich in archaeotech, hidden caches of Dark Age technology, even dormant Necron tombs that we could secure before they awaken. Speaking of tomb worlds, Franklin mused, scrolling through the data. You mentioned something about Necron tech. Henry's eyes lit up. One of our greatest achievements. By combining Golden Age principles with reverse-engineered Necron technology, we managed to create hybrid systems that revolutionized our capabilities. Their phase technology, quantum manipulation, and energy systems, we adapted it all while avoiding the more problematic aspects of their tech. Such as, well, we definitely stayed away from anything involving biotransference or consciousness transfer. But their material science, their understanding of dimensional mathematics, it changed everything. Our energy shields, weapons systems, even our FTL capabilities all benefited. Under Lord Regent Sanguinius and Imperial Chancellor Guilliman's leadership, scientific progress flourishes. The schism of Mars during the heresy provides our opening. While they tear themselves apart between loyalists and traitors, we establish ourselves as the new pinnacle of human technological achievement. Franklin raised an eyebrow. The Mechanicum just accepts this. They remain formidable, without question. But their stranglehold on technology has been irreversibly shattered. Though the independence sector possesses advanced technologies, Mars by virtue of its unity and aged existence kept them in check for centuries. Everyone knew, however, that Mars had long since fallen behind in innovation. It was their sheer production capacity, not their ingenuity, that maintained their grip on power. Yet, after the schism, even that advantage crumbled, leaving the Adeptus Mechanicus exposed, their dominance undone. As Franklin continued scrolling, he found the coordinates of his brother's home worlds. Each location was accompanied by detailed intelligence about the present situation on each planet. But something darker began to gnaw at his thoughts. Angron, Nuceria, exact coordinates and optimal intervention time frame. Corvus Corax, Kievar/Lycius, with detailed notes on the political situation. Ferrus Manus, Medusa, including tectonic movements and tribe information. Fulgrim, Chemos, with economic data that could prevent the world's decline. Jagatikon, Mundus Planus/Kogarus, including migration patterns of the nomad tribes Conrad Kurs Nostramo, with structural weaknesses in the planet's social system. Lemon Russ, Fenris, including orbital patterns affecting the planet's seasons. Lion L. Johnson, Caliban, with detailed maps of the warp-tainted forests. Lorgar, Calcus, including the corruption points of the Covenant. Magnus the Red, Prospero, with crucial information about the planet's psychic defenses. Mortarian, Barbarus, including atmospheric data and the locations of the Overlord's fortresses. Perturabo, Olympia, with architectural plans of the tyrant's domains. Rogel Dorn, Inuit, with fleet movements of the House of Dorn. Fukin, Nocturne, including predictions of the time of trial. Henry, he said slowly, his usual levity absent, if we move against Erebus, if we try to prevent the heresy. You see it too, Cain's voice resonated. The danger inherent in such knowledge. The ruinous powers, Franklin continued. If they realize we're moving against Erebus, they'll simply find another vector of attack. The corruption of Horus might happen through a different agent, in a way we're not prepared for. Henry's face fell as the implications sank in. We could make things worse. They're not going to simply abandon their plans because we remove one piece from the board. Franklin thought for a moment. The Emperor must know everything, Franklin continued. The heresy, the fall of his sons, the 10,000 years of darkness that follow. With this knowledge, he can prepare contingencies we haven't even thought of. Henry looked uncertain. Father, the risks are less than the risks of acting alone, Franklin cut in. Think about it. The Chaos Gods are already moving their pieces into position. Chances are at this point of time Erebus is already their willing pawn. If we just eliminate Erebus, they'll find another agent. Maybe someone we won't see coming. He began pacing, his transhuman mind working through the possibilities. But father, he sees the bigger picture. Always has. With this information, he can strengthen the defenses of the Imperial Palace before they're needed. He can ensure the Webway project is better protected. He can take steps to prevent Magnus' fall that we haven't even considered. And perhaps most importantly, he added, he can work to heal the wounds in our brothers that chaos would exploit. Angron's pain, Perturabo's bitterness, Mortarian's trauma, Curse's instability. The threads of fate are rarely so easily rewoven, Cain warned. Maybe not, Franklin thought back, but having the Emperor involved gives us the best chance of success. The -69th floor of the British Museum, as Franklin had insisted on naming it, much to the confusion of his more serious-minded colleagues, hummed with reality-bending containment fields. Artifacts from across time and space floated in stasis chambers, each more impossible than the last. Trazyn the Infinite materialized between the displays, his necrodermis frame reflecting the ethereal lights of the containment fields. He reached toward a particularly interesting trinket, a small cube that seemed to exist in several temporal states simultaneously. Halt, interloper! A glowing orb materialized in the air, its surface rippling with complex mathematical equations and ancient binary. Aegis, the AI guardian of the Independence Cluster, had arrived. Ah, Trazyn said, withdrawing his hand with theatrical slowness. The famous custodian. How delightful to finally meet you face to, well, sphere. Trazyn the Infinite, Aegis's voice carried the weight of centuries of calculations. Serial collector, temporal disruptor, and perpetrator of 17 major timeline alterations within Independence Cluster space alone. Only 17. Trazyn placed a hand over his chest in mock offense. My dear Aegis, your records are woefully incomplete. Though I suppose that's to be expected from such a young civilization. Young. The AI's orb pulsed with barely contained energy. I have monitored this sector since the age of technology. I have witnessed the rise and fall of empires. How charming! I was already ancient when your creators were still debating whether to climb down from their trees. Trazyn gestured at the surrounding collection. Though I must admit, they've developed quite the fascinating array of toys since then. Toys that will remain exactly where they are, Aegis stated firmly. I have finally tracked the coordinates of Solemnace, Trazyn. Your museum is no longer beyond my reach. For a fraction of a second, the ancient Necron's eternal smile faltered. Have you now? How interesting. Though I wonder, do you truly believe you're the first to make such a claim? Trazyn casually withdrew a small cube from his person. Perhaps we should discuss this somewhere more private. The cube began to unfold with impossible geometry, a tesseract labyrinth deploying. Instantly, the air around them shimmered as Aegis activated countermeasures. The space itself seemed to fold inward, matching and neutralizing the labyrinth's effect. Dimensional nullification fields, Aegis explained, a note of satisfaction in its synthetic voice. Reverse engineered from your own technology, actually. Though we've made some improvements. Improvements? Trazyn actually laughed. Aegis, copying is not improving. Now, my living dioramas, those are improvements. Do you know I have an entire chamber dedicated to the fall of the Eldar? The exact moment their empire collapsed, frozen in perfect detail. The expressions alone are simply priceless. You preserve only the shells of history, Aegis countered. Empty moments stripped of context and meaning. Our collection serves a purpose, protecting humanity from forces it's not yet ready to confront. Ah yes, protection through ignorance. How very human. Trazyn began slowly circling the chamber, examining various artifacts. Though I must admit, this temporal stasis technology of yours is quite elegant. Almost as sophisticated as my own methods. Step away from the containment fields, Aegis warned. Or I will be forced to atomize your current form. Oh? And what of the 14 backup protocols I've already seeded throughout this facility? Trajan's eyes flickered with amusement. Or the temporal anchor I placed 3 years ago, which would undo any damage you might inflict. Really, Aegis, did you think I would walk into your domain unprepared? The AI's orb pulsed with complex calculations. Just as you did not think I would allow you into this facility without purpose? Every second you spend here generates petabytes of data about your operational patterns. For the first time, Trajan paused. A trap within a trap. How delightfully recursive. He turned to face the AI directly. Though it does raise an interesting question, are we not engaged in the same great work? The preservation of history, the protection of knowledge. We preserve to protect, Aegis stated. You preserve to possess. Possession is protection, my luminous friend. What better way to ensure something survives than to keep it safe in my collections? Safe from time, from decay, from the entropy that claims all things. Except it claims them from life itself, Aegis countered. Our artifacts remain part of the flow of history. They can be studied, understood, even used when necessary. Yours are simply frozen. Dead moments in a dead museum. Dead. Trajan's voice carried genuine offense. My collections are more alive than any mere digital record. They breathe, they move, they capture the very essence of the moments they preserve. Why, my newest acquisition, a delightful little skirmish between Xenos species, practically vibrates with energy. You can see the hatred in their eyes, taste the tension in the air. And yet they can never move forward, Aegis interrupted. Never grow, never change. You trap them in amber while we plant seeds. A tense silence fell between them. Around them, reality-bending artifacts continued their eternal dance between dimensions, each one a captive of humanity. Perhaps, Trajan finally said, his tone unusually thoughtful, we could reach an accommodation. A professional courtesy between curators, as it were. You mean a deal with the infamous thief of Solemnace? Think of it as a cultural exchange. I could offer insights into some of your more problematic artifacts. And in return? Absolutely not. Not even a small trinket? That temporal phase shifter, perhaps? It's practically gathering dust here. The AI's orb pulsed with what might have been amusement. Get out, Trajan. While I still allow it. As you wish. Trajan gave an elaborate bow. Though I should mention, that temporal anchor I mentioned? It's set to activate in approximately 3 seconds. The chamber suddenly lurched, reality twisting as time itself hiccuped. When it stabilized, Trajan was gone, and so was one small, seemingly insignificant artifact from the furthest corner of the room. Aegis's calculations spun into overtime, tracking the ripples of temporal disturbance. Well played, thief, the AI admitted to the empty room. At least he steals better than that fool Drake Havoc. The halls of Craft World at Lanzar echoed with whispered prayers and reverent murmurs as Franklin strode through its crystal corridors. Ildari civilians and warriors alike pressed themselves against the walls, their eyes wide with a mixture of awe and terror. It wasn't every day they saw a human demigod wielding their god's power walking among them. Autarch Ilrathan stood at attention, his elaborate armor gleaming under the ethereal lights of the Craft World. Lord Valorian, he said, his voice carefully neutral. Our long-range communications are completely severed by the eye's gravity well. Even the harlequins who reached us did so through tremendous risk, the webway writhes with demonic entities. Franklin nodded, his characteristic grin never wavering. Then point me to your avatar, good sir. Cain wants his piece back. My fragment calls to me, Cain's voice resonated in Franklin's mind. These children have guarded it well, but it is time for reunification. The Autarch's face became a mask of conflicting emotions. To deny the will of Cain himself would be unthinkable, yet the avatar was one of their greatest weapons. After a moment's hesitation, duty won out. Follow me, Hand of Cain. The chamber of the avatar was vast, its walls adorned with scenes of ancient battles. The avatar itself stood like a frozen inferno, a statue of war given form. Franklin approached it, death sword in hand. Sorry about this, big guy, he said cheerfully, before plunging the blade into the avatar's chest. The construct crumbled, its essence flowing into the sword. Immediately, Ilrathan dropped to his knees as Cain's psychic presence crashed over him like a tidal wave. My power grows, Cain declared, his voice now strong enough that even nearby Ildari could sense echoes of it. The larger fragments make restoration easier. Franklin's eyes lit up. Oh. So what you're saying is? Cain, I choose you. The god's psychic presence radiated irritation. I am the god of war and murder, the bloody-handed one, lord of battle's end. So that's a no to the Pokemon thing. If you ever use that phrase, I will refuse to manifest out of principle. Spoil sport, Franklin thought back, barely containing his amusement. Hours later, in the Craftworld's council chamber, the debate raged among the farcers and autarchs. The chamber was divided between those who saw opportunity and those who saw doom. Farcer Lenwi stood, her voice carrying across the chamber. The hand of Cain is here. With his power, with our god's strength restored, we could break free of the eye's grasp. And attract every daemon in the eye of terror, countered another farcer. Not to mention she who thirsts. The debate continued until Magan Ra himself raised the crucial question. Would the hand of Cain consent to such a ritual? To channel the faith of our entire craft world through him. The exarchs, the aspect warriors who had given themselves wholly to the paths of war, were staring at him with expressions of absolute awe. Through their deep connection to Cain's aspects, they could see what others could not, the magnificent form of their god superimposed over Franklin's frame. The debate fell silent as reality itself seemed to shudder. Where Franklin stood, a towering figure of burning bronze and blood materialized. You debate while salvation stands before you, Cain's voice thundered. My champion has come to deliver you, and still you hesitate. The assembled Eldar prostrated themselves, terror and worship warring in their hearts. Only Franklin remained standing, that insufferable grin still on his face. Right then, he said, clapping his hands together. Seems like the god has spoken. Let's do this ritual. And don't worry about she who thirsts or any other chaos nasties. In case you missed it, you've got an actual god on your side now. Not an avatar, not a shard, but the genuine article. Autarch Ilrathan found his voice first. The ritual, it will require every soul on the craft world to focus their faith through you. The psychic backlash alone could destroy you. Good thing I've got a god-riding shotgun then, isn't it? Franklin replied cheerfully. My champion speaks truth, Cain declared. The Dark Prince and her spawn will not claim this craft world. Not while I walk among you. The exarchs moved first, dropping to one knee before Franklin. The farcers and autarchs joined them, until only Franklin stood tall in a room full of kneeling Eldar. Okay, this is getting awkward, he muttered. Can we skip the worship and get to the ritual? I've got a legion to get back to and a timeline to fix. Let them have this moment, Cain said in his mind, softer now. They have waited centuries since the fall to feel the presence of a true god again. One who has not been shattered, corrupted, or consumed. Franklin sighed but waited patiently as prayers and invocations filled the air. The Eldar's fear was still present. How could it not be, in the presence of the god of war and murder? But it was tempered now by hope. Their god walked among them again, his power growing, his sanity intact. And his chosen champion, this impossible human who bore Cain's essence and treated the fearsome god with casual irreverence, stood ready to channel their collective might against the pull of the Eye of Terror itself. The ritual would begin soon. The craft worlders would focus their faith and psychic might through Franklin and Cain, creating a beacon that would draw the eye of every chaos entity in the warp. But for the first time since the fall, they would face that darkness with a true god standing between them and annihilation. Franklin's grin widened as he felt Cain's power surge through him. This was going to be one hell of a light show. Comment. 14 Comment. Vote. Chapter 75, The Ritual. The ritual chamber thrummed with potential energy, wraithbone walls pulsing with a soft, ethereal light. At its center, Franklin Valorian stood, his massive frame dwarfing even the tall Ildari around him. The Death Sword stood planted before him, its crystalline blade seeming to drink in the chamber's light. There's something I don't understand, Autarch Ilrathan, Franklin's voice carried the weight of thoughtful consideration. His brown eyes studied the intricate patterns beneath his feet, geometric perfection laid out in psychoreactive materials. Your people mastered the fundamental forces of reality millennia before humanity learned to harness the atom. How is it that simple gravitational forces have kept altar-sar trapped for so long? Autarch Ilrathan stood to Franklin's right, his armor bearing the weathered patina of countless battles within the eye. His helmet was removed, revealing features etched with the strain of maintaining hope against impossible odds. We asked ourselves the same question countless times, Lord Valorian. Every attempt to break free only seemed to strengthen the pull. Our most powerful engines, artifacts of unimaginable power from before the fall, nothing could overcome it. And you never wondered why? Franklin's question carried no mockery, only genuine curiosity. Wheelrathan began, but a deeper voice cut through the chamber. We knew. Morgan Ra stepped forward from the shadows, he turned toward Franklin. We knew because every attempt to escape brought visions. Whispers. The gravity well is merely the physical manifestation of metaphysical chains. The powers that be have marked altar-sar, claimed it as their prize. They will not relinquish it easily. Franklin nodded slowly, a grim smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Now that makes more sense. I was wondering why a race advanced enough to create pocket dimensions would be stymied by mere gravitational forces. The ruinous powers have bound your home with chains of fate and corruption. Just so, Morgan Ra confirmed. Which is why this ritual must succeed. The combined faith of our people, channeled through you the hand of Cain, it may be enough to break chains even gods have forged. Franklin's hand came to rest on the death sword's hilt. The blade hummed in response, sending ripples of crimson energy through the ritual circles. Cain's power, amplified by your people's belief, flowing through a human conduit. The chaos gods won't see it coming, they never expect different species to work together. Their own nature blinds them to the possibility. Ilrathan's eyes narrowed. You seem almost amused, Lord Valorian. We stand on the precipice of either salvation or complete destruction. Franklin's laugh echoed through the chamber, startling several aspect warriors at its edges. Oh, I absolutely am amused. Think about it, we're about to punch the chaos gods in the metaphysical nose using the power of friendship and cooperation. If that's not funny, I don't know what is. Finally acknowledging the necessity of divine intervention. Cain's voice resonated in Franklin's mind, carrying both ancient power and barely concealed anticipation. Franklin's mental response carried his trademark grin. Hey, even I know when it's time to tag in the heavyweight champion. Ready to step back into the divine boxing ring, old-timer. Old-timer. Cain's tone carried equal parts indignation and amusement. I was shattering reality with my fists when your species was still arguing about which caves had the best wall paintings. Around them, the ritual circle began to pulse with energy. The combined faith and psychic might of craft world altar-sar started flowing towards them like rivers of light. Franklin felt the power building, but kept his casual demeanor. Well, consider this your comeback tour then. Though I've got to warn you, your old sparring partners have gotten pretty full of themselves while you've been away. Cain's presence shifted within the sword, and Franklin could feel the gods' anticipation building. They always were an arrogant lot. Though I notice you're treating this rather lightly, considering what we're about to attempt. Would you prefer I start monologuing about destiny and sacrifice? Franklin chuckled internally. Besides, you're about to throw hands with the chaos gods themselves. That's basically Thursday for you, right? The power flow intensified. Through their shared connection, Franklin could feel Cain's awareness expanding, touching the infinity circuit where countless Ildari souls added their prayers to the growing surge of faith. The dead rise to aid us, Cain observed solemnly. They remember the old ways, the true strength of faith and battle united. Speaking of unity, Franklin's mental tone grew slightly more serious. We're going to have to work together on this one. I know you're not used to having a mortal co-pilot, but think of me as your hype man. I'll direct the power flow, you focus on the divine smackdown. Your irreverence masks wisdom, Primarch, Cain replied, a hint of warmth creeping into the god's voice. Though I question your choice of terminology. Divine smackdown hardly captures the gravitas of what we attempt. Would you prefer celestial throwdown? Metaphysical beatdown? I've got more if you need them. The god's response carried what might have been a sigh, but Franklin sensed the underlying amusement. Focus, Primarch. The power builds, and our opponent's approach. Are you prepared to channel divinity itself? Captain Henry Cavill stood at the edge of the ritual chamber, his heightened senses absorbing the intensity of the moment. The air thrummed with raw psychic energy, tingling across his skin beneath the armor. At the center of the swirling maelstrom, his gene-father, Franklin Valorian, stood unflinching, his death sword planted in the ground like a bulwark against the impossible forces at play. This isn't in the records, Henry thought, his mind racing. I'm witnessing the birth of the hand of Cain. The weight of realization hit him hard. In his era, the 41st millennium, Franklin Valorian was revered by many names, the Liberator, the Great Eagle President, and to the Ildari, the Hand of Cain. But that title had always been shrouded in mystery now, standing in this ritual chamber, Henry was seeing the moment that would define his father's legend. As the ritual's power surged toward its climax, Henry tore his gaze from the scene. Awe could wait. Right now, his focus was on what came next. They had to be ready for the inevitable counterattack. Moving swiftly through the wraithbone halls of the craft world, he could feel the ancient architecture vibrate, almost alive, caught between anticipation and dread. Reaching the front lines, Henry saw the aspect warriors standing in formation, their gleaming armor reflecting the ethereal light of the chamber. Each warrior embodied the distinct power of Cain's myriad aspects. Without hesitation, Henry joined their ranks, towering even over the tall Ildari with his Primaris physique. Cain's might guide us in this battle, Henry said in flawless Ildari, his voice calm but commanding, the tones perfect down to the finest detail. The aspect warriors turned, surprise flickering behind their expressionless helms. A human speaking their ancient tongue with such precision was rare. But their reaction quickly shifted to one of respect, even curiosity. "And may he strike true through you, child of the hand," an exarch responded, their tone carrying a mix of reverence and intrigue. Henry allowed himself a small, confident smile. In his time, these interactions were normal. The Independence sector and the Ildari had forged a close alliance, born of mutual respect and shared purpose. Speaking their language was just part of it. Understanding them, truly knowing their ways, had always been a priority for Henry. "You speak our tongue well," a howling banshee observed, tilting her helm toward him. "Few Mundaki bother to learn more than commands even during your days of the Federation." Henry nodded, slipping into the measured cadence of their philosophical discussions. "In my experience, understanding is the foundation of strength. And respect is what keeps strength true." The warriors nodded, their stances shifting ever so slightly. He wasn't just a human ally anymore. He was something more, a warrior who knew and honored their ways. As they prepared their defenses, Henry's thoughts drifted to the future he'd come from. The alliance between the Independence sector and the Ildari was a linchpin of that future, a fragile yet powerful bond that had changed the fate of the galaxy. And it all started here, with his father's attempt to free a craft world from the Eye of Terror itself. A striking scorpion leaned toward Henry, his voice low, carrying the weight of suspicion mixed with respect. "You've fought many battles, but your eyes, they see something more in that chamber, don't they?" Henry met the warrior's gaze through his helmet's lenses. "Every moment can be a miracle if you are wise enough to recognize it," he said, quoting one of their ancient proverbs. "And yes, what's happening in there will change everything." The scorpion studied him for a moment before nodding, acknowledging the truth in his words. "You speak like a prophet, child of the hand. Do you see what our seers see?" Henry hesitated for the briefest moment. The truth would be too much, too dangerous for the timeline. He chose his words with care. "Let's just say I've got a strong sense that today matters. The kind of sense you'd bet your life on." Before the scorpion could respond, the craft world's structure began to hum with rising intensity. The veil between reality and the warp was thinning, and chaos was already clawing its way through the webway gate. "They come," a dire avenger announced, her shuriken catapult already raised. "The warp screams." Henry's hand instinctively went to his disintegration rifle, the weight of it a familiar comfort. Among the elegant weapons of the Ildari, his gun looked quite human. But the aspect warriors knew enough to see his stance, the balance, the readiness, the confidence of a warrior who had faced death countless times. "Whatever comes through," Henry said, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade, "we hold the line. Not just for altar-sar, but for the future of our people." The aspect warriors straightened. The phrase wasn't just the call of a leader, it was a statement of fact. A man who knew the stakes, who fought not just with skill but with unbreakable will. The air grew heavy with the stench of the warp as the first demons tore through the veil. Their howls filled the chamber, a symphony of horror. But Henry didn't falter. He raised his weapon, every fiber of his being focused, honed for the fight to come. "Father," he thought as the demons charged. "Your actions here will shape the future. And I'll be damned if I let anything stand in the way." A cataclysmic explosion of psychic might erupted, centered upon Franklin Valorian. The very fabric of reality seemed to buckle, return to his warp god form. He stood as a manifestation of war itself, an avian skull wreathed in flames, metallic wings trailing fire, and bloody talons that promised devastation. "Let's fucking go," Franklin's voice boomed, a mixture of excitement and divine wrath. At his words, a pillar of flame erupted behind him, coalescing into the unmistakable form of Cain, the Ildari god of war and murder. The deity stepped forward, each movement causing ripples of reality to spread across the battlefield. The very presence of a fully manifested Ildari god began to unravel chaos's hold on the craft world. But the ruinous powers would not yield without a fight. From the tier in reality emerged a being of otherworldly beauty and horror, an avatar of Slaanesh, possessing the form of a keeper of secrets. Its voice was a symphony of pleasure and pain as it addressed Cain. You have returned, O broken one. Prepare to be consumed, to join your kin. Cain's response was swift and terrible. His sword, a blade of crystallized violence, flashed forward, carving a furrow across the avatar's face. Divine ichor mixed with warp stuff as the two godly beings clashed, their battle shaking the very foundations of the craft world. Around the ritual circle, Magan Ra and altar-sar stood vigil, accompanied by the most elite aspect warriors. They formed a living bulwark around Franklin, whose avian form remained rooted in place, channeling the immense energies required to maintain Cain's manifestation. Hold the line. Magan Ra's voice cut through the din of battle. The hand of Cain must not be disturbed. The battlefield sprawled across nearly a quarter of the craft world, a hellscape of warring gods and their minions. Demons of all four chaos gods materialized, though Kyrnate and Slaaneshi entities dominated the field. Bloodletters charged in endless waves, their brass blades clashing against the singing swords of howling banshees. Keepers of secrets danced through the carnage, their every movement a lethal seduction countered by the precise shots of dark reapers. Amidst this chaos, Captain Henry Cavill followed a contingent of aspect warriors, his rifle roaring in concert with shuriken catapults. For the future! He cried, his voice carrying the weight of foreknowledge, inspiring those around him to fight with redoubled vigor. In the sky above, screamers of Psianch dueled with swooping hawks, streaks of psychic fire crisscrossing with lasers in a deadly aerial combat. Fire dragons unleashed their fusion guns, turning entire swathes of demonic flesh into superheated vapor. At the heart of the battle, Cain and the avatar of Slaanesh continued their godly duel. Each blow exchanged carried the weight of galaxies, their conflict a microcosm of the eternal war between order and chaos. Cain's every strike was precise, calculated, the perfection of martial skill. The avatar countered with impossible speed, its form shifting and writhing to avoid fatal blows. You are diminished, Cain, the avatar taunted, its voice a mixture of 1,000 whispered desires. A shadow of your former glory. Cain's response was a roar that shook the heavens, his form blazing brighter. I am reborn, abomination. Forged anew in the faith of my children and the will of humanity's champion. Their clash sent shockwaves across the battlefield, toppling wraithbone spires and sending demons and Ildari alike flying. Yet through it all, Franklin remained unmoved. Near the ritual circle, a group of Nurglite plague bearers lumbered forward, their festering forms a stark contrast to the clean lines of the craft world. Altar-sar led the defense, his star glaive carving through rotted flesh with fluid grace. For altar-sar. For Cain. The Autarch cried, rallying dire avengers to his side. Their shuriken storms cut down the demons in droves, yet still they came. Observing Slaanesh's avatar locked in combat with Cain, Franklin couldn't help but exclaim, oh shit! His voice, now a mixture of mortal concern and divine resonance, carried across the psychic link he shared with the Ildari god. Cain's mental reply was tinged with both amusement and focus. It is merely an avatar. The true Slaanesh cannot manifest fully in the mate realm. I can take her. In a fight, right? Franklin added, his irreverent humor persisting even in his ascended state. The mental equivalent of a divine facepalm rippled through their connection. Yes, Franklin. In a fight to the death. As the gods clashed, their battle reshaped the very fabric of reality around them. Cain's sword strikes left trails of fire that burned demons to ash, while the avatar of Slaanesh's attacks distorted space itself, turning portions of the craft world into nightmarish landscapes of pleasure and pain. On the outskirts of the ritual site, Kyrnate demons occasionally broke through the defensive lines, materializing in bursts of blood and rage. But the aspect warriors guarding the area proved their worth time and again. Howling banshees danced through the demonic ranks, their blades singing a song of death. Striking scorpions emerged from shadows that shouldn't exist, their chain swords tearing through warped flesh. Fire dragons unleashed streams of superheated plasma, reducing greater demons to cinders. Franklin channeled unimaginable energies through his transformed body. Rivers of faith and psychic might flowed into him from every corner of the craft world, from both the living and the dead within the infinity circuit. He directed this power with the skill worthy of the champion of Cain, amplifying Cain's strength while simultaneously weakening the bonds of the Eye of Terror. The craft world shuddered, caught between the pull of the Eye and the liberation offered by this divine intervention. In this crucible of cosmic forces, the destiny of altar-sar and the future Henry Cavill fought to protect hung in the balance. As another wave of demons crashed against the Ildari defences, as Cain landed a mighty blow against the avatar of Slaanesh, as Franklin's power reached new heights, one thing became clear to all who witnessed this epic confrontation: this was more than a battle. It was the forging of a new legend, one that would echo through the millennia and change the face of the galaxy forever. Chapter 76, Deep Shit. From the heart of the ritual circle, Franklin Valorian witnessed hell unleashed. His form, a divine construct of avian majesty and metallic fury, stood immobile yet far from powerless. Through eyes that saw beyond mortal limitations, he watched as 4 titanic tears rent the fabric of reality. Well, shit, Franklin thought, his mental voice a mixture of grim humor and tactical assessment. Looks like we've got the whole family coming to dinner. Greater demons manifested, each a nightmarish avatar of their respective chaos god. Kern's bloodthirster's champion materialized in a geyser of boiling gore. Siencha's lords of change shimmered into existence, Nurgle's plague-bearers lumbered forth, reality rotting around it. And there, already locked in combat with Cain, Slaanesh's empowered keepers of secrets danced a seductive waltz of blades and temptation. But it was the sudden shift in the godly battle that truly caught Franklin's attention. Kern himself had entered the fray, his avatar a mountain of brass and fury. The blood god's axe swung for Cain's head, even as Slaanesh's avatar hissed in displeasure at the interruption. Cain's voice boomed across the battlefield, a sound of clashing steel and burning cities. It's a rematch then. Talk about déjà vu, Franklin mused, recognizing the parallel to Cain's original shattering. But this time, you've got backup, old friend. Unable to move from the ritual circle, Franklin became a stationary engine of destruction. His mech suit began to spew death and ordnance. Wherever he pointed his array of weapons, demons ceased to exist in sprays of ethereal ichor and fading screams. It's like the galaxy's most twisted shooting gallery, Franklin muttered, his words lost in the cacophony of battle. Yet for all his firepower, he knew his impact was limited. The explosive ordnance, while devastating, could only reach so far. And with literal hell spewing forth demons from every conceivable angle, it felt like trying to empty an ocean with a teaspoon. Franklin's gaze swept the battlefield, assessing the situation with the cold clarity of a Primarch's tactical genius. The Ildari lines were slowly receding, pushed back by the relentless tide of demonic hordes flushing in from both corrupted webway portals and tears in reality itself. A flash of color caught his eye, a harlequin troop dancing through the chaos, their movements a deadly ballet that left demons bisected in their wake. At least Segurica's got some skin in the game, Franklin thought, allowing himself a moment of grim satisfaction. His son, Henry, caught his attention next. The captain moved with inhuman grace, his movements perfectly synchronized with the aspect warriors around him. Pride swelled in Franklin's chest, tempered by the knowledge of the future Henry fought to protect. We're in deep shit, Franklin concluded, his mind racing through probabilities and outcomes. The arrival of the greater demons had tipped the scales dangerously. Even with Cain unleashed, even with the combined might of craft-world altar-sar, victory seemed to be slipping through their fingers like sand. As if in response to his thoughts, reality tore once more. This new wound in the universe disgorged a fresh wave of demons, but these bore a sigil that sent a chill even through Franklin's divine form, the 8-pointed star of chaos undivided. Oh, come on! He thought, a mixture of exasperation and grim determination coloring his mental voice. As if 4 flavors of chaos weren't enough, now we get the variety pack? A particularly massive daemon took flight, its grey form dominated by 2 massive horns and flesh wings that seemed to drink in the light around them. As the monstrosity barreled towards him like a warp-touched freight train, Franklin's mind kicked into overdrive. Time to show this overgrown bat why they call me the Liberator, he thought, a fierce grin splitting his avian skull visage. Every weapon in Franklin's considerable arsenal locked onto the incoming threat. Gravity-defying rounds, plasma bursts, and exotic munitions beyond mortal comprehension poured forth. The daemon, clearly underestimating the firepower at Franklin's disposal, took the full brunt of the assault. That's right, ugly, Franklin growled, his voice a mixture of mortal determination and divine power. No matter where you fly, no matter how you twist, I've got your number. The daemon roared in pain and fury as Franklin's ordnance found its mark again and again. Chunks of demonic flesh were vaporized, only to reform moments later. But Franklin pressed the attack. Yet even as he focused on this immediate threat, Franklin's mind raced through the larger strategic picture. The ritual circle beneath him pulsed with power, channeling the faith and psychic might of an entire craft world. He could feel Cain drawing on this energy, using it to match the combined onslaught of Kern and Slaanesch's avatars. "We're holding," Franklin assessed, "but for how long? This isn't just a battle, it's a war of attrition against the very forces of chaos itself." In the distance, he saw Morgan Ra locked in combat with Nurgle's greater daemon. The Autar-Chilrathan stood alone against a tide of lesser demons, his leadership keeping a pocket of resistance alive amidst the madness. Franklin's son, Henry, had led his group of aspect warriors to reinforce a faltering section of the defensive line. The future knowledge Henry carried seemed to guide his every move, positioning him exactly where he needed to be to preserve the timeline he sought to protect. As another wave of demons crashed against the Ildari defenses, as Cain traded earth-shattering blows with the avatars of Kern and Slaanesh, as the very fabric of the craft world groaned under the strain of divine combat, Franklin made a decision. Franklin maintained his focus on empowering Cain while managing the relentless assault of demonic forces. His attention was particularly drawn to a persistent daemon that refused to fall despite the overwhelming firepower directed at it. "This one's got to have a name," Franklin mused, his thoughts tinged with grim amusement. "Probably something pretentious like Skullrender the Undying or Bob from Accounting. Either way, I'm starting to take this personally." As Franklin juggled the threads of concentration, a chill ran through his enhanced form. The realization hit him, this was a daemon of chaos undivided. Memories of his own chaos-touched doppelganger, vanquished years ago, flickered through his mind. These entities were on a different level, forged from the combined power of all four chaos gods. They were the heavyweight champions of the warp, and this one proved its pedigree with every regenerated limb and reformed organ. As the daemon angled into a steep dive, clearly intent on a kamikaze run, Franklin's arsenal responded with mechanical precision. His massive rotary cannons and smart missile pods, which had been laying waste to swathes of lesser demons across the battlefield, swiveled as one to track the incoming threat. The air itself seemed to scream as a hail of warp-touched munitions and explosions converged on the diving terror. The impact was spectacular, even by the standards of this reality-bending conflict. The daemon's form erupted in a cataclysm of ethereal fire and shredded warp stuff. For a moment, Franklin hoped that perhaps this would be the end of it. But hope, as ever in the grim darkness of the far future, proved fleeting. From the dissipating explosion emerged a figure that defied mortal comprehension. Its torso was a ruined mess, right arm entirely missing, a portion of its face missing, and its entire form riddled with holes that would have felled a titan. Yet still it came, driven by a malevolence that transcended physical form. As the daemon closed the final distance, Franklin made a split-second decision. He couldn't leave the ritual circle. The connection to Cain was too crucial to risk. With a thought, he commanded his mech suit to disassemble, transforming into a network of automated turrets to support the broader battlefield. The Primarch knew that with this monstrosity in his face, his ability to provide wide-range fire support would be severely limited. The mech suit peeled away, leaving Franklin in his core armor, wings of steel mantled behind him like an avenging angel. The death sword thrummed in his grip, eager for the taste of demonic essence. As the last pieces of the suit reconfigured into defensive positions, Franklin found himself face to face with one of the most infamous entities in the warp's long and terrible history. "Well then," Franklin said, his voice carrying both challenge and amusement, "shall we dispense with the pleasantries? You've come an awfully long way just to say hello." The daemon drew itself up to its full, imposing height. When it spoke, its voice was like gravel being crushed beneath the weight of millennia. "I am Belaker, the Dark Master, first of the Daemon Princes. And you, Liberator, have proven to be a most interesting adversary." Franklin's eyebrows would have risen if he had any in his current form. "Belaker? Well, aren't I the lucky one? To what do I owe the pleasure of a personal visit from Chaos Undivided's favorite son?" Belaker's laughter echoed like the shattering of realities. "Franklin Valorian, your flippancy amuses me, godling. The Liberator. The so-called Hand of Cain. I must commend your resilience. It's been an age since any being posed such a challenge, even in mere approach." "I aim to please," Franklin replied, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Though I have to say, your persistence is admirable. Most entities take the hint after the first few thousand high-yield explosives to the face." As they conversed, Franklin was acutely aware of the battle raging around them. The Ildari lines were slowly but surely being pushed back, the relentless tide of demons taking its toll. His automated turrets were making a difference, but he knew it wouldn't be enough in the long run. Now with the pleasantries out of the way, I don't suppose you'd consider turning around and heading back to whatever hell you crawled out of. Belaker's laughter was the sound of galaxies dying. Oh, but I'm exactly where I need to be, Primarch. This little ritual of yours, it's drawn the attention of powers beyond your comprehension. Did you truly believe you could change fated things without consequences? The crone soared, and now you dare to change altar-sar's fate. Consequences? Franklin retorted, injecting a bravado into his voice that he didn't entirely feel. I eat consequences for breakfast. It's part of my balanced diet of impossible odds and averted catastrophes. The daemon's form shimmered, wounds knitting closed even as they spoke. Your wit won't save you, Valorian. Nor will it save this pathetic craft world or your Ildari allies. The Eye of Terror hungers, and altar-sar will sate its appetite. Franklin's mind raced, calculating odds and potential strategies. He couldn't leave the ritual circle, but neither could he allow Belaker free rein to wreak havoc. The death sword pulsed in his grip, Cain's power flowing through it and into him. You know, Belaker, for a being of pure chaos, you're awfully fixated on this plan of yours, Franklin said, stalling for time as he reached out with his psychic senses, trying to gauge the broader flow of the battle. Didn't anyone ever tell you that variety is the spice of life? Or unlife, in your case? Belaker's eyes narrowed, clearly aware of Franklin's attempt at distraction. Your prattle changes nothing, Primarch. The forces of chaos are infinite. For every daemon you slay, 1,000 more stand ready to take its place. How long can your precious Ildari hold out? How long before Cain himself is overwhelmed? As if in response to the daemon's words, a great cry went up from the Ildari lines. Franklin saw a section of their defense collapse, demons pouring through the gap like a tide of nightmares made flesh. This is bad, Franklin thought, his jocular facade slipping for a moment. We're losing ground, and fast. If we don't turn this around soon. But even as the situation seemed bleakest, Franklin felt something stir within him. The power flowing through him from the ritual, the desperate bravery of the Ildari, it all coalesced into a moment of crystal clarity. Cain, the Ildari god of war and murder, found himself locked in combat with not one, but two avatars of chaos. To his left, the avatar of Slaanesh, a being of impossible beauty and horrific excess. To his right, the avatar of Kern, a mountain of muscle and rage incarnate. The conflict raged across multiple planes of existence simultaneously, each blow reshaping reality itself. As Cain parried a strike from Slaanesh's razor-sharp claws, he felt a disturbance in the warp. The dead were stirring, drawn to the colossal psychic energies being unleashed. But it wasn't just the majesty of battle attracting them. No, Cain realized with a surge of fury, Slaanesh was attempting to claim the souls of the fallen Ildari. I think not, usurper, Cain's thoughts rang out like hammer blows on the anvil of creation. He redoubled his efforts, his sword, a blade forged from the concept of violence itself, carving arcs of destruction through the air. As he parried a strike from Kern's avatar, its axe screaming for blood, Cain reflected on the irony of his position. He, the god of war and murder, now stood as a bulwark against the annihilation of Ildari souls. In eons past, he had cared little for their fate. The memory of his rampage, sparked by a prophecy from a fellow god, flashed through his mind. Eldanesh's death at his hands, the isolation imposed by Asurion, the curse of the bloody hands, all consequences of his past indifference. How times have changed, he mused, deflecting a psychic assault from Slaanesh's avatar that threatened to shatter his very being with promises of ecstasy and torment. In that moment of reflection, a plan crystallized in Cain's mind. It was audacious, perhaps even heretical by the standards of the old pantheon. But desperate times called for desperate measures. Franklin, he communicated through their psychic link, his thoughts a tempest of divine inspiration. I have a proposition that may turn the tide of this battle and secure the future of the Ildari race. He sensed Franklin's curiosity and apprehension mingling through their connection. I'm all ears, big guy. What's the plan? I will bind the souls of the Ildari to me, dead and alive, Cain explained, his mental voice resonating with the weight of cosmic significance. Those who dedicate their souls to me will serve in my name, eternally fighting at my beck and call. The dead shall return to life to fight once more, and the living, upon their death, will join my eternal host. I require more energy for this to happen. As he shared his plan, Cain launched a devastating counterattack against both avatars. His sword, a manifestation of pure violence, cleaved through the air, leaving trails of fire that seared even the immaterial forms of his opponents. The Kyrnate avatar roared in fury and pain, while Slaaneish's champion hissed in a perverse mixture of agony and pleasure. Franklin's surprise rippled through their connection. "That's intense. Are you sure about this? It's a pretty big change from your old MO." Cain's response was tinged with grim determination. "The alternative is to watch as Slaanesh claims these souls, empowering herself and subjecting the Ildari to an eternity of torment. At least in my realm, they will know purpose. They will fight, yes, but it is a fate better suited to their nature than endless suffering in the Dark Prince's clutches." The god of war pressed his attack, his form growing more radiant with each passing moment as he drew upon the faith and desperation of the Ildari around him. The craft world itself seemed to pulse in rhythm with his movements, as if recognizing him as its last hope for salvation. "I care not for the judgment of the Ildari or my fellow gods," Cain continued, his thoughts a tempest of resolve and ancient regret. "I offer them a path, a choice. The children of Isha will decide their own fate." As he spoke, Cain felt a shift in the cosmic balance. The souls of the dead, trapped in the infinity circuit, stirred with new purpose. Those aspect warriors who had dedicated their lives to his worship fought with renewed vigor, their every action a prayer to their god of war. Slaaneish's avatar sensed the change and redoubled its efforts, its attacks becoming increasingly desperate. "They are mine!" it shrieked, its voice a cacophony of desire and rage. "The Ildari belong to me." Cain's response was not in words, but in deed. He summoned the strength of every soul that had ever pledged itself to him, every drop of blood spilled in his name. His form grew, towering over even the massive avatars of chaos. When he spoke, his voice shook the foundations of reality. "No longer. The Ildari choose their own path, and I offer them one of eternal battle and purpose. Come, children of Isha. Rise once more and fight in my name." At his call, the impossible happened. Spirits emerged from the infinity circuit, taking form as ghostly warriors. Fallen aspect warriors rose from where they had fallen, their eyes burning with divine fire. Even some of the living Ildari, in moments of supreme devotion, pledged their souls to Cain, their forms shimmering with newfound power. The avatars of Slaanesh and Kern were beset by a hyper-boosted Cain, whose minions an ever-growing host of Ildari warriors empowered by divine purpose crashed into the daemon hordes, causing the tide of battle to begin to turn. Through it all, Cain felt a change within himself. The act of offering salvation, of providing a choice to a race he had once viewed with indifference, awakened something new in his divine essence. He was still the god of war and murder, but now he was also becoming something more, a protector, a giver of purpose, of harsh hope in a galaxy of encroaching darkness. As he fought on, Cain sent one last thought to Franklin: the die is cast. Win or lose, the fate of the Ildari changes today. Are you ready to bear witness to the birth of a new era, Primarch? Franklin's response came tinged with awe and determination: ready and willing, partner. Let's make history. With that, Cain roared his defiance against the forces of chaos, his army of devoted souls surging forward. The battle for altar-sar had become more than a fight for survival, it was now the crucible in which the future of an entire race would be forged. Chapter 77, Chaos and Charisma. The air crackled with malevolent energy as Belaker, the Dark Master, stood in front of the circle. His form was a writhing mass of shadows and malice, crowned by burning eyes that held the weight of millennia of schemes and betrayals. In his clawed hand, he wielded the Blade of Shadows, an ether blade that seemed to drink in the light around it. Franklin Valorian, still in his ascended form of an avian-skulled war god, stood at the center of the circle. The death sword pulsed in his grip, resonating with the combined might of Cain and the channeled faith of the Ildari. Belaker's voice was a symphony of whispers and screams. "Step out, little demigod! Come and face your destiny!" Franklin's response was a grim chuckle that echoed with divine power. "Sorry, pal. I'm a bit tied up at the moment. Why don't you come to me?" The Daemon Prince snarled and lunged forward, the Blade of Shadows leaving trails of absolute darkness in its wake. Franklin raised the death sword to parry, and as the weapons met, reality itself seemed to shudder. Franklin willed the death sword to change. In a flash of crimson light, it transformed into a massive war axe. The sudden shift in weight and balance caught Belaker off guard, and Franklin pressed his advantage. He swung the axe in a wide arc, forcing the Daemon Prince to retreat to the edge of the circle. Belaker's wings unfurled, casting a shadow over the entire ritual site. Impressive trick, but parlor games won't save you from the inevitable. The Daemon Prince launched a flurry of attacks, each strike of the blade of shadows threatening to unravel the very fabric of the circle. Franklin met each blow, his movements constrained but precise. He shuffled, pivoted, and swayed within the confines of the circle, turning its limitation into a strength. Every step was calculated, every position maximized for defense and counterattack. Realizing that ranged attacks might force Franklin to misstep, Belaker summoned a barrage of shadow bolts. They screamed through the air, promising oblivion. But Franklin was ready. The axe shimmered, elongating into a spear. With preternatural speed, he used it to parry everything before him, creating afterimages that dissipated the shadow bolts. "Is that all?" Franklin taunted, his voice carrying the confidence of one who had faced down gods and monsters alike. "I thought the first Prince of Chaos would pack more of a punch." Enraged, Belaker charged into the circle, his massive form looming over Franklin. The ritual space crackled and warped under the presence of such concentrated chaotic energy. For a moment, it seemed that the sheer weight of Belaker's evil might shatter the circle's integrity. "Stand still and die with dignity!" Belaker roared, his patience wearing thin. Franklin's skull face somehow managed to convey a smirk. "Now where's the fun in that?" Belaker's rage manifested as a corona of dark fire around his form. He launched himself forward, the blade of shadows weaving a tapestry of death. Franklin met each strike, the death sword morphing rapidly between forms, now a halberd, now a scimitar, now a warhammer, each change perfectly timed to counter Belaker's assault. The two titans traded blows at a speed that defied mortal comprehension. Belaker's attacks grew increasingly frenzied, each one designed not just to harm but to force Franklin out of the circle. Yet the Primarch's footwork was impeccable, a deadly dance that kept him always just within the boundary. Realizing his strategy wasn't working, Belaker changed tactics. He plunged the blade of shadows into the floor of the chamber, sending waves of darkness rippling outward. The shadows rose up like tentacles, grasping at Franklin's legs, trying to drag him out of the circle. Franklin's response was both swift and spectacular. Warp lightning erupted from his gauntlet fingers, arcing through the shadow tentacles and racing back towards Belaker. The Daemon Prince roared in agony as the lightning struck him, his form momentarily destabilizing. Taking advantage of the opening, Franklin went on the offensive. The death sword became a whip of pure energy, lashing out to wrap around Belaker's throat. With a mighty heave, Franklin pulled the Daemon Prince off his feet and into the ritual circle. "Welcome to my parlor," Franklin quipped, his free hand forming into a fist wreathed in psychic fire. Belaker, realizing the trap he'd fallen into, fought with renewed desperation. The blade of shadows clashed against the death sword, now back in sword form, sending sparks of conflicting energies cascading around them. The two warriors were a blur of motion within the confines of the circle, their battle a microcosm of the larger war raging throughout the craft world. Belaker's mastery of shadow and deceit clashed against Franklin's adaptability and raw power. Each time Belaker thought he had the upper hand, Franklin would surprise him with a new tactic. The Primarch's wings are weapons in their own right, slashing and stabbing with precision while the death sword kept the blade of shadows at bay. Even as Franklin Valorian locked blades with Belaker, his heightened senses and godlike perception allowed him to survey the broader battlefield. What he witnessed was nothing short of miraculous, a sight that would be etched into the annals of both Imperial and Ildari history. Cain, the Ildari god of war, had bound the Ildari souls to him, resulting in undying warriors of divine fire and wrath. The Infinity Circuits, those vast psychic networks housing the souls of dead Ildari, pulsed with newfound energy. From these ethereal pathways poured forth an army of the dead, each warrior wreathed in divine flame and imbued with Cain's furious might. These spectral Ildari crashed into the demonic lines with a force that shook the very foundations of the craft world. Where once the forces of chaos had seemed unstoppable, now they faced an opponent that matched their otherworldly nature. A bloodletter of Kern, its crimson form radiating bloodlust, brought its hellblade down upon one of Cain's summoned warriors. The blade passed through the Ildari spirit's torso, momentarily dispersing its form. But instead of a final death, the spirit warrior simply coalesced a few feet away, its eyes burning with renewed determination as it launched a counterattack. Across the battlefield, this scene repeated itself in countless variations. Daemonettes found their claws slicing through insubstantial forms, only to be blindsided by the very same opponents moments later. Plague bearers of Nurgle, used to wearing down their enemies through attrition, found themselves stymied by foes that simply refused to stay dead. Franklin watched as a group of spectral howling banshees, their ghostly forms still bearing the iconic aspect warrior armor, tore through a pack of flesh hounds. Their phantom blades keened with a sound that cut through the cacophony of battle, banishing daemon flesh back to the warp. When a flesh hound managed to clamp its jaws around a banshee's arm, severing it at the elbow, the limb simply regrew in a burst of divine fire. Near the heart of the conflict, a massive greater daemon of Psianch unleashed a barrage of warp fire, incinerating dozens of the spectral Ildari. For a moment, it seemed as though the tide might turn back in chaos' favor. But then, from the ashes of the fallen, the same warriors rose again. Their forms reconstituted, faces set in grim determination, they charged back into the fray with undiminished vigor. The implications of what Franklin witnessed were staggering. Cain had effectively created an army that mirrored the demonic legions in their ability to reconstitute after defeat, but one fueled by righteous fury rather than chaotic corruption. It was a masterstroke in the battle for altar-sar, turning the craftworld's tragic history of death into a weapon against its tormentors. As he parried another of Belaker's strikes, Franklin's mind raced with the tactical possibilities this development presented. The stalemate that had formed was unlike anything seen before in the long war against chaos. For every daemon banished, a spectral Ildari warrior stood ready to continue the fight. For every spirit temporarily dispersed, another would take its place until it could reform. In one section of the battlefield, Franklin observed a group of phantom fire dragons unleashing their fusion guns upon a soul grinder. The daemon engine's armor melted under the assault, its form destabilizing. As it thrashed in its death throes, it managed to crush several of the fire dragons beneath its bulk. Yet even as their forms dissipated, Franklin could see the same warriors reforming at the edges of the conflict, ready to rejoin the battle. The air itself seemed charged with a new energy. The psychic resonance of countless Ildari souls, fueled by Cain's divine power, created a tempest of emotion and will. It was a maelstrom of determination, rage, hope, and vengeance, the collected fury of a race that had suffered under the yoke of Slaanesh for centuries, now given a chance to strike back. As the conflict raged on, Franklin noticed another fascinating development. The living Ildari fighting alongside their spectral kin seemed emboldened beyond measure. Where once they might have fought with the grim determination of a race on the brink of extinction, now they battled with the fervor of those who had glimpsed a new hope. The knowledge that even death might not be the end, that they too could continue the fight beyond their mortal constraints, lent them a fearlessness that even the most battle-hardened aspect warriors had rarely displayed. In the midst of this epic clash, Franklin caught sight of his son, Henry Cavill, fighting alongside a mixed unit of living and spectral Ildari. The Primaris Space Marine moved efficiently, his combat style perfectly complementing the Ildari warriors around him. As Franklin watched, a daemon's blade sliced clean through one of Henry's spectral allies. Without missing a beat, Henry adjusted his stance to cover the temporarily fallen warrior, holding the line until his comrade's form reconstituted moments later. As Belaker pressed another attack, forcing Franklin's attention back to their duel, the Primarch felt a surge of renewed determination. What he had witnessed was more than just a tactical advantage, it was a fundamental shift in the nature of the war against chaos. Franklin, still constrained within the ritual circle, felt the tide of battle shift. Each clash with Belaker sent shockwaves through the craft world, but something was changing. The first Daemon Prince, despite taking grievous wounds that should have banished him back to the warp, kept coming back stronger. The battle had been raging for what felt like centuries, though in reality, it had probably only been a few hours. Time tends to lose meaning when you are locked in mortal combat with the first Daemon Prince while simultaneously channeling the power of an Ildari god. Just another Tuesday for the Liberator. Belaker, looking far too cheerful for someone who had been bisected more times than Franklin cared to count, was proving to be a particularly annoying dance partner. The Daemon Prince's latest party trick? Getting stronger with every passing second. Having trouble keeping up, Liberator? Belaker taunted, his voice a symphony of malice and far too much self-satisfaction. The gods have blessed me with limitless power. Franklin rolled his eyes, an impressive feat considering his current avian skull visage. Limitless power, limited creativity. Last time I fought an undivided bitch I got shanked, Franklin thought and fired back. Have you considered taking up knitting instead? Might be less stressful. Belaker's response was a roar of fury and a barrage of shadow bolts that Franklin deflected with a casual flick of his wings. Show off, he thought, not entirely sure if he was referring to Belaker or himself. As they clashed again, Franklin couldn't help but notice a pattern. With each exchange, Belaker seemed to be getting just a tad stronger, a smidge faster. It was like fighting a particularly angry sponge that absorbed power instead of water. Great, Franklin thought, he's like my doppelganger, one of those video game bosses that gets stronger the longer you fight. Didn't know the Chaos Gods were into game design and history. Aloud, he quipped, you know, Belaker, if you wanted a workout buddy, you could have just asked. I know a great gym back in Nova Libertas. The Daemon Prince's eyes narrowed, clearly not appreciating Franklin's attempt at levity. Joke while you can, Liberator. Soon, you'll fall, and Cain will follow. The dominoes are set. Franklin's mind raced, processing the implications even as he parried another devastating blow. So that's their game. Take me out, and the whole house of cards comes tumbling down. No pressure or anything. Dominoes. Franklin replied, his voice dripping with feigned innocence. And here I thought we were playing chess. No wonder I'm losing, I've been moving all the wrong pieces. Belaker's frustration was palpable, manifesting as waves of dark energy that rippled through the ritual chamber. Franklin had to admit, it was a clever plan. He was the linchpin, the connection between the mortal realm and Cain's divine power. If he fell... Well, let's not think about that, Franklin mused, narrowly avoiding a blow that would have taken his head clean off. Focus on the positives. Like how I'm getting one hell of a workout. The battle raged on, a deadly dance of blade and shadow. Franklin found himself grudgingly impressed by Belaker's tenacity. The Daemon Prince had taken enough damage to fell a small army, yet he kept coming back for more, each time a little stronger, a little faster. Franklin panted, deflecting another savage attack. Most people would have the decency to stay down after being cut in half a few dozen times. Didn't your mother teach you any manners? Belaker's laugh was a thing of nightmares, echoing with the power of the warp itself. My mother? Oh, Liberator, you jest. I ascended to immortality. The mortal you call my mother has no hold on me. And they have decreed that you shall fall this day. Franklin's retort was cut short as he caught a glimpse of something odd amidst the swirling chaos of battle. A man with black hair and an unassuming face was leading a group of Yildari warriors with a skill and familiarity that seemed out of place. Hey, Franklin thought, narrowly avoiding a shadow tendril aimed at his midriff. That's not something you see every day. A human leading Yildari? Must be one hell of a charisma roll. But he couldn't afford to dwell on the strange sight. Belaker was pressing his advantage, each blow resonating with the dark blessing of the Chaos Gods. Franklin found himself being pushed back, inch by precious inch, towards the edge of the ritual circle. Okay, this is getting a bit dicey, Franklin admitted to himself, his usual bravado slipping just a fraction. Time to change tactics. With a thought, he willed the death sword to change form. The blade shimmered and morphed, becoming a massive warhammer that crackled with divine energy. Let's see how you like this, you overgrown shadow puppet, Franklin growled, swinging the hammer in a wide arc. Belaker, caught off guard by the sudden change, failed to dodge in time. The hammer connected with a thunderous crash, sending the Daemon Prince flying across the chamber. For a moment, Franklin allowed himself a small smile of satisfaction. But his victory was short-lived. Belaker rose once more, his form knitting itself back together before Franklin's eyes. The Daemon Prince's laughter echoed through the chamber, a sound of pure, malevolent joy. Don't you see? Belaker crowed. The more you struggle, the more power I receive. Your every effort only hastens your doom. Franklin's mind raced, processing this new information. So, the harder I fight, the stronger he gets. Talk about a lose-lose situation. If this were a video game, I'd be demanding a refund. Aloud, he quipped, well, that hardly seems fair. Did you bribe the referee when I wasn't looking? Belaker's only response was another devastating attack, his blade coming within a hair's breadth of breaching Franklin's defenses. The Primarch found himself on the back foot, desperately parrying and dodging, all while trying to maintain his position within the ritual circle. As he fought, Franklin's mind whirled with possible solutions. Can't beat him by brute force. Can't outlast him. Can't let him win. Great. Just great. This is why I prefer straightforward problems, like how to fit more Daka onto a Titan. The battle raged on, a stalemate of escalating power. With each passing moment, Belaker grew stronger, his attacks becoming increasingly difficult to counter. But Franklin held his ground, his determination as unyielding as his humor was relentless. You know, Franklin panted, deflecting another impossibly strong blow. Most people bring flowers or chocolates when they want attention this badly. Your courtship methods need work, Belaker. The Daemon Prince's roar of frustration was music to Franklin's ears. Good, he thought. Angry opponents make mistakes. Now if only I could figure out how to capitalize on those mistakes without making him even stronger. As they clashed again, Franklin caught another glimpse of the black-haired man and his Ildari companions. They were fighting their way towards the ritual chamber, cutting through hordes of lesser demons with surprising efficiency. Curiouser and curiouser, Franklin mused, narrowly avoiding a shadow tendril aimed at his throat. If I didn't know better, I'd say that fellow looks an awful lot like. His train of thought was abruptly derailed as Belaker launched a particularly vicious assault, forcing Franklin to focus all his attention on defense. The Daemon Prince was a whirlwind of shadow and malice, each attack carrying the weight of the Chaos God's blessing. Your struggle is futile, Liberator. Belaker crowed, his voice dripping with dark triumph. With each moment, I grow stronger. Soon, not even your vaunted willpower will be enough to stop me. Franklin gritted his teeth, feeling the strain of maintaining both the battle and the ritual. He's not wrong, he admitted to himself. This is getting dicey. Need to think of something fast, or this little escapade might have a very unhappy ending. But even as the situation grew increasingly dire, Franklin couldn't help but find a spark of humor in the absurdity of it all. Here he was, a demigod of freedom, locked in an eternal struggle with a power-hungry daemon, all while trying to maintain his footing in a mystical circle. If someone had told me this is how I'd be spending my Tuesday, Franklin mused, I'd have asked them what they were smoking and where I could get some. Chapter 78, Dusk and Then Dawn. The ritual to free altar-sar had begun with hope, but as the hours dragged on, that hope began to flicker like a candle in a storm. More and more greater demons tore their way through the fabric of reality, their otherworldly forms manifesting amidst the elegant spires and wraithbone structures of the craft world. Progress in freeing altar-sar from the eye's grasp slowed to a crawl, each inch gained paid for in blood and souls. Cain's presence burned bright, his divine will animating the dead of altar-sar. Warriors wreathed in flame and wrath poured forth from the infinity circuit, their spectral forms clashing with the demonic hordes in a battle that spanned both the material and immaterial planes. The air was thick with the acrid stench of burning warp stuff and the metallic tang of spilled blood. In the midst of this carnage, Franklin found himself locked in combat with Belaker, the Dark Master, first of the Daemon Princes. Their duel had raged for what felt like an eternity, each death of Belaker only serving to fuel his rebirth, stronger and more terrible than before. The Primarch's muscles burned with fatigue, he was pushed to his limits as he parried blow after murderous blow. Belaker's laughter, a sound like grinding bones and tearing flesh, echoed across the battlefield. Your doom approaches, little demigod, the Daemon Prince taunted, his shadowy form swelling with malevolent glee. The eye hungers for altar-sar, and it shall not be denied its prize. Franklin's lips curled into a snarl, if there was even a lips in that avian skull burning with divine fire, his brown eyes blazing with defiance. Fuck around and find out, you oversized batwin. His quip was cut short as Belaker's massive form crashed into him, nearly driving the Primarch from the ritual circle. Franklin's heart hammered in his chest, he knew that if he stepped outside that mystical boundary, Cain's power would falter, and all would be lost. With a grunt of effort that would have shattered mountains, Franklin twisted, using Belaker's momentum against him. In a fluid motion born of centuries of combat, the Primarch sidestepped and brought the death sword down in a devastating arc, severing one of Belaker's legs at the knee. The Daemon Prince howled in pain and rage, but Franklin was already moving. His steel wings, reminiscent of the great eagles of ancient Terra, snapped open, driving Belaker to the ground with hurricane force. In the same motion, Franklin plunged the death sword deep into Belaker's torso, pinning the writhing daemon to the craftworld's surface. Not so easy, is it? Franklin chuckled, his voice carrying over the din of battle. That blade's got the weight of a god behind it. Good luck lifting it. But Franklin had no time to savor his victory. Even as Belaker struggled against his divine bindings, a new threat emerged. A bloodthirster, greatest of Kern's demons, had broken through the Ildari lines. It charged towards Franklin, its massive frame shaking the ground with each thunderous step. The beast's axe, large enough to cleave a titan in two, swung in a deadly arc towards the Primarch's head. Franklin's body reacted on instinct, honed by centuries of warfare. He weaved under the blow, feeling the wind of its passage ruffle his hair. Then, Franklin unleashed a devastating uppercut. His fist, backed by godlike muscle and indomitable will, connected with the bloodthirster's jaw. The crack of breaking bone echoed across the battlefield. But Franklin wasn't done. He seized the daemon's horns, using them as leverage to slam the monstrous creature into the ground. Again and again, he lifted and smashed, each impact cratering the craftworld's surface. The bloodthirster's form began to lose cohesion, its essence unable to maintain stability in the face of such punishment. As the daemon's form wavered, Franklin's will exerted itself. Drawing on the power flowing through the ritual circle, he reshaped the bloodthirster's essence. Its massive form compressed and elongated, transforming into a massive, daemon-forged axe. Franklin hefted the weapon, feeling its weight and the angry whispers of the bound daemon within. Battle, maim, kill. The axe hissed in his mind, a litany of key ornate violence. Franklin's response was curt and absolute. "Shut up," he commanded, exerting his will over the daemon weapon. The whispers subsided, cowed by the Primarch's indomitable psyche. With his new weapon in hand, Franklin turned to face the horde of lesser demons that had broken through the Ildari lines. They surged towards him, a tide of claws, fangs, axes, sword and corrupted flesh. Franklin met them head-on, the daemon-forged axe cleaving through their ranks like a scythe through wheat. Each swing bisected multiple demons, their forms dissolving back into the warp. Franklin moved with power, every motion economic yet devastatingly powerful. He was a whirlwind of destruction, holding the line single-handedly while the ritual continued beneath him. Above this scene of carnage, Cain himself battled against the avatars of Kern and Slaanesh. The Ildari god of war, empowered by the faith and sacrifice of altar-sar, met the chaos god's manifestations blow for blow. Divine energies clashed, reality itself buckling under the weight of their conflict. Franklin, even as he fought his own battle, remained acutely aware of his role as the conduit for Cain's power. He could feel the god's strength flowing through him, knew that his continued presence in the ritual circle was all that stood between victory and annihilation. His muscles burned with exertion, his breaths coming in ragged gasps. He was dimly aware that he was sweating blood, pushed beyond its limits by the strain of channeling Cain's power while simultaneously fighting off the demonic horde. Just when it seemed the tide might be turning, reality shuddered once more. A new presence made itself known, its very existence an affront to causality and reason. 9 Narganix, the slayer of destinies, materialized in a kaleidoscopic burst of impossible colors. The avian daemon's multifaceted eyes gleamed with malevolent intelligence as it surveyed the battlefield. With a gesture, it summoned fellow lords of change, their combined sorceress might weaving a counter-ritual to Franklin's efforts. The Primarch felt the shift immediately. Where before he had been slowly but surely guiding altar-sar from the eye's grasp, now it felt as though he were trying to push back an ocean. 9 Narganix's magic pulled at the craft world, threatening to drag it deeper into the hellish realm from which it sought to escape. Cain roared his defiance, the god's avatar locked in combat with manifestations of Slaanesh and Kern. The psychic backlash of their battle sent shockwaves across the craft world, shattering towers and igniting fires that burned in impossible colors. Franklin gritted his teeth, his entire body trembling as he forced more of Cain's raw power through his battered frame. His hands, clenching the ritual circle's edge, were fractured beneath the weight of the energy he was channeling, each threatening to snap under the relentless strain. The wings of steel that once spread gloriously from his back, were now tattered, their once shining sword like feathers torn away, scattered like fragments of a shattered dream. His armor, once a resplendent shield, was a ruined shell blackened, jagged, and bent under the relentless onslaught. The scorching heat of psychic energy funneled from the dying craft world into his very soul was unbearable. At first, the power surged through him like a blessing, but as Cain fed more from the battle, draining the last vestiges of the Ildari's strength to fight the avatars of rival gods, it became an agonizing inferno. His veins felt like molten iron, his nerves burning with each pulse of Cain's wrath. The injuries dealt to him by Belakar and the endless onslaught of demonic champions had left his once godlike form ravaged, and the pain was unlike anything he had endured before. Every breath was a fight for survival, every heartbeat a struggle to keep from collapsing. He could feel a death's grip clutching at the edges of his soul. The repeated blows of Belakar, the endless duels with demons and challengers, had left him shattered in body and spirit. Blood pooled beneath him, soaking into the ground of a craft world now teetering on the brink of destruction. He was trapped in the heart of this storm, bearing the weight of the world and the hatred of gods. The pain was no longer something he could merely endure, it was something he now fought against, threatening to overwhelm him. Even in his warp god form, towering and divine, he could feel the cracks forming beneath the facade of godhood. His power was immense, but it was fleeting, like a star burning too brightly before its inevitable collapse. Franklin Valorian, the hand of Cain, proud son of liberty, felt more mortal than he had ever felt in his long life. For the first time, the spectre of his own death loomed close, whispering that no matter how powerful he was, even he could fall. In this moment, more than any other, Franklin knew how close to death he truly stood. The flickering embers of his life danced in the storm of chaos around him, threatening to be snuffed out in the next breath. The pain was overwhelming, but the thought of faltering, of letting the craft world fall, of allowing its people to be swallowed by darkness drove him to endure. If he failed, altar-sar would burn, and with it, everything he had fought for would crumble into ash. There was no retreat, no surrender, only the will to stand defiant in the face of annihilation, though every fibre of his being screamed in agony. He could not fall. If he did, there would be nothing left to save. And then, as if the situation weren't dire enough, the fabric of reality tore asunder once more. An explosion of pure, undiluted rage heralded the arrival of Angrath the Unbound, guardian of the throne of skulls and most favoured of Kern's bloodthirsters. The demonic behemoth's arrival was like a hammer blow to the Ildari lines. Where before they had held against the tide of lesser demons, now they crumbled like sand before a tsunami. Angrath carved a path of utter destruction towards Franklin, each step bringing it closer to the heart of the ritual. Franklin's mind raced, assessing the situation. His death sword remained lodged in Belaker's writhing form. The daemon weapon he now wielded, while potent, was a poor substitute against a foe of Angrath's caliber. Everything slowed to a crawl. The chaos of battle, the screams of the dying, the roars of demons, all of it faded into a dull, distant rumble. I found myself staring at the holographic displays in my mech suit, the angry red warnings glaring back at me like accusatory eyes. No ammunition. 87% structural integrity lost. Weapons platforms destroyed. Dimensional pocket empty. And then, I laughed. Not the confident chuckle of a man with a plan, but the slightly unhinged cackle of someone who's just realized the cosmic joke they're part of. For the first time in my long, war-filled life, I was out of ammo. Belaker's mocking voice cut through my laughter. He was still impaled upon the floor as the little demigod finally lost his mind. I shrugged, still chuckling. Nah, just appreciating the irony. You wouldn't understand, you humorless fuck. How you holding up, big guy? I asked mentally, trying to keep my tone light despite the dire circumstances. Cain's response was immediate, his voice a mixture of divine power and genuine concern. How are you, Primarch? I could feel Cain's amusement, dark and violent, mixing with concern. The god was holding his own, but I was on the verge of death. My body, enhanced, a warp god though it was, simply wasn't designed to channel this much divine power for so long. Every heartbeat felt like it might be my last, each breath a struggle against lungs that wanted to fill with blood rather than air. Oh, you know, I quipped back, just another Tuesday in paradise. In the distance, I could hear it coming. Angrath the Unbound, guardian of the throne of skulls and so many more titles that I forgot. Fucking hell, who the fuck needs so many titles anyway? It was barreling towards me like the galaxy's angriest freight train. Its bellows of skull furkern shook the very air, each syllable a promise of violence. As the massive daemon drew nearer, my mind drifted back home. To Nova Libertas, to the shining worlds of the Independence sector. I saw the faces of my sons, the Liberty Eagles, proud and strong. I remembered the laughter shared over drinks with Lemon, the quiet moments of reflection with the Emperor. And then I thought of my inner circle. Denzel, my right hand and best friend, always ready. Stephen Armstrong, my left hand, probably punching a mountain somewhere and yelling about nanomachines and freedom. John Ezra, head of my honor guard, perpetually exasperated by my antics but loyal to the core. And Vladimir, my chief librarian, whose psychic might had gotten us out of more scrapes than I could count. Together, we were unstoppable. The Liberator and his team, a force that could reshape the galaxy. With them at my side and a legion at my back, there wasn't a threat in the universe I couldn't face down with a grin and a one-liner. But now? Now I was alone. A Primarch without his legion, a general without an army. I realized with grim amusement, I was well and truly fucked. Oh, the irony. It was just me, a broken mech suit, no ammunition, and a daemon axe that wouldn't shut the hell up. I said quiet. I snarled at the axe as its whispers rose once again, promises of slaughter and glory trying to worm their way into my mind. The weapon fell silent, but I knew it was only temporary. It would be back, just like every other daemon in this emperor-forsaken hellscape. And that was the crux of it, wasn't it? I could kill Angrath. Hell, I could probably kill him, Belaker, and that scheming bird 9 Narganics all at once. But what then? How many more would take their place? The forces of chaos were endless, and for the first time in my life, I was beginning to feel finite. Cain was locked in a stalemate, a cosmic tug-of-war with no end in sight. I had slain countless demons already, my armor slick with ichor and warp stuff. But they just kept coming. Wave after unending wave of horror and madness, each one pushing me closer to the brink. For the first time in my long life, I found myself asking a question I'd never considered before: where is the end in sight? I've always been the one with the plan, the ace up my sleeve, the unexpected solution that turns certain defeat into impossible victory. But standing here, at the heart of a dying craft world, watching reality itself tear apart around me, I've got nothing. No clever quips, no brilliant strategies. Just the burning determination not to let these pointy-eared bastards down, and the growing realization that determination might not be enough this time. Angrath's massive form finally broke through the last line of Ildari defenders, its axe cleaving through wraithbone and flesh alike. As it charged towards me, I could see my reflection in its burning eyes, a battered, bleeding demigod running on nothing but spite and stubbornness. I raised the daemon axe, its whispers rising to a fevered pitch in my mind. My muscles screamed in protest, every movement sending fresh waves of agony through my overtaxed body. But I grinned, because what else could I do? I spotted Morgan Ra in the distance, the exarch fighting with all his legendary skill to reach me. But for every daemon he cut down, 2 more took its place. He could barely save himself, let alone help me. Autar-Chilrathan took to the skies, no doubt planning to intercept Angrath. But the air was thick with flying horrors, demonic wings blotting out what passes for a sky in this warp-twisted realm. They were all left to watch, to fight their own battles as the tide of enemies threatened to overwhelm us all. I watched Henry still fighting with his Ildari allies, fighting to survive, and he came from the future. He was trying to reach me, cutting a swath through the demonic horde. But even he, for all his Primaris might, couldn't overcome the sheer numbers arrayed against us. It was futile. All of it. This is it, I thought. The moment where Franklin Valorian, the liberator, Primarch of the Liberty Eagles and all-around handsome bastard, finally bites off more than he can chew. And you know what? If this is how it ends, at least it'll be one hell of a story. As Angrath's roar shook the very foundations of altar-sar, one last moment of introspection. I thought of my father, the Emperor, and wondered if he'd be proud or just roll his eyes at the mess I'd gotten myself into. I thought of my brothers, scattered across the galaxy, fighting their own battles found and to be found. And I thought of the trillions of souls across the Imperium, blissfully unaware that their fate might hinge on what happens in the next few moments. The weight of it all, the expectations, the responsibility, the sheer cosmic absurdity of my existence settled on my shoulders like a familiar cloak. Heavy, but not unbearable. Because that's what it means to be a Primarch, isn't it? To stand against the impossible, to spit in the eye of fate, to be the bulwark against which the horrors of the universe break. So yeah, I'm tired. I'm hurt. I'm probably screwed 6 ways to Sunday. But I'm still standing. And as long as I'm standing, there's hope. For altar-sar, for the Imperium, for every soul that's counting on me whether they know it or not. Angrath's axe descended, a comet of rage and bloodlust aimed straight at my head. Time slowed to a crawl once more. In that eternal moment before impact, I felt a smile spread across my face. Not the cocky grin of a man certain of victory, but the defiant smirk of someone who knows they're in way over their head and decides to go for broke anyway. All right, you overgrown side of beef, I muttered, tensing for the fight of my life, let's dance. And as the axes met in a clash that could shatter worlds, I realized something important. Win or lose, live or die, this right here? This is what I was made for. This is who I am. I do not go gently into that good night. Time seemed to slow as Angrath's massive form filled Franklin's vision. The bloodthirster's wings, span wider than a Thunderhawk gunship, blocked out what passed for sky in this warped realm. Angrath's axe, a nightmarish amalgamation of brass and blood-slick steel, descended in a brutal arc aimed at Franklin's head. With reflexes honed over centuries of warfare, Franklin brought up his own daemon weapon to meet the blow. The clash of the two axes sent a shockwave rippling across the battlefield, shattering nearby crystals and sending lesser demons tumbling through the air. Cracks spider-webbed across the surface of Franklin's axe, the weapon keening in protest at the strain. The Primarch gritted his teeth, his muscles straining against the immense strength of the bloodthirster. For a moment, they were locked in a contest of pure might, neither giving an inch. Angrath's maw split in a horrific grin, sulphurous breath washing over Franklin's face. "Your skull forkern, little demigod," the daemon growled, its voice like the grinding of tectonic plates. Franklin managed a smirk despite the strain. "Sorry, big guy. I'm rather attached to it." With a burst of strength that would have shattered mountains, Franklin shoved back, breaking the deadlock. Angrath stumbled back a half-step, surprise flickering in its burning eyes. It was all the opening Franklin needed. The Primarch ducked low, avoiding a wild swing from Angrath's axe that would have bisected a lesser being. He retaliated with a sweeping strike at the daemon's legs, but Angrath was faster than its massive bulk suggested. The bloodthirster leapt, avoiding the blow and bringing its whip into play. The warp-forged lash cracked through the air, its barbed tip aimed at Franklin's eyes. The Primarch weaved, the whip missing him by mere millimeters. He could feel the heat of its passage across his face, smell the acrid stench of warp energy it left in its wake. Angrath landed with earth-shaking force, immediately pressing its attack. Its axe and whip worked in terrifying cohesion that forced Franklin onto the defensive. The Primarch's stolen axe was a blur as he parried and dodged, each impact sending shockwaves up his arms. Franklin's mind raced, analyzing patterns, looking for weaknesses. Angrath was strong, that is without a doubt, but strength wasn't everything. The bloodthirster's attacks, while devastatingly powerful, followed a pattern. A pattern Franklin was beginning to decipher. Axe, whip, axe. High, low, mid. Angrath's assault was relentless, but predictable. Franklin smiled grimly. Predictable, he could work with. Franklin brought his axe around in a vicious strike aimed at Angrath's exposed flank. The bloodthirster was faster than his massive bulk suggested. He twisted, catching the blow on his vambrace. Sparks flew as demonic metal met demonic metal, and for a moment, the two warriors were locked in a duel. Angrath's face, a nightmarish visage of horn and fang, loomed over Franklin. "You cannot win, little demigod," the daemon snarled. "Kern's thirst will not be denied." Franklin headbutted the bloodthirster, his enhanced skull colliding with Angrath's snout with a sickening crunch. "Dry month for the blood god, then," he quipped. Angrath struck again, his axe coming in low this time, aiming to bisect the Primarch at the waist. Franklin weaved, his wings snapping open to carry him over the blade. He landed behind Angrath, spinning to deliver a blow to the daemon's unprotected back. But Angrath had anticipated the move. His whip lashed out, wrapping around Franklin's ankle. With a roar of triumph, the bloodthirster yanked the Primarch towards his ground. There was no time to dodge. Franklin raised his own axe in desperate defense, but he knew it wouldn't be enough. Angrath's weapon came down with the force of a falling mountain. The impact drove Franklin to his knees. His arms, already strained beyond endurance, gave way. Angrath's axe bit deep into his chest, carving through tyranimite plate and warp god flesh with equal ease. Pain exploded through Franklin's body, a white-hot nova of agony that threatened to overwhelm even his iron will. He could feel his twin hearts stuttering, trying to compensate for the massive trauma. But even at death's door, Franklin Valorian was not done. As Angrath's axe began its descent, the Primarch surged upward with the last reserves of his strength. His own axe, now little more than a fractured hunk of metal, swept up in a final, desperate strike. Angrath, committed to his attack, couldn't alter his course in time. Franklin's blow caught him just under the chin, the remnants of the demonic weapon biting deep into the bloodthirster's throat. For a moment, the two stood frozen in a grotesque tableau. Angrath's axe buried in Franklin's chest, Franklin's ruined weapon lodged in Angrath's neck. Then, with a sound like 1,000 screaming souls suddenly silenced, Angrath's head separated from his shoulders. The bloodthirster's massive body toppled backward, dissolving into warp energy even as it fell. His axe, still embedded in Franklin's chest, began to lose cohesion without its master's will to sustain it. Franklin staggered, nearly falling out of the ritual circle. With trembling hands, he grasped the dissolving axe and wrenched it free, biting back a scream of pain. Blood poured from the massive wound, steaming as it hit the ground. Franklin sank to his knees, struggling to remain conscious. The ritual circle pulsed beneath him, Cain's power flowing through him in waves of searing heat. He could feel the god's concern, a wordless query about his condition. "I'm fine," Franklin muttered, though he was anything but just a flesh wound. Keep fighting." The ritual circle pulsed beneath him, Cain's power flowing through his battered body in waves of searing heat. The once mighty liberator, now reduced to a barely functioning conduit for a god's power, couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of his situation. "Ah, shit," he muttered, his voice a ragged whisper. "How am I going to get my ass out of this one?" The wound in his chest, a parting gift from the now banished Grath, continued to bleed profusely. It was a strange sight, Franklin mused in his delirium, to see a demigod bleed out like a mere mortal. The irony wasn't lost on him. Through blurred vision, Franklin became aware of a new presence approaching. Sinuous and terrible, a keeper of secrets sashayed across the battlefield, its every movement a mockery of grace and beauty. Lesser demons and Yildari alike scattered before it, sensing the power of one of Slaaneish's greatest servants. The keeper of secrets stopped just short of the ritual circle, its multifaceted eyes gleaming with malicious glee as it beheld the wounded Primarch. "Oh, how the mighty have fallen," it purred, its voice a symphony of pleasure and pain that sent shivers down Franklin's spine. "The great eagle, brought low at last. But it doesn't have to end here, you know." Franklin raised his head, meeting the daemon's gaze with defiance burning in his bloodshot eyes. "That's so," he managed to croak. The keeper of secrets smiled, a sight more terrifying than any snarl. "Surrender to Slaanish, Franklin Valorian. Embrace the Dark Prince's gifts, and all this pain will be but a distant memory. The craft world will be saved, preserved for eternity in the gardens of pleasure. You could be a prince among demons, your every desire fulfilled." For a moment, silence reigned on the battlefield. Then, to the shock of all present, Franklin began to laugh. It started as a low chuckle, building into a full-throated roar of mirth that shook his entire frame and sent fresh rivulets of blood flowing from his wound. The keeper of secrets recoiled, its beautiful face twisting in fury. If there was one thing Slaanish and its servants couldn't stand, it was being laughed at. "You dare mock the generosity of the Dark Prince?" it hissed, all pretense of seduction gone. "Then die, fool, and let your soul be Slaanish's plaything for eternity." The keeper of secrets stepped forward, its claws elongating into wicked blades as it prepared to deliver the killing blow. Franklin tensed, knowing he had no strength left to defend himself. This, it seemed, was truly the end. But as he prepared for death, Franklin's gaze was drawn to a figure standing at the periphery of the battle. An unassuming man, unremarkable in appearance, who had been present throughout the entire conflict but always just at the edge of Franklin's perception. Now, with death looming and his mind freed from the immediate concerns of combat, Franklin had time to truly see the man for the first time. And in that moment of recognition, everything changed. "So," Franklin murmured, a smile tugging at his bloodied lips, "you were here all along, Father." In the perpetual twilight of altar-sar, trapped for centuries in the hellish half-light of the Eye of Terror, the sun rose at last. Chapter 79, The Sun Rises. Golden light, pure and terrible in its intensity, burst forth from the unassuming figure of the Emperor. It washed across the battlefield like a tidal wave, scouring away demons and warp spawn wherever it touched. The Keeper of Secrets screamed, its voice shifting from pleasure to agony as it was unmade by the Emperor's radiance. Demons caught in the initial wave simply ceased to be. Lesser warp entities evaporated like mist before the morning sun, their unholy forms unable to maintain cohesion in the face of such overwhelming psychic purity. Greater demons fared little better, their bodies twisting and dissolving as they howled in agony and despair. The Keeper of Secrets that had been poised to strike down Franklin Valorian screamed, its voice shifting from sensual pleasure to mind-shattering agony as it was unmade by the Emperor's radiance. Its beautiful form, crafted to embody the darkest desires of mortals, melted like wax under the onslaught of golden fire. In its final moments, it reached out towards its dark patron, but found no salvation in the embrace of Slaanish. Amidst this cosmic display, Franklin remained at the ritual's heart, his muscles trembling with exhaustion. The daemon weapon he'd claimed had crumbled to ash in his hands. Belaker thrashed wildly, still pinned by the death sword, his shadow-stuff form hissing and steaming where the golden light touched him. "This changes nothing!" he shrieked, his voice echoing with hatred. "The threads of fate cannot be," his words cut off as another wave of the Emperor's power washed over him, reducing his voice to agonized howls. Across the battlefield, the tide of war turned so swiftly and decisively that it left both Ildari defenders in awe. Demons were vaporized by the thousands if not hundreds of thousands, their essence forcibly expelled from real space and cast back into the roiling seas of the warp. The very air seemed to sigh in relief as it was cleansed of chaotic corruption. Greater demons and the avatars of the chaos gods, entities of such power that they had been holding their own against the might of Cain himself, suddenly found themselves outmatched. As one, they turned their attention from the Ildari god of war to the newly revealed threat. Their voices, terrible and mighty, joined in a single cry that echoed across dimensions. Anathema. The word carried with it millennia of hatred, fear, and grudging respect. For the Emperor was indeed anathema to chaos, the antithesis of everything they represented. His very existence was a repudiation of their claims to power, a denial of their right to corrupt and destroy. The Emperor's psychic might radiated outward in ever-expanding waves. Where before, warp rifts had torn the fabric of reality asunder to spew forth endless legions of demons, now they snapped shut like the jaws of a steel trap. The unnatural energies sustaining them were no match for the pure force of will exerted by humanity's master. In moments, the only remaining portal disgorging demonic reinforcements was the webway gate, its ancient construction granting it a measure of resistance to even the Emperor's power. But even this last bastion of chaotic incursion faltered, the stream of demons emerging from it reduced to a trickle. Cain, the Ildari god of war who had been locked in desperate combat with the avatars of Kern and Slaanesh, seized the opportunity presented by their distraction. With a roar that shook the foundations of altar-sar, Cain brought his burning sword to bear. The blade, forged in the heart of a dying sun, cleaved through the avatar of Kern with shocking ease. The blood god's champion, bereft of its master's attention, collapsed into a pile of brass and gore. Slaanesh's avatar, a being of terrible beauty and insidious corruption, fared no better. Cain's next strike caught it mid-transformation, its form shifting between masculine and feminine, beautiful and horrific. The sword of the war god split it from crown to heel, and with a sound like shattering crystal, it too fell. As they died, the avatars of chaos howled out final warnings and curses. Cain, momentarily freed from his battle with the avatars of Kern and Slaanesh, manifested fully beside Franklin. The god of war's presence was like a bonfire next to the Emperor's son, but no less terrible in its own right. Primarch, Cain's voice resonated in Franklin's mind, what was to be is now undone. I have torn the knowledge from their essence as they fell. Franklin, still maintaining the ritual circle, managed a weak grin. Hit me with the spoilers, big guy. What exactly did we just avoid? Your death, Cain replied, his voice like clashing swords. Altan-sar's damnation. My imprisonment within Slaanesh's realm. The threads of fate were woven thus until you, father, the Emperor, sundered them. Wait, you're telling me I was supposed to die here? Yes. Keeper of secrets would have struck you down. The ritual would have failed. I would have been drawn into the Prince of Pleasure's embrace, and Altan-sar would have fallen deeper into the eye than ever before. This was all preordained by the architect of fate. It was his manipulations in order to get rid us. A thunderous explosion interrupted their conversation as four new figures emerged from the webway portal. These weren't merely greater demons, they were avatars of the chaos gods themselves, empowered by their master's direct attention and burning with hatred for the Emperor's intervention. Their voices, so mighty and terrible, now seemed petulant and small in the face of the Emperor's overwhelming presence. You upend the great game, anathema! They cried. The balance is destroyed. Chaos will have its due. The Emperor, resplendent in his unleashed glory, regarded the avatars with a mixture of contempt and pity. His response, when it came, was simple yet profound. So what? Those two words, spoken with the finality of an ultimate judge, resonated across the battlefield. They carried within them a rejection not just of the Chaos God's claims to power, but of the very idea that their great game held any legitimacy at all. In that moment, it became clear to all present Ildari, and Daemon alike that the Emperor of mankind was not merely opposed to chaos. He was its antithesis, its nemesis, and potentially its doom. Franklin looked between Cain and the Emperor, then at the four hypercharged avatars before them. So basically, you're saying if Pops hadn't shown up, we'd all be super dead right now. Worse than dead, Cain confirmed, raising his burning sword. But now the future is unwritten. The changing god's plans lie in ruins, and the Dark Prince's grasp has been denied. The battle erupted almost immediately, god against god. The Emperor's combat was nothing like the brutal displays of the Primarches or the elegant dances of the Eldar. He fought with absolute efficiency, each movement erasing rather than destroying. Where his sword struck, it didn't just cut, it denied. Each gesture wasn't merely an attack but a rejection of the very concept of what he fought against. The avatar of Synch attacked first, its rage overriding its usual scheming nature. Its staff wielded magic that could unwrite reality, but the Emperor moved through the impossible geometries and probability storms like they were barely there. His blade, wreathed in golden fire, carved through the Lord of Change's defenses not with force, but with pure negation. Where the golden light touched, the daemon's mastery over fate and change simply ceased to be. Your interference will not be forgotten, anathema. The daemon shrieked, its form constantly shifting between shapes. The Emperor's response was characteristically brief, neither will your failure. His next strike severed probability itself, causing the daemon to experience every possible defeat simultaneously. Meanwhile, Nurgle's avatar, a bloated thing of infinite diseases, tried to drown the Emperor in waves of pestilence. The Emperor's aura simply burned away the plagues, golden fire reducing complex diseases to mere atoms, then to nothing. Each of Nurgle's gifts evaporated before they could reach him, the concept of decay itself rejected by his presence. Nearby, Cain was locked in a brutal, primal clash of divine forces. The Ildari god of war moved with the fluidity of molten steel, his blazing sword carving arcs of blood-red light through the air as it met Kern's avatar. The bloodthirster, unnaturally empowered, countered every strike with equal ferocity, their battle so intense that the very wraithbone around them liquefied into pools of psychoreactive slag. Slaanish's avatar, a vision of lethal beauty, weaved through the chaos like a twisted dancer in a nightmare. But Cain had learned well from his battle with the Dark Prince. His movements were precise, ruthless, stripped of any grace or flourish that might feed Slaanish's insatiable hunger for sensation. Franklin stood within the ritual circle, channeling power into Cain while basking in his father's radiance. The Emperor's power had renewed him, burned away his fatigue, but he knew his role now was to maintain the connection, to keep Cain anchored and empowered while the gods settled their dispute. The Emperor moved with perfect efficiency, no motion wasted. When Synch's avatar launched a bombardment of impossible spells, the Emperor's sword drew patterns in the air that turned the magic back upon itself. When Nurgle's avatar vomited forth a tide of entropy, the Emperor's light transformed it into pure energy, feeding it back into the ritual. You dare! Synch's avatar shrieked, its form blazing with stolen stars. All was ordained. All was planned. The Emperor's response was characteristically direct, his sword severed 3 of the Lord of Change's wings in a single stroke. Your greatest failure, he spoke, his words burning reality itself, is believing your own lies. Cain, meanwhile, had adopted a fighting style that would have shocked the Ildari, crude, brutal, effectively human. It was anathema to both Slaanish's desire for perfection and Kern's appreciation of martial skill. The god of war had learned from Franklin's influence, it seemed. Your methods are beneath you, Slaanish's avatar hissed through a mouth of crystal razors. And yet they work, Cain replied, ramming his burning blade through the creature's chest with all the ceremony of a street brawler's shiv. The Emperor's battle reached its crescendo as Synch's avatar, maddened by the unraveling of its schemes, abandoned subtlety entirely. It manifested as pure change, a cascade of probability and mutation that threatened to rewrite the laws of physics themselves. The Emperor's response was sublime in its simplicity. He raised his left hand, and suddenly there was only certainty. Probability collapsed into singularity, possibility became actuality, and the avatar of Synch found itself frozen in a single, vulnerable state. Even gods must learn, the Emperor declared, his sword descending. Nurgle's avatar seized the opportunity to attack, releasing a plague potent enough to extinguish stars. For a brief moment, the Emperor's armor dimmed under the corruption, but his response was swift and undeniable, a golden light that not only incinerated the disease but reasserted the very essence of health itself. As both pairs of combatants drove their opponents back, Franklin maintained the ritual circle, watching with blood-streaming eyes as divinity clashed with divinity. The sheer power being thrown around should have annihilated the craft world, but somehow the Emperor's presence was containing the devastation, limiting it to their immediate vicinity. This battle was always meant to be your victory. Synch's avatar screeched, its voice laced with desperation as yet another wing was cleaved from its form. Everything is proceeding as planned. Captain Henry Cavill of the Liberty Eagles stood transfixed, his enhanced retinas straining against the sheer radiance before him. Even his mechsuit's auto-dampeners struggled to compensate for the divine light emanating from the Emperor's form. Here, in this moment of cosmic significance, he witnessed what so many in his future could only imagine, the Emperor at the height of his power. Approaching his Primarch within the ritual circle, Henry noted Franklin's condition. The Primarch was covered in dried blood, his mech suit bearing testament to the ferocious combat that had preceded the Emperor's arrival. Yet despite his exhaustion, Franklin maintained that characteristic smirk, as if the whole situation, gods battling before them, was somehow cosmically amusing. "Father," Henry spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. "I've seen Lord Regent Sanguinius clash with greater demons. I've witnessed Imperial Chancellor Guilliman break entire armies. But this..." He gestured toward the battle, where reality itself bent and broke under the weight of divine combat. Franklin, his focus never wavering from his task despite the seemingly ordinary conversation. "Wild, isn't it? That's my old man up there. Superman among supermen." Henry turned back to the spectacle, watching as the Emperor's sword cut through space and time, each stroke unmaking corruption, turning chaos into order. This wasn't the distant corpse god worshipped by billions in the grim future Henry knew. No, this was the Emperor in his full, terrifying splendor, humanity's greatest warrior, the ultimate expression of their potential. The sight of it made Henry's twin hearts ache with a strange mix of pride and sadness. "In my time," Henry said, his voice thick with emotion, "they pray to him, even with the imperial truth present in the foundation of the Imperium. Despite everything the Imperial Chancellor tried to do, the guardsmen still whisper his name in their darkest moments. And now I get it. How could they not, after seeing this?" Franklin's smirk softened slightly. "They're praying to the wrong thing, kid. What you're seeing isn't godhood, it's the peak of human potential. Raw, concentrated evolution given form and purpose. The old man's powerful as hell, sure, but he's still flesh and blood under all that gold." A tremendous crash drew their attention as the Emperor deflected a reality-warping blast from Xianx's avatar, the golden light transforming the chaotic energy into pure creation. Henry's auto-senses struggled to process the display, warning runes flashing across his helmet's display. But how? Henry wondered aloud, his tactical mind trying to reconcile the being before him with the distant figure of his future. How does such power end up bound to the Golden Throne? How does this? He gestured at the cosmic battle, become that? "That's the thing about being flesh and blood," Franklin responded, his voice carrying a weight of understanding that surprised his son. "We can bleed. We can fall. Even him. Especially him, because he'll never stop fighting for humanity. Gods don't bleed for their creations, fathers do." They watched as the Emperor moved with impossible speed, his sword describing arcs of pure annihilation through the air. Each stroke wasn't just defeating the avatars, it was rewriting the very rules of reality around them. Henry thought of the countless Imperial Guard he'd fought alongside in his time, of their whispered prayers and desperate faith. How many of them had dreamed of witnessing what he saw now? "In my future," Henry said quietly, "the Astra Militarum still whispers his name in battle. Not our Liberty Guard, they know better, but the others. Billions of them, across a million worlds. Some still cling to Lorgar's teachings, despite everything. If they could see this." Franklin chuckled, though his voice held a note of understanding. "They'd probably still pray. People always need something to believe in. But belief should raise you up, not weigh you down. We don't need gods. We need heroes, leaders, examples to follow. And the old man's the best example there is, although," Franklin added with a wry grin, his thoughts drifting back to what Henry had told him regarding the future he was from, "if half my brothers turned against him, maybe he wasn't exactly the best dad, hey." As the battle raged on, Henry Cavill, son of the future, stood witness to a moment that would be forever seared into his memory. He watched the Emperor of Mankind demonstrate why humanity call him master, even as his gene father showed him why such mastery need not be mistaken for godhood. Cain, for his part, had fully embraced the brutalist combat style. He headbutted Kern's avatar, used Slaanish's own blade as leverage, and generally fought with the efficiency that bordered on insult to both Chaos God's aspects. The end came not with thunder, but with golden silence. The Emperor's light reached a pitch that redefined radiance, and suddenly the avatars of Xianx and Nurgle simply weren't. No dramatic explosion, no final curse. They were, and then they weren't, edited out of reality. Cain's victory was more traditional. Kern's avatar banished in a geyser of brass blood, Slaanish's form unraveling into screaming shadow stuff. But the effect was the same: 4 avatars had stood against order incarnate, and 4 avatars had fallen. The silence that followed was deafening. Franklin stood in the now inactive ritual circle, his massive frame bearing the marks of exhaustion in battle. Blood had dried in trails from his eyes, and his armor bore the scars of demonic weapons, yet he stood tall as he faced his father's luminous form. "You look like shit, son," the Emperor's avatar said with a hint of a smile, his radiance already beginning to dim. Franklin managed a weary chuckle. "Yet? You should see the other guys. Oh wait, you deleted them from existence." He paused, studying his father's fading form. "The Astronomicon, you're using everything you've got for this." "A few hours of darkness is worth preventing millennia of darkness," the Emperor replied, his form becoming increasingly translucent. "Come to Terra as soon as possible. What you've learned here, what you've done." He let the sentence hang, that knowing smirk playing across his features. "How do you?" Franklin began, but stopped himself. "Right. Future sight. You know, that gets really annoying sometimes." The Emperor's form dissipated entirely, leaving behind a lingering warmth in the air. As if responding to the Emperor's departure, the death sword at Franklin's side pulsed with crimson energy. Cain's presence, which had been a roaring inferno during the battle, settled into a steady burn within the blade. The god of war had returned to his vessel, though his influence remained palpable in the very air of the craft world. Magnus approached first, his helm bearing new battle scars from the conflict. Despite his injuries, he moved with the deadly grace characteristic of his kind. Behind him, altar-sar limped forward, supported by two aspect warriors, his armor still smoking from a bloodthirster's near miss. "Hand of Cain," Magnus spoke, his voice carrying the weight of centuries. "We have witnessed power that we thought lost to the galaxy, a being of such magnitude. Your father, the great enemy who called him the anathema." Franklin nodded, wiping blood from his face with what remained of his cloak. "Yet, father tends to make an impression. Though I have to say, he usually doesn't go full delete button on reality like that. Must have really pissed him off." Franklin raised an eyebrow. "Speaking of implications, we should probably discuss the whole webway gate situation. You know, while we're all feeling friendly and not trying to kill each other." The following hour saw intense negotiations, conducted in one of the few undamaged chambers of the Craftworld's council chambers. Franklin, despite his exhaustion, demonstrated the diplomatic skills that had helped him conquer worlds simply through words. "Look," he said, spreading his hands on the Wraithbone table, "I'm not asking for unlimited access. Just regulated use for my forces when necessary. In return, you get priority access to the Independence sector's production capabilities. And trust me, we make some pretty sweet gear." Magnus' helm tilted slightly. "You speak of trade? With the craft world you just saved from damnation. Hey, just because we saved you doesn't mean we can't also have a mutually beneficial arrangement. I mean, you've seen our work." Franklin gestured to his own mech suit. "Plus, I figure having a direct line to the guy wielding a chunk of your war god might come in handy." The negotiations continued, with the Farser Council raising various concerns and conditions. Franklin met each with patience and understanding, occasionally consulting with Cain through the death sword when matters of divine significance arose. Finally, Ilrathan spoke for the council. "We accept these terms, Hand of Cain. The webway gate shall be accessible to your forces, under the specified conditions. And." He paused, looking at his fellow Ildari, "We would be honored to answer your call to war, should the need arise." Just then, a young Farser burst into the chamber, his eyes wide with urgency. "My lords! A fleet approaches through the void. 600 void ships strong. They request their Primarch's return." Franklin's face broke into a broad grin. "That's my ride." He started to rise, but the death sword at his side pulsed with urgent energy. Cain's presence filled the chamber, not with the burning rage of battle, but with the solemn weight of ceremony. "Before you depart, my champion," the god's voice resonated through all present, "there is one final matter to address." The sword lifted itself from Franklin's grasp, floating in the air before them. Its crimson light cast dancing shadows across the chamber's walls. "In claiming my greatest shard, you have altered the nature of your relationship with this craft world," Cain continued. "My avatar can no longer be awakened here, but I offer something in its place." The sword's light intensified, focusing on Magnus and altar-sar. Both warriors straightened, despite their injuries, as if called to attention by their very souls. "Step forward, warriors of altar-sar." They obeyed, moving with reverent precision. The sword descended, its tip touching each of their chests in turn. Where it touched, crimson light spread like burning blood through their armor. Your valor in the face of the great enemy has not gone unnoticed. From this day forward, you shall bear my mark. Through you, the ever-chosen of Cain may be called to battle the warriors of altar-sar who have pledged themselves to my service, both living and dead. The assembled Ildari gasped as spectral forms materialized around the chamber, the spirits of altar-sar's fallen warriors, their forms wreathed in Cain's fire. They knelt as one, pledging themselves to their god's service. When the hand of Cain calls or when altar-sar needs defense, you shall have the power to answer with all the might of altar-sar's honored dead. The marking complete, the sword returned to Franklin's grasp. Morgan Ra and Ilrathan stood transformed not physically, but there was an unmistakable aura of divine purpose about them now. The assembled Ildari immediately dropped to one knee, recognizing the significance of what had just occurred. Franklin cleared his throat. So. I guess this means we're really doing the whole hand of Cain thing officially now, hey. We shall answer when called, Lord Valorian. The warriors of altar-sar, both living and dead, stand ready to fight alongside the hand of Cain. Franklin nodded, then gestured toward the ceiling. Well, my ride's waiting, and I've got a date with the Golden Throne. Try not to get sucked into any more warp storms while I'm gone, okay? As he prepared to depart, Franklin cast one last look at the gathered Ildari. They stood proud despite their wounds, their spirits unbroken by their near brush with damnation. In their eyes, he saw not just respect or gratitude, but something the Ildari rarely showed to any human, true reverence. They see in you a being of transcendence, Cain's voice whispered in his mind. A warrior worthy of godly power, yet humble enough to wield it wisely. Humble? Me? Franklin grinned as he strode toward the landing pad where his transport waited. Clearly you haven't been paying attention. The god's response was something like a chuckle, and for a moment, Franklin could have sworn the death sword felt warmer in his grip. As he boarded the shuttle that would take him to his waiting fleet, the warriors of altar-sar raised their voices in a battle cry that would become legend, a cry that honored not just their god of war, but the demigod who had helped restore him to glory. The liberation of altar-sar was complete, but as Franklin settled into his transport, he knew this was just the beginning. His father waited on Terra with knowledge of what was to come, and somewhere in the void, the Chaos Gods nursed their wounds and plotted their revenge. But for now, he had a victory to celebrate and a legion to return to. And maybe, just maybe, a few hours of sleep to catch up on. Comment. 20 Comment. Vote. Chapter 80, Duty. 825.30 m. Independence Sector. Nova Libertas. The Valorian Estate. A few months into Franklin's disappearance. Valorian's private study remained unchanged since Franklin's youth. Ancient leather-bound books lined the walls, and a hololithic map of the Independence Sector dominated the center of the room. Marcus Valorian, his silver hair and lined face bearing witness to centuries of political maneuvering, sat in his favorite armchair, a glass of aged Amasek in his hand. Denzel stood by the window, his massive Astartes frame making the ornate furniture seem almost delicate in comparison. Below, the capital city of Nova Libertas stretched out, its spires reaching toward the stars that had become both their kingdom and their challenge. Funny thing about democracy, Marcus mused, his voice carrying the weight of experience. Everyone loves it until it gives people the freedom to disagree with them. He took a sip of his Amasek. These frontier agitators, they don't want true democracy. They want power, wrapped in whatever ideological flag seems most convenient. We could crush them, Denzel stated matter-of-factly. One company of Liberty Eagles would be sufficient to silence every dissenting voice from here to the Halo Stars. Marcus smiled, the expression both warm and calculating. And that, my boy, is exactly what they want you to do. Nothing validates a revolutionary's cause quite like martyrdom, do not give them a reason to fight. He stood, walking to the hololithic display. Franklin understood this. It's why he created managed democracy in the first place. The system works, Denzel agreed, in the fully integrated worlds at least. But these frontier planets, these have yet to be fully integrated. He gestured to the outer edges of the sector map, where red markers indicated worlds with growing unrest. They claim we're just the Imperium with a different coat of paint. Are we not? Marcus challenged, his eyes twinkling. The difference is, we're honest about it. We don't pretend to be something we're not. Managed democracy acknowledges a simple truth: absolute freedom leads to chaos, but absolute control leads to stagnation. We walk the line between. Denzel turned from the window. Franklin always said that freedom requires responsibility. And structure, Marcus added. These agitators on the frontier worlds, what are their actual complaints? Strip away the rhetoric, the calls for true democracy or return to traditional values. What do they really want? Power, Denzel answered immediately. The old merchant families want their monopolies back. The local governors want autonomy from sector oversight. The religious zealots want to preach to whatever god they want without restriction, far from the imperial truth. Marcus nodded approvingly. And there's your solution. Don't fight the ideology, fight the interests. Every revolution is built on promises to the desperate by the ambitious. He manipulated the hololithic display, zooming in on specific frontier worlds. Take Nuovo Roma. The unrest there isn't really about democracy, it's about trade routes. The merchant guilds are funding grassroots movements because our standardized shipping contracts cut into their profits. So we adjust the contracts? Denzel asked, skeptical. No, Marcus smiled. We expose them. Launch a public information campaign about how much the average citizen saves under the new system. Show exactly how much these champions of the people were profiting from the old ways. Turn their own rhetoric against them. Fighting politics with politics, Denzel mused. Franklin would approve. Franklin learned from the best, Marcus chuckled, then grew serious. The Liberty Eagles are a hammer, son. A magnificent, precisely engineered hammer, but not every problem is a nail. Sometimes you need a scalpel. He walked to his desk, retrieving a data slate. I've had my people working on this. Detailed profiles of every major agitator, their financial connections, their private interests. The proper application of this information, combined with strategic economic incentives for loyal worlds, will give the frontier populations a choice, Denzel finished, beginning to understand. Support the system that benefits them, or the demagogues who would exploit them. Marcus nodded. And when the violence does come, because it will, they'll make sure of that. You'll be responding to clear provocations. The public will support you because they'll understand what's really at stake. Denzel absorbed this, his tactician's mind adapting military strategy to political warfare. We'll need to coordinate with the FBI regarding this. Plant the right information in the right places. And with our merchant fleets, Marcus added. Economic pressure can be more effective than military might. When people's livelihoods depend on stability, they tend to choose stability. Franklin always said that true freedom comes from security, both physical and economic. Marcus nodded, pride evident in his expression. My son understood that democracy isn't about giving everyone what they want. It's about creating a system where people's best interests align with the greater good. He paused, his voice softening. He'll come back, you know. He's too stubborn to do otherwise. I know, Denzel replied. Until then, we'll preserve what he built. Not through force alone, but through the same balance of strength and wisdom that he showed us. Good man, Marcus approved. Now, let's talk specifics. I suggest we start with the Nuovo Roma situation. A few carefully leaked documents about the Merchant Guild's tax evasion schemes, combined with a public works project for the outer Hab zones. The two men continued their planning well into the night, the ancient wisdom of political maneuvering combining with transhuman strategic brilliance. Outside, Nova Libertas continued its eternal vigil, its lights burning bright against the darkness of space, a beacon of managed democracy in a galaxy of extremes. 8:30 m. The ornate wooden walls of the White House reflected the hololithic displays hovering above the round table, casting azure patterns across the faces of the Liberty Eagles' Continental High Command. The empty center chair, crafted from adamantium and inlaid with gold patterns, stood as a stark reminder of their missing Primarch. Denzel Washington, his dark features highlighted by the blue glow of tactical displays, studied the latest reports from the frontier worlds. The weight of command had settled heavily on his shoulders these past 5 years, though he'd never admit it to his brothers. His fingers traced the pommel of Kusanagano-Tsurugi, a habit he'd developed when deep in thought. The Mechanicum's encroachment cannot go unchallenged, Marcus Graves declared, his augmetic eye whirring as he projected detailed surveillance footage above the table. The images showed red-robed tech priests establishing bases on worlds clearly marked with the Liberty Eagles' aquila. They're exploiting our Primarch's absence, testing our resolve. Stephen Armstrong leaned forward, his massive mech suit creaking against the reinforced chair. Then let's give them a lesson in resolve they won't forget. His nanomachines pulsed in anger. I've got 3 battle groups ready to move on your word, Denzel. One shot, Clean and precise we take out their expedition fleet in the Prometheus sector. Elena Koshka raised her hand, her Void Admiral's insignia gleaming. Before we start shooting at Mars toys, consider this, we have an opportunity. She manipulated the hololithic display, bringing up schematics of their crusade fleet. Our ships needs upgrades, massive overhauls. The Mechanicum's aggression gives us perfect cover to dock for emergency repairs while we implement the latest modifications across the entire armada. And lose momentum. Yamato Nakajima interjected, his weathered face creased with concern. The Voidcraft designs I'm proposing require immediate implementation. 5 years ago, we had 3,800 worlds. Now we have 5,000. We can't afford to slow down. Chief Librarian Vladimir Mendelev's staff hummed with psychic energy as he spoke, his voice carrying the weight of foresight. The currents of the warp are turbulent. More so than usual. Whatever drew our father into its depths 5 years ago, I sense similar patterns forming again. He turned to Denzel. We must be ready. Not just with weapons, but with defenses that can withstand what's coming. John Ezra, his honor guard armor adorned with hundreds of oath papers, nodded gravely. The Secret Service Network's report increased Xeno's activity across the frontier worlds. They're whispering about the Eagle's absence using our Primarch's disappearance as propaganda. Denzel stood, his massive frame casting a shadow across the table. We implement both strategies. His voice carried the same commanding presence that had made him Franklin's right hand. Elena, begin the fleet overhaul but in phases. We'll rotate battle groups through the upgrade process, maintaining our presence while strengthening our ships. He turned to Armstrong. Stephen, prepare your warning shot. But make it surgical, no collateral damage. We're sending a message, not starting a war with Mars. A slight smile crossed his face. Yet. Yamato, he continued, accelerate production of the new Voidcraft designs. Focus on the interceptor variants first, they'll provide cover while we upgrade the capital ships. He paused, considering. Vladimir's right, we need to be ready for whatever's coming. Marcus Graves nodded approvingly. I can redistribute the Army's resources to cover any gaps in our defense lines while the fleet overhauls. The new Mark IV exosuits are performing beyond expectations, our troops can hold the line. One more thing, Denzel added, his hand still resting on Kuzenaga's hilt. I want increased surveillance on all Mechanicum movements near our borders. John, have your Secret Service operatives focus on their command structure. If they're planning something bigger than these probing attacks, I want to know about it. Elena manipulated the hololithic display again, showing resource allocation projections. The phased upgrade approach will take longer, about 18 months instead of 12. But it keeps our combat effectiveness above 85% throughout the process. Acceptable, Denzel decided. Vladimir, can you spare some of your technoseers to assist with the upgrades? Their machine empathy could help speed things along. The chief librarian nodded. I'll assign the Gamma and Delta squads. They've been studying the new STC variants we recovered from the Halo stars. Armstrong cracked his knuckles, the sound like tyranimite plates grinding together. Just point me at which Mechanicum fleet needs to learn about respecting borders. I'll make sure the message is received loud and clear. Take the 2nd and 7th companies, Denzel instructed. But remember precision. We're performing surgery, not butchery. He turned to address the entire council. Franklin taught us that overwhelming firepower isn't just about destruction, it's about control. We demonstrate our strength not through wholesale slaughter, but through precise, undeniable displays of superiority. The council members nodded in agreement. It was what their Primarch would have wanted: efficient, calculated, and ultimately productive action. Even in his absence, his philosophy guided them, and well, if they still refuse to heed warnings, then let them refer to the fuck around and find out chart. One final matter, Vladimir said, his psychic aura flickering like static. The FBI had been picking up echoes similar to the disturbances we detected before Father was taken. They're faint, but growing stronger. A heavy silence fell over the chamber. Denzel's grip tightened on his sword. Then we'll be ready. Whether it's our Primarch returning, or something else emerging from the warp, the Liberty Eagles will stand prepared. He looked at each council member in turn. We've maintained his legacy for 5 years. We've expanded our territory, protected our people, and upheld his principles. Whatever comes next, we face it together. For liberty, Armstrong declared, rising from his seat. For the Emperor, added Elena. For Valorian, Denzel concluded, and the council echoed his words. As the meeting adjourned, Denzel remained at the table, studying the tactical displays. The empty chair seemed to watch him, a reminder of both absence and duty. Battle Brother Thomas's tyrannomite boots echoed through the corridor as he rushed towards the chamber, data slate clutched in his gauntlet hand. The encounter with the custodian still felt surreal, like a dream wrapped in gold. "My lords!" Thomas burst through the doors, interrupting the concluding moments of the council. All heads turned toward him, but he didn't flinch under their collective gaze. "A message, from the Emperor himself." Denzel's eyes narrowed. "Calm yourself, brother. Report properly." Thomas took a breath, standing at attention. "My apologies, Lord Washington. A custodian arrived at the outer gates moments ago. He was different from others I've encountered." Thomas's voice carried a note of confusion. "He was actually polite." "Polite?" "This one introduced himself, though I was so stunned I only caught the end of his name. Sunshine, I believe." Stephen Armstrong raised an eyebrow. "A polite custodian? Not stoic or indifferent? Or downright an ass but polite? Are you sure you weren't hallucinating, brother?" "No, sir. He was quite real. Even asked my name before departing. Said the message was urgent, for the High Command's eyes only." Thomas extended the data slate to Denzel, who took it with measured grace. The moment Denzel activated the slate, his eyes widened. The other council members gathered around, their expressions shifting from curiosity to shock, then to barely contained excitement. Vladimir Mendelev's psychic aura flared. The Eye of Terror, those coordinates. His augur staff hummed with energy. "And that icon, the eagle. A craft world," Elena whispered, her Void Admiral's mind already calculating transit routes. "Trapped in the eye itself. And if the Emperor sent these coordinates?" "He's there," Denzel said, his voice firm with certainty. "Franklin's there." Armstrong slammed his fist on the table, causing the hololithic displays to flicker. "Then what are we waiting for?" "The fleet is already prepared," Elena interrupted, her fingers dancing across her command tablet. "Standard emergency protocols have kept Battlefleet Liberty at 90% readiness. We can move within 30 minutes. John Ezra was already issuing orders through his command vox. "All honor guard units, full mobilization. This is not a drill. Priority Alpha." Marcus Graves and Yamato Nakajima exchanged quick nods before rushing out, their own commands echoing through the chamber's communication systems. The machinery of war was awakening, driven by hope and determination. Thomas stood at attention, watching the High Command spring into action with practiced precision. His mind wandered back to the strange custodian, the way he'd moved, more fluid than the usual rigid stance of the Emperor's guards. The way he'd spoken, with an almost casual warmth that seemed at odds with everything Thomas had heard about the Emperor's custodians. "Brother Thomas," Denzel's voice snapped him back to attention. "You delivered this message swiftly and properly. Return to your company and prepare for deployment." "Yes, Lord Washington." Thomas saluted sharply, but as he turned to leave, he caught Vladimir studying him intently. "That custodian," the chief librarian mused. "Did he say anything else?" Thomas paused. Only that we shouldn't delay." "And he seemed happy? As if he was sharing good news with old friends rather than delivering an imperial message." Vladimir exchanged a meaningful look with Denzel, but neither commented further. Within 28 minutes a new record Battlefleet Liberty had assembled in high orbit. Hundreds of warships, from swift strike cruisers to the mighty battleships, formed up around the flagship Sweet Liberty. The void itself seemed to hum with their combined power. As the fleet prepared for warp translation, Thomas stood at his battle station aboard the Sweet Liberty, still puzzling over the mysterious custodian. The custodian named Sunshine. The Emperor has some strange naming conventions. The bridge of Sweet Liberty hummed with power, golden light filtering through crystalline viewports that stretched across the futuristic command center. Denzel stood at his customary position to the right of the massive command throne, its ornate form currently empty, waiting for its true occupant's return. "Sovereign," Denzel addressed the ship's AI, his deep voice carrying across the bridge. "Calculate optimal warp translation coordinates near the Eye of Terror." A hololithic projection materialized, taking the form of an eagle wreathed in binary code. "Accessing prognosticator systems," Sovereign replied, its voice a perfect blend of authority and servitude. Denzel watched as the prognosticator's main chamber activated beneath the bridge. The ancient device, a triumph of Dark Age engineering, was a massive crystalline sphere suspended in a gravitational cradle. Within it, countless calculations played out in real time, mapping the warp's currents with mathematical precision. Golden threads of energy pulsed through the crystal, each representing the trillions of potential futures and paths. Connected to the prognosticator, the void abacus whirred to life a cube of impossible geometries that shifted and reformed constantly. While the prognosticator predicted the warp's movements, the void abacus translated these predictions into navigational data. Together, they achieved what the navigator houses claimed only they could provide. Denzel remembered when they first discovered these devices, during the early days of their compliance crusade. Franklin had been ecstatic, immediately recognizing their potential. The navigator houses had threatened sanctions, but Franklin's negotiation with the Emperor had secured their independence in this matter, as in so many others. Calculations complete, Sovereign announced. Optimal translation point identified. Uploading to Fleet Command Network. Stephen Armstrong, standing at the throne's left, grinned. Remember our first crusade through here, Denzel? Barely had void shields that could hold against a heavy lance, let alone warp translation. Indeed, Denzel thought, looking out at the assembled fleet. 600 ships strong now, each a masterpiece of engineering worthy to be called the Eagle's Crusade battle fleet. He recalled their maiden crusade 300 vessels, most of them barely worthy of void travel for Golden Age standards. Their marines had worn basic ceramite armor, sector patterns of course, protected by crude ion shields, armed with pulse rifles that seemed advanced at the time. Now, as he watched a squadron of escorts take formation, their conversion shields rippling with power, he felt a surge of pride. Their troops wore tyranimite exosuits, wielding disintegration rifles that could reduce a target to its constituent atoms. Even their basic infantry armor incorporated technologies that would make a Magos weep with envy. The fleet emerged near the Kadian Gate, and Denzel's enhanced vision took in the changes since their first visit. Orbital rings encircled each planet, bristling with defense platforms. The Kadian pylons stood active, their black surfaces humming in concert, keeping the eye's influence at bay. A black stone fortress hung in high orbit, transformed into a command center for the entire defensive network. This was our first real conquest, John Ezra commented from behind, his mech suit reflecting the golden light of the bridge. Father chose this direction at random, said he had a good feeling about it. Vladimir Mendelev's psychic presence rippled with amusement. Not so random, perhaps. The prognosticator's first major test was plotting our course here. Denzel ran his hand along the command throne's armrest, remembering Franklin's pride when they'd secured the Kadian Gate, their first skirmish with chaos. It had been their proving ground, demonstrating to the Imperium that the Liberty Eagles were a force to be reckoned with. Now, 5,000 worlds bore their mark, each a testament to their growth. Report, Commander, said an officer. The craft world emerged from the eye approximately 6 hours ago. It's moving under its own power but showing signs of battle damage. We've maintained a respectful distance as per standard protocols for craft world encounters. Denzel studied the tactical display as fresh data flowed in. The craft world was massive, easily the size of a small continent, and despite the damage, he could see the elegance of its construction. Its wraithbone surface bore scars of recent battle, but the integrity of its structure remained intact. And somewhere aboard that vast vessel was their Primarch. Sovereign, Denzel commanded, open a channel to the craft world. Ildar language. Channel open, Lord Washington. Denzel straightened, his voice carrying the weight of 5 years of waiting. Craft world vessel, this is First Captain Denzel Washington of the Liberty Eagles Legion. We believe you have something that belongs to us, our father. We would very much like him back. As they awaited a response, his mind wandered to the technological marvels they'd made and acquired. The Adrathic weapons, supposedly restricted to the custodians alone, had been another of Franklin's negotiations with the Emperor. In exchange, they had built the Imperator Somnium, the third Archangel-class vessel after Sweet Liberty and Bucephalus. Even now, its massive form dominated the skyline of Forge World Prime back home. Currently under construction, it's a massive beast the size of a continent. The prognosticator pulsed again, its crystalline surface reflecting the complex gravitational patterns of nearby space. Unlike the crude methods of navigator houses, who relied on mutation and mysticism, their system was pure science, measurable, reliable, and precise. It had given them true independence, the ability to plot their own course through both real space and the warp. Stephen's voice broke through his reverie. Movement on the craft world. They're responding. The hololithic display shifted, showing the elegant vessel in detail. Denzel could see the damage more clearly now, evidence of weapons fire, but also signs of warp exposure. Whatever battle had drawn Franklin here had been fierce indeed. 5 years, Denzel muttered, his hand unconsciously gripping Kusanagi-no-Tsurugi's hilt. 5 years since he vanished into the warp. And now we find him here, at the edge of the eye itself. The prognosticator's calculations suddenly shifted, its crystal surface blazing with new data. The void abacus responded, its geometric patterns realigning to account for the change. Warp disturbance detected, Sovereign announced. Pattern matches known signatures. It's him. Denzel felt his heart quicken. After all this time, after all their advancement and growth, they were about to be reunited with the one who had started it all. The one who had taken a Dark Age remnant and transformed it into a technological powerhouse that could rival Mars itself. All ships, battle stations, he ordered, though he doubted they would be needed. Prepare for contact. The fleet moved into position around the craft world, 600 ships displaying the power that the Liberty Eagles had accumulated in their Primarch's absence. They had grown, evolved, expanded, but they had never forgotten who had shown them the path to liberty. Now it was time to bring him home.
Thanks for listening.